Welcome to day 6 of Wimbledon. It's Saturday and the first players are warming up. It's Sinner versus Martinez on centre court. And let's join our commentary team for the first match. And throughout the day, it's the Wimbledon radio channel with the BBC in between the matches as well. Let's join them now.
It always chokes me up when we start standing for the members of the armed services. I'd like to throw in a little extra special mention to those working here from the London Fire Brigade. This week, it's the 60th year of the collaboration between the London Fire Brigade and the championships, and they do a superb job, not just of keeping people safe and offering little bits of information, but it's just the way with which they help the championships run so smoothly. And none of these individuals are paid to be here. They're all taking leave from their jobs where they work exceptionally hard. And so they'll be working, and then they'll come here and they'll work long hours. They'll help make the championships run so beautifully smoothly, and then they'll go back to work again. And they would never say it's a sacrifice of any sort, but my goodness, everybody plays their part. And to look down to see the members of the armed services who are standing on court so proudly and so smartly, arms behind their backs, hats on. We've got members of the Royal Army, the Royal Air Force, the Royal Navy, all represented down there on court. It really does add an incredible frisson to the start of this day. Right, let's talk tennis. The #1 player in the world, Jannik Sinner, but Wimbledon's the one Grand Slam final he hasn't yet reached, Claire. At the start of the tournament, if I said to you, who's the clear favourite to win? I mean, I would have gone Carlos Alcaraz. He's won the championship twice, of course. Sinner hasn't been to the final. They play on a hard court, they play on a clay court. We saw what happened at Roland Garros. There's nothing between the two of them. On grass, I feel like Alcaraz has proved he's got the edge, and Sinner's still got something to prove in those high-level matches. It's not going to catch up with him today, I don't suppose. But do you think Sinner is ready to get to the final this year, to challenge Alcaraz potentially for the title?
Well, there's a man in his way if he is to do that, and that's the 7 times champion, Novak Djokovic.
That's
and
the
possibly
projected semi-final.
The greatest player of all time. So for me, Djokovic is still very much part of the question here on the grass. And actually, I have actually put him as my pick of the tournament.
Have you? Okay.
Strange enough, but that matchup, and if we do get to the point where Jannik Sinner does get to play Novak Djokovic, it's a different matchup than whenever they played on the clay in Roland Garros a couple of weeks ago. And I think that's what you're alluding to with Sinner. He still hasn't transformed this brand of tennis that he has shown consistently since he has been world #1.
Yeah. Hasn't brought it yet to the grass. Let's see if he can today. So Jannik Sinner is going to get us underway here on centre court, and he is looking towards the royal box. How many of the stars of world sport will he recognise if he focuses in? He's got to focus on that little yellow sphere that he's bouncing at the far side of centre court. Pedro Martinez receiving in front of the royal box. Sinner misses the first serve. Centre court almost packed. There are 1 or 2 seats spare, but everybody enthralled, and a terrific atmosphere on this middle Saturday, as always. Short return from Martinez, immediately punished by Sinner, who glides forward into court, sweeps a forehand away, and then sweeps some hair back behind his ears.
As easy as that, and that was a second serve from Sinner, and that statistic, winning over 70% of points behind his second serve. That is what makes him so difficult to break serve against. What he does in the first, the second is just equally as impressive.
Blocked return here by Martinez, which drops into the tram lines. So a second quick point for Yannick Sinner. Yes, if you look at the second serve points won, for all the players on the men's side in the championships, there are 2 players who stand out above everybody else. And they're both Italian, funnily enough. Yannick Sinner is #1 on that list. He's #1 on a few lists at the moment. 74% of second serve points won at the championships so far. We're playing here at the start of the 3rd round. An incredible number. Kick serve there that Martinez returns. So we're into our first baseline rally of the match, but Martinez has already been pushed back quite a way behind the baseline. Sinner inside the baseline, strikes off the top of the net, slice from Martinez, and another slice, keeping Sinner back, but then the forehand, bit of extra pace. Martinez got to it well, injected some pace of his own, and then a shame. He was just chipping to approach the net, the Spaniard, but he sent his slice approach long.
Well, that's a nice change up there from the Spaniard Martinez. Even though he missed the backhand slice long, shows he's going to have to disrupt Yannick Sinner in this match, because he can't afford to stand 2 meters behind the baseline and just allow Yannick Sinner to move him. Sinner's not going to miss any balls off those ground strokes. He's so consistent.
It does have that feeling. It must have exactly that feeling when you play against him, that he's just never going to miss. Serve returned here by Pedro Martinez, and you did it, Claire. You did it. As soon as you said it, he's missed a forehand long.
His unforced error count is just so small, Yannick Sinner, and that is impressive, because at 6'4",
6'3",
6'3",
yeah.
The height, but the power that he hits his ground strokes, to have that consistency is pretty special from the ground strokes.
He's got wiry strength, Yannick Sinner, and off forehand here with plenty of topspin. He's come in behind it, and he's got some volleys there, as he shows us, planting the backhand volley away very calmly down the line to clinch the opening game. And before you come in, Claire, just to finish that fact about the second serve points won, Sinner 74%, Flavio Cobolli at 73% is the second best at the championship so far, and then Lorenzo Sonego, the other remaining Italian, at 65% is tied for 3rd in that category. So the 2 Italians, Sinner and Cobolli, on second serve points are miles ahead of anybody else in the field to this point.
So we've got the simple answer then to what has been making Italian tennis so great over the last 5 years. Forget
Second
about
serves.
these conversations about they host more tournaments, their coaches are great, all of these other aspects. It's all about the second serve, and maybe it is. Maybe tennis is that simple.
Well, I mean, defending your second serve,
It's so important.
That is a vital number, isn't it, for sure. Claire Curran straight to the important, to the salient facts here today. She's come in with the headline detail right from the beginning. We'll keep an eye on that particular number as this match progresses. So Sinner is out there, tall, wiry figure as mentioned, with a white tennis cap on, peak at the front. Martinez with no headgear at all, slightly shorter but broader shoulders, 6'1", serves, kicks up, gives Sinner a backhand return. Now he clobbers a double hand across court to Sinner. Martinez dealing with this pace, just changes up down the line, but then gets wrong-footed somewhat, plays a short ball. Sinner's up to that in a flash and puts the backhand down the line for a winner.
Well, what stood out to me in that point was the 91-mile-per-hour first serve there from Martinez, and that is not a heavy serve.
No, I mean, it was a kick serve, but
your first serve of the match, maybe that is the Royal Box factor that we were talking about as he serves towards it.
Let's see if he injects a little more pace here. That was 110. It was onto the service line. Then he goes back behind, comes in to play the volley, and that's a shame. Again, he put the volley cross-court into the net.
Again, it's the right play coming forward. That was a pretty routine finishing ball. So Martinez just looks a little bit unsettled in these first couple of points here.
110-mile-an-hour first serve. That either he's just taking care to warm up and go through the gears, or there's something a little bit amiss. That was a wide serve at 98 miles an hour. It was very well placed. It had a lot of slice spin on it, and Sinner returned into the net.
So far, the 3 serves that he has hit, there has been variety with them. The first one was so slow down the tee. The second one was heavier out wide, and that time there was a slice serve. So he is trying to change it up. He may not have the heaviest serve, but if you can change it up, then you're going to cause disruption.
First serve into the net from Martinez, looking towards the royal box now. The imposing figure of Jannik Sinner in his eye line. Second serve, middle of the box, forehand return from Jannik Sinner, who goes down low to hit a backhand slice to his left, then injects power with the forehand, and the blocked forehand from Martinez, just chipping to try and cope with the pace, drifts long.
Martinez has quite a bit of spin on that forehand, and he plays it with shape, and Jannik Sinner is going to be licking his lips with that, because it's going to give him so much time to wind up and execute that big forehand.
And just looking down the serve speeds of all the players in the championship, and Martinez is actually right at the bottom of the list, while he's in 127th place out of the 128 who began the men's singles, with the fastest serve speed of 118 miles an hour so far. Second serve into the deep into the box from Martinez. They exchange forehands. Sinner a little bit more angle. Martinez trying to go up the line and misses, and it's an instant break of serve from Jannik Sinner. And here's the problem writ large for Pedro Martinez, is where can he get any joy against a player who has the boxes ticked, pretty much all of the boxes ticked? What is the one thing Martinez can do better than Jannik Sinner? And it's a very, very hard question to answer. It'll be a hard question to answer for Martinez himself and for his team. So 2-love. And a first serve in at the body of Martinez, and a forehand away from Jannik Sinner. I'm getting the first hint in my nostrils of something being cooked in Jannik's bakery here.
Yeah, it's a good question, and from what you're seeing already in those first two games, there's nothing that Jannik Sinner is going to be particularly fearful about right now, and this could be a lovely afternoon for him just to execute his brand of tennis.
Let's see what Martinez can do to make us sound daft. He'll be out there as a man ranked 52 in the world, determined to show what he can do on this grandest stage of all. Second serve from Sinner in at the body of the Spanish player from Valencia. Now the forehand cross-court from Sinner, and the big forehand line from Martinez coming in, has to dig out a volley, gets it onto the baseline, and then puts a forehand volley away. Well, that's what he can do. Splendid play from Martinez.
It's a beautiful play from Martinez, and yes, you're right, when the ball is short, he has got a slice backhand, he can come in on that, but he also looks like he enjoys coming in on his forehand. But his hand skills at the net, they're going to be challenged today, because Jannik Sinner, he's not going to be concerned when his opponent comes in today. He'll probably make him play one ball, and then he'll look for the passing shot.
That was a good pickup on that first low volley there, wasn't it?
Beautiful. It was right at his toes.
15 all then. Sinner serves down the middle. A chip return from Martinez, floats long. 131 miles per hour from Jannik Sinner.
Yeah, Martinez is not going to win the battle of ground strokes in the sense of he's not going to outpace Jannik Sinner here. He has to try to find a way to disrupt the rhythm of the Italian by using his slice, his high balls, just varying it.
Thumping serve from Sinner again, and the backhand mistimed from Martinez into the bottom of the net. I've been doing a little thing about serve speeds on the terminal here, trying to investigate the numbers. And, you know, we've now got 22 men at these championships who have served at 140 miles per hour or more, which is by far the biggest number that they have ever had since serve speed started getting recorded. I made a note of this, I think, in 1992. Sinner serves an ace, that's 133 miles per hour. Sinner isn't one of those 22, actually. He's only touched 139 at the championships so far. But it's plenty quick enough for Pedro Martinez. On the evidence of the first 3 games, Jannik Sinner has won them all. Well, they're taking a seat there, either side of the umpire's chair. And I don't suppose Pedro Martinez is feeling like the challenge is any smaller or any greater than when he walked out. He knew exactly what he was up against. They've met once before. That was in Rome on the clay. 3 years ago, Sinner won 6-4, 6-3, so he was 20 years old at the time. Sinner is now 23. And that was very, very much in the kind of, yeah, pre-Superman phase from Yannick Sinner. I mean, everybody could see from the start that he had major talent, but he's just put piece upon piece upon piece together and become this, well, one of the two figures that are already dominating men's tennis. He and Alcaraz have won the last 6 Grand Slams between them, and somebody who we expect to have one of the all-time great careers, all being well with him. So for Martinez to have had a straight sets defeat in that stage of Sinner's career, well, I wonder if he feels, how he feels the Sinner game has been upped in those 3 years, because I think we can all see that it has improved. Martinez serving from the royal box end. Good deep return from Sinner here, goes backhand line, and Martinez was already turning back to receive a ball before Sinner's backhand had gone past him.
Well, sometimes, especially when you're playing mixed doubles and the woman is serving to the man, it can take a while for the man to get some rhythm on the return of serves. In fact, often they don't like returning the female serve, but this serve from Martinez right now, it's 97 miles per hour. This is slower than so many of the ladies in the draw, but Sinner is handling it nicely.
Yeah, that's a really good point. As Sinner goes backhand deep into the backhand corner and then misses with the follow-up forehand just when he'd taken charge of the rally.
Because there's not a lot of pace to work with on the serve, it means that as a returner, you've got to create that speed. And that's different if you're playing against a big server, and there's a very big server in the royal box today in Andy Roddick. His fastest serve might have been 155 miles per hour. But sometimes it's nice to return the faster serve.
Here's a big forehand return from Sinner, and Martinez just returning with the forehand went slightly long.
It's so unusual for me here. I don't think I've ever seen on centre court, certainly that serve went at 76 miles per hour.
I'd be worried that Martinez is feeling something in the shoulder here, wouldn't you?
There's a little bit of a jerk in his action, and maybe there's something going on with him.
Yeah, it doesn't look at all fluid. Sinner has returned comfortably there to win the next point to a move to 15-40.
And I think the crowd is quite stunned. I think they were expecting, as you serve, you're going to put a bit bigger serve down. But even Yannick Sinner, it's very tricky for him at the moment because he still has to return with focus and precision, even though he doesn't have any speed to work with.
Yeah, there is a kink in the Martinez action. It's maybe as if he's protecting something. Well, he's done well to follow it up with a big forehand there. And you know, there's no doubting the caliber of his ground strokes. He's won a match 2 days ago in 3 sets against Mariano Navone. 3 sets, 7-5, 7-5, 7-6 in 3¼ hours. You know, hitting from the baseline off both wings and hitting hard and deep. That's his bread and butter. But the serve, something's not right at the moment, and he puts that one into the middle of the box, and Sinner doesn't quite time that. 93 miles per hour from Martinez. He's just trying to manage at the moment.
And that's an unusual return of serve error from Yannick Sinner, and it is so important for him just to stay focused and to stay aggressive with that return of serve, because you can start to push the return a little bit and then you lose rhythm.
Martinez at deuce then here in this fourth game. Serves down the middle. It stopped on the service line, and then Sinner manages to make the pass. He had to move sharply to his backhand wing. The serve kind of stopped off the line. It was an awkward return. Martinez rather moved forward, but that left a hole for Sinner to exploit. Strange old start. Love 3 game point Sinner for a double break in the opening set. Martinez serves off the top of the net. Yeah, it's a test of Sinner's timing and his focus, and of course, he's passing those tests. He is an athlete who really does laser in on the task at hand. He's a perfect pupil for any coach, I think. Martinez misses with that first serve. You have to keep telling yourself it's a first serve at 99 miles per hour, but here's the second, which is into the corner. Sinner's backhand return was good, and the backhand chip into the net from Martinez. That's 4 games. I mean, if you weren't feeling at your best and you knew you were about to come out on court on this most special of days, in front of this most special of crowds, in front of this wonderful atmosphere, I mean, you'd have a horrible feeling inside, wouldn't you? And it would be because you're desperate to be a part of it, but you don't want to, you know, let yourself down or feel like you're letting yourself down in front of this incredible audience.
And if you have a bit of an injury and you're about to step onto a court with which you only dreamed of playing on against the world #1 player.
Oh dear. Sinner with a forehand. Let's hope that Martinez is okay and can still play a full part in this contest. That's an excellent backhand deep from the Spanish player. Then the off forehand, just moving Sinner a little bit around at the baseline. But Sinner's in charge of the rally and strikes with a backhand up the line over the high part of the net. And it generates such easy power.
Yes, he certainly does. And he doesn't necessarily want to get involved in long rallies here and allow Martinez just to relax into these ground strokes. And Sinner there just taking that backhand on so comfortably. His timing is impeccable.
4 love, 15 love. Sinner serves down the centre. And it flicked the net on the way through. You could hear a pin drop inside centre court. You can almost hear Sinner bouncing the ball right from the top here of the 5th floor of centre court. Martinez makes a return here. Sinner finds a terrific angle on the forehand. And he hit it early as well, but he whipped across it.
30 love.
Perfect winner.
Yeah, the serve was 133 miles per hour out wide there. And you could see on the ball, it was like there was a little bit of dust came off the ball and the strings. He hit it that hard.
Yeah, the fibres on the new balls don't last all that long, do they, when the guys are cannoning them down at this kind of speed. First serve into the net at 30 love. Here comes the second. Martinez about a couple of metres behind the baseline, makes a backhand return at the server. Sinner powers a forehand into the backhand corner. Now goes cross-court with a double-handed backhand. Forced onto the back foot by Martinez here, who hits to the baseline. And now Martinez clubs a big cross-court forehand that Sinner has to defend, and has to defend it long. That was superb hitting from the Spanish player.
But he's got a beautiful contrast in the ground strokes. He has that slice that he can keep so low to the ground. And then he's such a loose arm on the forehand. I've already seen the forehand, especially down the line, is a real weapon. But I am concerned about his right shoulder. He has got the racket in his left hand. He's just trying to free up that right arm a little bit, maybe loosen it out.
30-15, 4 love. Sinner first serve, kicks it out wide and follows up with an inside-in forehand that flies long.
He'll be disappointed with that. Sinner, so much time on the ball. But maybe also a little bit surprised that he's having this much time on the ball today in the 3rd round at Wimbledon. He's only lost 12 games in the tournament so far, Jannik Sinner.
Yeah, 7 against Luka Nardi in the 1st round and 5 against Alexander Vukic in the 2nd here on centre court. There's a service winner.
40-13.
Brings him to game point for a 5 love advantage. And we were sort of semi-joking about Yannick's bakery, but the bagel, the 6 love set against Nardi, and then 2 breadsticks, you might call them, the 6-1, 6-1 against Vukic in sets 1 and 2 of that particular match. Serves down the centre, the chip return from Martinez, drops onto the baseline. Sinner has to play the off forehand, now attacks cross-court with a forehand, and that is a winner. He got his whole body weight through the ball there quite beautifully, and has taken a 5 love lead as he sits down.
Sinner leads by 5 games to love.
Martinez is walking slowly to the chair. I think he's asked for the physio already, and the physio is on court. This does not feel great. I mean, my heart goes out to Pedro Martinez, really, for the reasons that we've already emphasized. When you come out here like this, one of the biggest days of your tennis life, and you know in your heart of hearts that you're not where you want to be physically, it must just be so devastating, but you're trying to push that, of course, away, because the part of you, the big ego that wants to perform, and he's 50 in the world, 50th best tennis player in the world. He's an amazing player, and I don't think he feels he can really show it today.
Oh, he's been as high as number 32
yeah.
in the world as well. And for Martinez today, when he's looking at this match, you can see he's just taken his top off. The physio is out there, and the shoulder, it's already taped, which means he's come onto court with this injury. And yeah, his tennis today against Jannik Sinner has to be at the very minimum a 10 out of 10. Yeah, maybe even has to go to a 12 out of 10, a level that he had never, ever performed at before. But he's come out here without, you know, one of the biggest tools in his toolbox, which is his shoulder. I mean, playing against the world #1 with a shoulder injury, it's like tying one hand against the back, and so difficult for him. But yet, you don't want to let anybody down. You want this moment, because this is what you've worked your entire life for. And the fact also that he's got through to the third round. So these are really sad for him that he's come on court with an injury. But just as we watch him with the physio, and what an amazing job. We talk about people here at the championships that are doing wonderful jobs everywhere. The physios at tournaments, at the Grand Slams, at the ATP tournaments, WTA tournaments, they do an exceptional job with the players.
Tell you what, he's getting a bit of therapy in addition to the physical therapy here as well, because they're having a conversation, Martinez and the physio down there, and it's brought a smile to Martinez's face, which at this point in the day is an incredibly valuable relief for him, I'm sure, physically and mentally, just to share whatever he's sharing of what he's going through, to say, you know, my God, I've got no shoulder against Jannik Sinner out there. And there, you know, it's grim humor, but it might just help relieve, you know, the stresses of this day for him. I mean, I don't know, how can he possibly get to a position where he can serve well enough here to challenge in this match? He's played a couple of doubles matches as well, it's worth mentioning, at the championships as well. He was partnered with Jaume Munar. They beat Machac and Mensik in the first round, but then came up against Aravalo and Pavic in round 2, the top seeded combination in the world at the moment, and they lost that 3-2. So he's played 4 matches in the first 5 days of the championships, and something's gone awry somewhere. And yeah, the shoulder massage that he's receiving is about to come to an end, and the medical timeout will soon be called. Mira Andreeva's going very, very well on the #1 court, I should tell you, and we've got ball-by-ball commentary of that right now on our #1 court feed. 6-1, 4-2, Andreeva leads, although she's at love 30 serving in the 7th game of the second. Towson and Rybakina, interestingly, are up 5-all in the first set, and Rybakina facing a break point at the moment. On our maid feed, we'll be giving you details of what's happening there with our reporters around the other show courts. Lyudmila Samsonova is leading Daria Kasatkina 6-2, 3-all on the #3 court. And if I scroll down here, Claire, we can see on court 12, and good to know that play on the outside courts has obviously got back underway again, because we had a rain delay. If you're just recently tuning in, we had a rain delay. What was it, about midday? The rain started falling earlier on today. Had about an hour-and-a-half break. Koboli leads Mensik 6-2, 3-2, and that's a break of serve in the second set for Koboli as well. On court 16, Jessica Buzas-Monero's just leveled up against Diana Yastremska. Rather the other way around. Buzas-Monero the first set 6-1, the second Yastremska 6-2, and Belinda Bencic the first set against Elisabetta Cocciaretto 6-4, 2-all in the second. So that's the singles action as is going on in the main draws at the championships at the moment. Lots of junior matches taking place and doubles matches around. The grounds are full of beautiful tennis. Another wonderful day to be here at Wimbledon. We resume. Martinez has had some work into that shoulder, but the first serve there in the net, 92 miles per hour. The second serve down the middle. Sinner clobbers it back at him off the double-handed backhand. It's a stroke that looks like it'll never fail. They go back to back. Sinner slices. Martinez has room to go with a off forehand. Plenty of spin, and Sinner does put the backhand into the net after I totally jinxed him with what I said during that point.
Well, that looked much better from Martinez there. Not on the serve. The serve is still 91 miles per hour, but on the ground strokes, particularly the backhand, looks okay. Doesn't look like it's affecting him, the shoulder.
He serves at 87 miles per hour. Sinner's in charge at this point. Hits a double-hander off the top of the net from Martinez, who got back to the baseline. Sinner attacks cross-court. Martinez comes back cross-court with a heavy ball. Then goes forehand line. Sinner's on the stretch and on the run. And Martinez has taken both points at the start of this game.
Well, that's the weapon that Martinez has in his game, the forehand down the line. And whenever Sinner hits his big forehand cross-court, Martinez stands so close to the baseline. He's so loose with his arm, and he can redirect that very comfortably down the line.
Isn't the human body extraordinary? Martinez is hitting off both sides beautifully. But the serve, something's wrong with the muscle there, and it's not functioning properly. That said, he got that one to kick up, and Sinner mistimed his return completely. So 3 game points for Pedro Martinez, and there'll be a heck of a cheer here for the Spanish player, number 52 in the world, given what he's going through right now. If he wins this point, Sinner with a forehand return back at the server, and now goes forehand up the line. Martinez defends. It's another short ball for Sinner, who's missed it long. And how about that? Well, if Pedro Martinez's spine isn't tingling right now, I'll be very surprised.
Well, yes, he was really thinking as he was serving there that, talking about the Yannick Sinner bakery, he was going to be delivered a bagel, and he did well to hold that game. And he'll feel a lot more relaxed now, no matter what happens, getting that first game on the board. How important is that?
Yeah, to receive that cheer, that's the kind of cheer that might stay with you for a while. Have a look around centre court, as Dan Evans did the other day when he was up against it in his match, and just take it in a bit. Sinner puts a backhand into the net. First point of game number 7, with Martinez moving forward in the court as well.
I like this play from Martinez. We've seen it 3 times that he has come in out wide on the Yannick Sinner backhand, and he's won 2 out of those 3 points. It's nice to see he's taking the ball on and trying to shorten the rally.
Yeah. Love 15, Sinner serving for the opening set. Backhand return from Martinez is good and deep. He's timing his returns well. Clobbers the forehand. Now goes backhand line and comes in behind it. Has to play a low volley, which he makes. Sinner on the stretch, but Martinez is there. And the high ball, he taps it into the open court. This is terrific tennis from Martinez.
It's courageous tennis, and he clearly knows that he has to take a few more chances against Yannick Sinner here. The minute he hits the ball down the line with his backhand, he sneaks in, picks up a beautiful volley on his toes. And this is Yannick Sinner. These are the types of points Yannick Sinner doesn't want to play because they're not on his terms.
Second time we've seen Martinez pick up a low volley expertly. Sinner then, love 30. 5-1 opening set. Serves wide, a chip return, short backhand for Sinner, goes cross-court with it, and an brilliant attempted pass by Martinez, who goes drop shot. Sinner then lobs him from close to the net. It's dropping in. Tweener from Martinez, and that is out. Just out. Well, he's winning some fans and a few hearts here, Pedro Martinez.
Well, that could be mistaken for an exhibition point. If you didn't know that it was the 3rd round of Wimbledon, it had a little bit of everything. Yannick Sinner coming into the net, playing some beautiful drop volleys there. Martinez going back with drop volleys, balls over the head, shots being hit under the legs. Nice to see a little bit of entertainment.
Yeah, that was terrific. Showcase of skills from both men. 15-30 then, Sinner 5-1. Serves an ace down the middle, 125 miles per hour. That was pretty comfortable. He's landed 14 out of 20 of his first serves so far. So, in his world, most things are as they should be. And if he takes the next 2 points, he'll have the first set in the bag as well. 30 all. Sinner serves out wide. Chip return, short, Sinner off forehand. Martinez is there. Sinner forehand volley away. Did nicely, was hit straight back at him by Martinez. So a sharp couple of steps and then the volley.
He's developed his net game, Jannik Sinner, and looks comfortable when the ball is either at his toes. He gets down well for 6'3", but that one was up high, and he's got such a strong wrist. And he moved forward through the volleys.
Set point for Jannik Sinner after 31 minutes. 5-1, 40-30. He serves big out wide. There was a puff of white, but it was from the sideline beyond the service line. Second serve at set point for the #1 player in the world. Backhand return from Martinez, and now drop shot is into the net from the Spaniard. And that means the set has gone the way of the top seed. It was pretty quick work. Martinez is battling a problem with his shoulder, but Sinner's timed the ball well from the outset, and he's taken the opening set by 6-1. Mark out of 10 for Sinner so far, Claire. You said that Martinez would need to play at a 12 to stand a chance.
I think there's a lot of factors in that set for Jannik Sinner. It's always difficult to play an opponent who you know is injured, and it can disrupt your rhythm a little bit. So I would probably give Jannik Sinner tennis-wise about a 6 out of 10. He hasn't actually really needed to go into another gear, but he's made 6 unforced errors. He's made more unforced errors than his opponent, and some of those errors, I think, is just because he hasn't been aware of the speed that's coming. He's almost been expecting a little bit of a heavier ball. But from a perspective of mentality in that set, I would actually give him a 10 out of 10, because I think those are the most difficult matches at times to play against. And you can lose your focus, and when you lose your focus, you suddenly lose your rhythm, and everything just goes. So he's done all the right things. His coaches will be very pleased with the way he got that set done. I'm going to be surprised if this match goes the distance, if it is completed without a withdrawal here. It'll be interesting to me the next 10 minutes.
I think everybody who plays a bit of tennis listening to this, wherever you are around the world, everybody can relate to that off-speed serve being difficult to get in the court. We've all had those horrible moments where you just got time on the ball. And you think, what am I going to do with this? And invariably, you try and inject too much pace. And, you know, it doesn't go the way you're hoping. But Sinner's done that well today.
When you're playing against very little pace, it is a real test of your technique. And if you have a solid technique in your forehand and your backhand and the ball has no pace on it, you're able to generate pace because your swing is perfect. But if you've got a little bit of a glitch or something's not quite right technically and you have no speed to work with the ball, that poor technique's going to show up there.
I've exposed my poor technique unwittingly on air here on the Wimbledon radio channel. Martinez and Sinner exchanging from the back, and Martinez just missing with an off forehand when he'd got himself into a promising position. So pegged back to 15 all. Just does a little exercise with his right leg there as if to stretch out a hip flexor or something like that as well. Well, it's the right shoulder that's the main concern for the man from Spain. Winner of 1 title on the ATP Tour. That on a clay court a couple of years ago as Sinner strikes long with a backhand.
There are times that whenever you have an injury as a player, that when you first come onto the court, that is actually when it is at its worst. And this is why I think these next 10 minutes are going to be so important for Martinez, because maybe it will loosen up. The treatment might have done something. He may have taken an extra tablet just to take the inflammation away.
30-15, serve returned deep from Sinner, then the off forehand dug out by the slice of Martinez, who's preparing to go again. Deep forehand from him, just a fraction long. And we're at 30 all. serve 95 miles per hour, and he's averaging a first serve speed of 92.9 miles per hour. That's a long way down. Bounces a few balls, bounces the ball a few times rather, at the baseline in front of the Royal box. 30 all, goes to the backhand of Sinner, who returns comfortably enough a 3/4 length ball. They exchange backhands. Sinner goes deeper into the corner, injecting more pace, and then looking to change it up, goes into the net with his own backhand again.
It was the right shot for Jannik Sinner to hit there, and we've seen him do this time and time again, and he'll be working, he'll be trying to think about some of the patterns of play that he's trying to implement in this tournament, and that backhand cross court, it's got enough width on it that opens up a line ball for him to hit with his next shot. That's one of them, but he just wasn't able to execute the backhand there.
So game point for Martinez at the start of the second set here on the Wimbledon Radio channel, at Wimbledon Radio on Twitter and TikTok. Here is the first serve. He tried to put a bit more into that. Sinner's return was right on the baseline though, and he clubs a forehand wide. Sinner. And Martinez has held for the second game in succession. Both games in which he served after having the treatment, he has held. Whether that's a coincidence or not, I don't know, but maybe he's feeling just fractionally better.
I think he's taking a big deep breath there. He's delighted because that return of serve from Jannik Sinner was lethal. He hit it so hard. Martinez just deflecting the pace so well.
Numbers come up on our screens suggesting that Sinner's forehand topspin speed is up a couple of miles per hour from last year. He's taking more shots from inside the baseline this year than last, up from 29% to 38%. Maybe that's one of the things you've got to do on a grass court, is take the ball a fraction earlier, try and take time away. Just working on the court position, maybe edging a little bit nearer in.
I think also that stat, it'll be interesting to see where that is towards the end of the tournament when playing different opposition.
Yeah. Oh, an ace from Sinner there. That I think Martinez felt that might have been going out. Didn't swing at it, and it struck the line.
You don't see that happen very often. Maybe that's just an indication of where Martinez's head is right now. He's got a lot of things to deal with. But that serve was directed right at the forehand. He just left it.
So 15 love, or that serve was directed sort of generally in the backhand area, but it came crashing past him at 130 miles an hour. And you know, no complaints that he didn't hit that one.
It must be so satisfying to hit a serve the way Jannik Sinner hits it. You can hear it. Yeah. It is like the most perfect sound. My children would say that's satisfying.
Yeah. It sounds great, doesn't it? And of course, we've got the roof closed as well, so we've got the sort of slight extra reverberation maybe around the arena after that, that shower we had at midday today. Chip return here from Martinez. The backhand from Sinner off the tape. Martinez can come into court on the back of a forehand, and Sinner nets with his attempted pass.
I think if there's been a weakness in Sinner's game so far, it has been the way that he's dealt with the approach shot. He's been 3 meters, 4 meters behind the baseline. Martinez has come in, but he's split-stepped on the service line, so a little bit further away from the net. And Sinner's put a couple of these, not passing shots, but dipping balls into the net.
30-15. Sinner, his first serve hit the top of the net and then was a fault. Cracked into something metallic. Maybe it was the towel box behind the ball girl to our right-hand side. And the second serve cracks into the net and is also a fault. So that's a first double of the match for Jannik Sinner. Extraordinary, really, how silent it is. 6-1, love 1, 30 all. Sinner in front of the Royal box. Serves out wide. The blocked return from Martinez. High, drops in. Sinner clubs the off forehand. What a clean stroke that was, of tremendous power.
And that's where the
40,
technique is
30.
challenged. The ball was up in the air and it had no speed on it when it dropped. And Yannick Sinner had to generate everything with the forehand. And it's just such a perfect swing, but also the transfer of weight from the bottom of his feet right through to the contact point to the end of the swing.
Poetry in motion, wasn't it? First serve from Sinner at game point for 1-all in the second set. Here's the second. Backhand return short from Martinez and the drop shot from Sinner. Well, that was just beautifully done. Floated over the net and we all waited a breath to see whether it had enough, and it just fluttered over and landed perfectly in the service box. He can come across a little bit more machine-like than somebody like Alcaraz. People like seeing the personality in Alcaraz's game and the smile that's always very close to his countenance. Sinner has used the expressions fire and ice when comparing the two. Alcaraz, the fire, and Sinner, the kind of ice-cool character. But that last drop shot had some personality about it, as Martinez, with the first point of this next game, again starts hitting big from the baseline and uses that as a platform to come forward.
I think that's why we're so lucky, aren't we? That we have obviously just recently lost Roger Federer and Rafael Nadal, and we looked about the contrast of the styles of which they played at, and then now you've got Yannick Sinner and Alcaraz, and we're talking about the contrast really in their personalities.
Backhand return here from Sinner as he forces Martinez deep into the backhand corner, then back again behind him, but Martinez reacts well. Sinner extra pace off the forehand, then goes forehand line, and that is literally forehand onto the line for a winner.
15 all.
And the presentation, whenever Yannick Sinner lost that epic French Open final, I mean, he had match points, he's 5 sets, how many hours was that match? But yet even in the presentation, he is just so methodical in the way that he goes through the speech. Very little emotion. He may be a little bit different behind closed doors, however, and I'm sure that will have affected him, that final.
Yeah. The first Grand Slam final that he lost in his career. Won the previous 3, as Martinez just misses with an off forehand there. He's trying from the baseline to hit with a higher spinning forehand to push Sinner back off the baseline, tactic that works well, frankly, on all surfaces these days.
It's a lovely tactic, especially because he also has a slice backhand, and he can contrast that heavy spin on the forehand and height with a low slice.
Forehand return here, a little shorter from Sinner, so Martinez is moving forward again, and he comes in and cuts a backhand volley beautifully through the court. That was smashing tennis.
I think this has been a brilliant tactic from Martinez so far today, that when he has come in, and what stands out to me is he's come in and he's hung around the service line for his first volley. He hasn't given Yannick Sinner any space to hit a passing shot straight away, and that has challenged the Italian. I think he's a little bit uncomfortable in that situation when he's seeing somebody come forward, but they're not closing the net dramatically.
Backhand return here from Sinner, straight back at the server, and then an unforced error from Sinner, who drilled his backhand beyond the baseline. What's his unforced error count so far? 13.
13, and his opponent's is 7. Always look at the unforced errors, but then we take a look at the winners, and unforced errors at the moment 13, but 17 winners, and his opponent has only hit 4 winners.
Forehand return here from Sinner. Game point for Martinez, 40-30. On the run, Martinez goes cross-court with the forehand. Sinner is waiting and misses fractionally late on his forehand, and Martinez has held again. That's 3 service games in a row for the Spanish player, and again, he's still not serving over 100 miles per hour. So think how well he is playing here to defend his serve, because there's no pace behind it. There's not a single free point. He hasn't had one all day, yet he's held 3 times in a row against the world #1.
And I think those 3 holes have been so important, because I felt that 10 minutes ago, if he was going to maybe lose serve straight away in this second set, he was going to come under too much pressure. So he's got himself into this match, but his shoulder is clearly hampered, and the technique in the serve, we could really look into that and think, okay, is this because he's got a little bit of a glitch in the service action? It's not a smooth action, and maybe that's been putting too much pressure on the serve. But the way in which he defends the first ball, he can defend with movement by running down that first ball, but his ability to be able to absorb pace has been exceptional. And there's nobody that's hitting the ball harder than Jannik Sinner at you, but he's able to deflect it and take some control of some of these points off some of the biggest returns that he will have ever faced.
Couple of quick results for you. Number 1, Court Mira Andreeva's beaten Hailey Baptiste 6-1, 6-3. And a short time ago, it's disappeared from the screen, but Lyudmila Samsonova has won and is through
15 love.
to the round of 16. She's beaten Daria Kasatkina, that's it. And Claire's pointing at me saying, give the number 2 court score, give the number 2 court score.
Absolutely. I think that could be an upset, and we're backing up. Is 1 set to love down against Clara Toussaint from Denmark.
8-6 in the tiebreak. Towson took that first set. So a close match there on the number 2 court. More to come from that as Martinez again reads the intentions of Jannik Sinner at the net and plays a reaction volley cross court for a winner.
Oh, he's doing brilliantly at this stage. Martinez playing a change-up ball with a drop shot and also following it into the net.
That gets him back to 15 all in this 4th game of the second set. Sinner at 1-2 from the northern end of centre court, looking towards the royal box. Rocks into his service motion and misses that one off the tape. Photography pit on this near side of centre court is pretty much full. Lots of long lenses. Martinez goes down the centre with a return, then a big off forehand. Sinner's had to put up a defensive lob, and Martinez carefully with that shoulder just massaged the overhead away.
Oh, what a point again. Martinez is starting to loosen up here in this match, and he's taking a few chances. Sinner's ball speed has dropped slightly, and Martinez, anytime he sees a short ball, he's coming forward, he's attacking. He's the one in control of the baseline points just in these last 2 or 3 games.
What a big compliment that is against the world number 1. 15-30, Sinner another first serve into the net. Just got to be a little bit careful here. Twiddling his racket furiously, Sinner, as he prepares to move into the service motion. Second serve, forehand return in the net from Martinez. He's disappointed with that. He turned away in frustration. He's just starting to feel it a little bit out here.
I think whenever you feel like at one point you may have to stop this match, the injury is so bad, it's almost freed him up and maybe taken away from all the other stresses that this match could present for him.
Yeah. 1-2, 30 all, and that's an ace out wide. I do wonder if it was as much the therapy as the conversation with the physio that helped him through.
Well, you know, I know, and so many of the players on tour, that most of the time when they do go into the physio room, there's a lot of conversations that happen between you and the physio, and it is almost your place of therapy and...
Yeah, a little bit of counselling.
Mm-hmm.
Missed serve down the centre from Jannik Sinner at 40-30. Little glance up at his opponent. He's still there. And he serves. It was a terrific second serve, wide to the backhand, and then the backhand down the line to follow up from Sinner. That was high class. That's one of the reasons that he's been defending so many second serve points in these championships. Today, 8 of 14 points, 57%. So that number at the start of the day has taken a bit of a hit. Did I say also, Claire, that over on court 12, Flavio Koboli has taken the opening 2 sets now against the young Czech Jakub Menšik. 6-2, 6-4 Koboli, and they're just starting the third.
It could be a big day for Italian men's tennis. Another big day today.
Could be, as Sinner hits down the centre of the court and Martinez misses into the tram lines with his forehand. So there were 5 Italian men in the third round, but 2 of them lost yesterday, namely Mattia Bellucci and Luciano Darderi, who was beaten by Jordan Thompson. Bellucci lost to Norrie. That means there are 3 in action today. One of them, of course, is down in front of us in the shape of Yannick Sinner. And then there's the man who's taken those 2 sets against Menchik, Flavio Cobolli. And the other man is Lorenzo Sonego, who is playing Brandon Nakashima. That's the second match on court 14 today. And if all 3 were to win, it would be the first time that 3 Italian men had made the last 16 of the championships. Sinner with a forehand return and a backhand slice into the net by Martinez, who's shaking his head down there in front of the royal box as if to say, I don't care if I've got a dodgy shoulder, I should have made that backhand slice.
I know, he's got a little bit of expectation on his shoulders for the first time. He's held serve 3 times in a row, and that backhand, he knows he should have made that.
So 15-30, high ball toss, and the serve to the backhand of Sinner, who directs it down the line. And Martinez misses with a forehand.
15-14.
And there are break points here for Sinner in the second set. It's a sporting crowd in the royal box. It's a sporting atmosphere as well. They don't want to cheer for Sinner if Martinez has lost the point with a mistake. It's silence after a double fault. It's hugely respectful. But here are 2 break points for Yannick Sinner at 2-all in the second. And he stretches to make a backhand return back at the server. Rush Martinez. Backhand cross goes Sinner. Moves to his right, nets with a forehand. Martinez got him on the stretch.
I've been impressed with Martinez today in the sense of when he's played the ball cross-court and he's used that line tactic. That play has worked well against Sinner so far because he's controlling the point. He's getting the Italian on the move and defending. I think this is what we talk about, the difference between Yannick Sinner on a grass court to a clay court where he slides so well on the clay.
Sinner's still got break point here, and he's thumping forehands away from close to the baseline, really hitting with fire, and too much fire for the fingers of Pedro Martinez, who got a little bit singed there. Forehand into the net, and that is the break in this second set. Sinner, I mean, it has had a certain sense of inevitability about it, except to say that for 20 minutes, Martinez has played exceptionally, and I think he'll feel like he played a loose game there.
Yes, that's what we're talking about, just the expectation that because he had started to build a rhythm on those service games and hold on to them, and he'd almost taken any pressure off himself, I think, at one stage in this match, Martinez, because he knew how badly injured he was, and there was a little bit of freedom in the way that he played. But because he was starting to win games and it's starting to get a little bit closer towards the end of the set, he's now starting to think about, well, this is a must-win game here. And it was when he made that unforced error on the 3rd point of a service game there, you could just see there was a bit of dejection. But as I'm looking at him at the change of ends, I think his body is a complete mess today, physically. You talked about it. Was he stretching out his lower back by lifting up his leg and moving it slightly to the left, just trying to twist it? But it looks to me that the hips, the lower back, are also, he's also feeling it there too.
Yeah, that's it's very difficult, isn't it? I mean, in any match, it's very difficult. You always have your tweaks and your aches and pains, but for this match, above all, you'd need everything in good order, wouldn't you?
You certainly do, and remember, he's been playing his singles matches, and then he's been out playing doubles matches as well. So maybe just the body has seized up a little bit.
I mean, he hadn't played a huge amount on the match court prior to the championships. He'd come in off the back of 5 straight defeats on tour. 15-love Sinner. I mean, injuries could be part of the reason for that. Sometimes don't know if players are carrying things from one week to the next. 15-love here. Sinner a second serve and a double fault
15-0
from Italian. First round loss at Hamburg, at Roland Garros, in Halle and Mallorca. So again, he's still doing the exercise here with the kind of the hips, trying to get the legs moving across one another, loosen up the lower body. So hadn't won a main draw match here at the championship since 2021. 1-2 in the first two matches, first two rounds. Struggling physically today and hitting a backhand slice cross court as Sinner goes backhand slice, floating it into the corner. Now moves his feet around to hit the off backhand. Martinez tried to go backhand line but just missed.
It's not easy for Sinner as he's getting ready to serve there, and he sees his opponent trying to stretch out his lower back, and you have to deal with that. Your Sinner, I mean, what is he thinking? He can't think too much about it.
I mean, Sinner's just in his lane, isn't he? He's just got the blinkers on. He's focusing on his job. I mean, he will say all the right things. He will do all the right things. That's why he's where he is in part. He understands the job as well as anybody. Martinez hoists a lob here, and he's got it perfectly. Sinner leapt up to try and hit the backhand overhead, actually swung for the ball and completely missed it. It was perfectly played by Martinez.
It was a well-measured lob, and Jannik Sinner thought that maybe he was going to have to play a drop shot or a volley off his toes, and he just elevated his arm up and put that lob beautifully over his head.
Pulls Sinner back to 30-all in this service game. 3-2, Sinner with a break, second set, first set 6-1. Sinner serves wide outside, then goes off forehand, gets Martinez on the run, very difficult shot, and that's gone long.
Now that off forehand is so good because he follows it into the net and forces Martinez to have to hit a passing shot rather than just putting the ball back into the court.
20-3 in the afternoon. Sporting Saturday at the Championships. Jannik Sinner with game point, misses the first serve, going down the middle from the royal box end. Twiddles the racket a couple of times. Then rocks into his service motion. And it hit the tape and nearly became a third double fault of the match, but just landed on the service line, so he'll go again in front of this packed house that's silent at the moment as Martinez comes forward off his return and allowed quite a big gap into which Sinner pummeled a forehand for a winning passing shot and to hold for 4 games to 2.
By 4 games to 2, second set.
And everybody on this side of centre court kept their seats at the conclusion of that point, except for 2 men who stood up down there in the player box. Darren Cahill and Simone Van Yotze, who are side by side as the co-coaches of Jannik Sinner. They're just making sure that their man's head is on the job here, aren't they? They're just saying, listen, we're with you, stay in that laser-like focus.
Yeah, because they understand that
15,
the locker room is talking, and Jannik Sinner, every time he steps onto the court, his rivals are watching him. They're looking at his level. He's trying to build his reputation through this tournament and an aura around himself. He has it as the world number 1 and top seed. But they don't want him. They're going to be confident that he will win this match. I feel that, but they want him to put in a strong performance. These are opportunities to send messages.
Second serve here from Martinez. Sinner had to reach for that, returned it down the line, improvising somewhat. Martinez coming in here behind a slice, hasn't timed the volley well, and Sinner's going to lob him back. It's a little bit of revenge for the previous game. It was a fairly simple lob. Martinez was stranded, but Sinner executed it well.
And I'm sure to some extent that was on Sinner's mind, playing that lob, because he will remember what it felt like for a lob to go over his head, especially when he tried to hit the smash, and it was an air backhand smash in that previous game.
But it's a good point you make, though, that they'll be wanting Sinner, they'll be wanting people to say about Sinner, the guy's got no flaws, there's no weakness, he's just marmalised another opponent on centre court. You know, they want the fear factor to be increased. It's already been established. Sinner now with a drop shot. Martinez gets up to it fast, and then exchange of volleys, 3 volleys, and now Martinez attempts to pass on the angle, and he's just missed, and he throws his hands up in the air in frustration. But a lovely point in which Martinez played his part, but Sinner came out on top.
There's beautiful hand skills and dexterity from both players in that point there. Of course, from a perspective of the reputation you're building, from a coach's perspective, you want your player to come off court and feel good about their performance. Because if they don't feel, even if they won, I didn't have much rhythm in that match, or I need to take to the practice court, you're then having to work a little bit more on their mind and persuade them again that they are great players.
15:30 here, Martinez. The slice to Sinner's forehand. Depth from Sinner, or pace from Martinez. He was in a defensive position there, but he still generated from deep in the forehand corner. That was a telling blow. Rocked Sinner, and he's back to 30 all. Yeah, they will want Sinner to be saying, yeah, the other guy wasn't serving great, but still, I was timing my returns. There were lots of things going on. I still maintained my focus. I still delivered a top-class performance. There were lots of things that I could have done wrong. There were excuses I could have made, but I didn't.
No, they're massively important. And I think to people watching, they don't realise so much the psychology that goes on within the player and their team during the event. But that is certainly a moment when that does happen, and they don't want Jannik Sinner coming off court right now after this match and being negative about himself in any way. They want to be building on performance after performance, because ultimately you're trying to reach your very top level by the end of the event.
He wouldn't have been too pleased with that last return, which he put into the net fairly tamely. So game point Martinez, backhand return from Sinner down the centre. Now baseline rally, backhand to backhand they go. Sinner goes up the line, forehand cross from Martinez. Back slightly deeper from Sinner, forcing Martinez onto the back foot, but he gets back to the baseline and slices. Sinner tries to get more angle on the forehand, then goes up the line. Martinez is putting in a lot of yards here, and he's behind the baseline. He's trying to counter, but puts the backhand line into the net.
In the end, he just ran out of steam there, Martinez. He's taking his toil, he's taking some deep breaths at the same time, and Jannik Sinner is just bossing the ball from corner to corner to corner. Eventually, Martinez tries to get out of the rally by hitting a low percentage winner.
Words well chosen there. Longest rally of the match, 16 strokes, and Martinez was perhaps feeling it a bit more than Sinner was. Deuce. Martinez serves fraction long, 102 miles per hour. Back into three figures for Martinez. Second serve. Just takes a pause. Sinner about a metre behind the baseline for now, but starts to move forward to hit a backhand return hard. Martinez picks it up nicely, has to move to his left to hit a backhand cross and goes along with it. And Sinner looks up to his coaches for reassurance and shakes the racket and says, yep, here I go again. I'm going to break him again here. He wants a second break of serve for extra insurance, and of course they want to get this match done as quickly as possible, keep the energy bubbling away for the second week where, frankly, the bigger tests await. Game point to Sinner here, the first serve down the centre, return deep enough from Sinner, moves Martinez into the backhand corner, then keeps him there, now goes up the line and misses with a backhand, and a little show of minor dismay on the face of Jannik Sinner.
Yeah, that might have been just one shot too early for Jannik Sinner there. He could have gone back cross court with that backhand, found a little bit more width, and then gone down the line. Playing the big points, he's trying to play them on his terms, being aggressive, being the one in control.
These are the calculations mid-rally that you have to make. Deuce as Martinez, or rather laboured with that serve, 95 miles per hour into the net. Still under pressure on serve, goes down the centre. Sinner makes the backhand return, moves around to hit the off forehand. Didn't really get through that one. Slices to the backhand of Martinez, who goes drop shot. Sinner goes cross court into the net. Neatly played by Martinez.
He hasn't been afraid to come forward, Martinez, and that slice backhand drop shot was beautifully disguised. But he followed it in and just cut out all the angles for Sinner to work with.
Feel like when you run round the backhand to really get into position to hit aggressively with that forehand from that corner, it's got to be telling, hasn't it? Otherwise you leave so much of the court exposed. Sinner didn't really hit the power I was expecting him to hit with there. Forehand return down the middle from Sinner, who now steps into the forehand, and he's coming forward behind that, but doesn't need to play the volley. He pushed Martinez back too far.
Yeah, and I think whenever you're running around your backhand to hit a forehand, it has to be hit, it has to be well struck. But also, if you're continuing to do that through the course of a match, you're taking a lot out of yourself, energy-wise. And you also have to think about those small factors in terms of match management.
Deuce, Martinez serves onto the backhand of Sinner. Forehand cross now from the world number one. Oh, up the line goes Martinez, and Sinner tried to pass him as he came forward, but put too much angle on that pass.
Again, he hits the approach shot up the line beautifully. Martinez, he's open stance, he can take it so early, his racket head is out in front, and the body just naturally comes forward whilst he's hitting the shot. It takes a lot of timing to be able to execute.
Yeah, there's been an awful lot to admire about the Martinez game today, and the character, and with a return long there from Jannik Sinner, he holds again and gets a good cheer from the centre court crowd. They know full well, they've seen him get the treatment that he's ailing physically, and there is a lot to be said for somebody who comes out and plays through pain and still delivers quality tennis and still puts on a show and still tries to come at the best player in the world, despite the fact that they haven't got the full power of the body behind their game. It's people, everybody, I think the people in the Royal Box too, will be admiring the courage, is the word you've used quite correctly, Claire. They'll be admiring the courage that he's showing here.
Yeah, I think so, I hope so, because it certainly looked at one point that this may be a match that he wasn't going to be able to continue. I mean, not having your shoulder at full strength against the world number one, that's, well, that's almost impossible, isn't it? But he's relied on his other skills, and you don't get to number 32 in the world, and you don't get into a third round of a Grand Slam. You're not in this position if you don't have a huge amount of resilience and grit and determination, and you've done the hard yards, and he will have suffered in so many ways throughout his tennis playing life just to get balls back in the court. So I'm almost not surprised, but of course you don't ever want to see somebody in this situation coming onto court with this type of injury.
So Sinner 6-1, 4-3, and about to serve on the number 2 court. Clara Towson now 7-6, 4-1 against Elena Rybakina. I'm sure I saw an article this morning during my train journey into the championships that was quoting Martina Navratilova, who of course speaks great sense about the game, about the championships that she dominated for so long, suggesting that Rybakina at this stage might be the favourite even to win the ladies singles. And she'd come through her first 2 rounds very quickly, and she might yet come through today. But that would be a heck of a win for Clara Towson,
who's been having a very impressive year. Towson.
Serve out wide here by Sinner at love 15. And then, well, he just put the ball in the middle of the box and asked Pedro Martinez to pass him. And Martinez said, yeah, okay, I will.
That's an unusual tactical error there from Jannik Sinner. The ball was mid-court, and he thought that by going through the middle of the court, it'd be like taking a penalty, deciding to go right at the goalkeeper, but he just waits.
Yeah, goalkeeper just stood there and caught the ball, didn't he?
Thanks very much, he said. I'll have that one.
So love 30 here, Sinner at 4-3 in the second set. Chip return here from Martinez. Backhand cross court from Sinner. Slides out to his forehand side, hits a telling blow. Martinez is out the court here, and Sinner wins the point with a backhand into the space.
These are the differences between, and there's such subtle differences between the very best players in the world, that when they are under pressure, a game like this, Jannik Sinner, we see him so often putting in a big serve, getting an unreturned serve, but that time he had to play the point, and he stayed aggressive throughout it, despite knowing that he could, if he loses it, he's 3 break points down.
15-30 on the Sinner serve. Really noticeable to me how much he slid out to strike that forehand in the previous rally. There were skid marks out on the forehand side at both ends of the court. Sinner with a serve and forehand combination there. No need to slide as he skipped up to put that one away.
30 all.
It was intelligent second serve from Sinner there. Jammed Martinez into the body, didn't give him a swing on the return.
Sliding on the grass does seem to be the chosen manner of movement for several. And if Sinner's doing it, it's because he's calculated, or his team have calculated, that it is efficient. Although that was not efficient. That was a big miss from Sinner. A half-court ball, a short return, bread and butter for him, really.
30-14.
And he spun it beyond the baseline. So this is a cheer of encouragement for Pedro Martinez, the Spaniard who's never beaten a top 5 player, who's got a shoulder injury, but is out here on centre court giving everything and has a chance to break back in this second set. 30-40, Sinner serves big down the middle. Another short ball for him here, he whips it cross court. That was exceptional. Movement up to that was electric, and no mistake with a forehand.
Such an aggressive finishing ball from Jannik Sinner there. He had missed the previous forehand, which was an easier one than that one there. That one was slightly low in the net, but he accelerates, stays aggressive.
So easy to worry about that one, isn't it, when you're that close to the net? Tremendously skillful finish. Deuce then for Sinner. Looks for the wide serve, but too wide. So he resets, as always, a little glance down the court. Make sure the opponent is ready. Serves in at the body again. Martinez got a good hit on the return. Goes low over the net with his backhand. Slice now from Martinez. Sinner inside in. Martinez hits hard on his forehand, but now he's got to go back to grab another one from behind him, and he's on the back foot. Sinner tries the drop shot, but Martinez is up to that. And high ball from Sinner, and the backhand overhead for a winner from Martinez, who's thrilled with that and conducting the centre court crowd.
Well, this is absolutely brilliant to see from the Spaniard. Just the effort that went into that point, the transition from being so far behind the baseline to moving quickly up to the net to finish that point off. What an athlete. And I love the way that he's getting this centre court crowd into this match. Good moment to use them.
Another break point. Second of the game for Pedro Martinez. Sinner's made the first serve, but the return's good and deep from Martinez. He's in this point, but he's overplayed the forehand. He was really buzzing there with adrenaline, and he fired the ball beyond the baseline.
Oh, you took my word. Right, it's exactly what it was. Adrenaline just pumping all through his body there, but he was clearly, he wanted to take the ball on that point, play aggressive. No regrets there.
You got a sense there of what it felt like to pump up the centre court crowd with that forehand, because it was still absolutely coursing, wasn't it? 4-3 deuce, second set. Sinner serves in at the body again, but it's just too long from the 23-year-old, world number 1. So here comes the second serve. Down the centre, floated high return from Martinez. Sinner goes inside in, Martinez defends it well, and Sinner misses. Trying to finish the point with a forehand line into the net.
Sinner is just not able to hit through Martinez at this point in the match. He's covering the court so well, Martinez. And the shape that he's putting on his forehand is giving him a little bit more time to recover for the next shot.
So a third break point in this game for the Spanish player. Sinner leans into the first serve. That's a fault. Clatters into the court surround. In fact, it might have been off the speed display in the far corner. Second serve to the backhand, or the backhand return in the net. Well, the forehand was over-exuberant and long, and the backhand was hesitant and short.
We haven't seen him make so few unforced errors, Martinez, and that was possibly one second serve opportunity on his backhand.
I mean, it's an interesting match as it is now. Imagine if Martinez had a 135-mile-an-hour first serve. Then it would be a serious contest, wouldn't it?
Oh, imagine where his world ranking would be if he did as well.
Another first serve missed by Sinner. 6-1, 4-3 deuce. They've been out on court for an hour and 15 minutes. Second serve down the middle. Backhand return from Martinez, who now slices down the middle of the court. It stops on the baseline. Sinner loops a high ball. He had no timing on that at all, and that gave Martinez a relatively simple put away. If you can find the lines, you get reward.
And if you can find it with a slice backhand that's slow, it's so difficult for Sinner to play that next ball back with any speed. Third opportunity here for Martinez, fourth opportunity, sorry, as he turns around to his coaches as if to say, I'm going for it again.
Sinner just can't get out of this game. 4-3 still, and an ace at 128 miles per hour. He's been waiting for one of those. First serves in this second set. Percentage down at 50% for Sinner. So he's struggled to find the first serve as often in this second set as he did in the first. Back to deuce then. Complete hush on centre court as Sinner misses the first serve, going powerfully down the tee. Puts the ball onto the racket face and then lifts the body up to serve. Goes back behind Martinez with the forehand, then goes forehand down the line. Martinez striking through the backhand though, getting his whole body behind these strokes. Sinner forces him still onto the back foot. Depth from Sinner's topspun forehand. Now the backhand line from Sinner just has too much, and Martinez just lifted his head there as if to say, oh, I was giving that everything and it wasn't enough.
Yes, and Jannik Sinner is now having to increase the level of his game. We talked about it after the first set, maybe about 6 out of 10, but now he's pushing it. These ground strokes are beautifully struck at the back. He's playing with different shapes and heights. He's right on it, and I think this is what he wants. He wants to have to play his best tennis.
Game point for Sinner, who saved the 4 break points to get to this position. Now goes drop shot. Martinez is getting up to this. Slices, Sinner volleys. Back cross court for the winner. That was full of guile from the Italian. Martinez was completely wrong-footed by that. And Sinner saves the 4 break points and holds for 5-3.
A little bit of cat and mouse there. And Sinner coming through his first real test in this match, saving 4 break points. And for Martinez now, he's almost worked Sinner into this match again by that game, by trying to break him there. Sinner said, okay, now I need to lift my level. And that could be a little bit of a concern for Martinez.
That backhand winner at deuce as well, looking at it on the replay. From our angle up here, high, looking down onto the royal box. It's difficult to see the angle at which he struck it, and I referred to it as a backhand line, but really he was quite central, and the backhand had a sort of off backhand angle into that forehand corner of the opponent. And it's a difficult shot to master, but it was beautifully angled right onto the sideline. Martinez here at 15 love, slices cross court with the backhand. Sinner with topspin onto the Martinez backhand, and Sinner nets with the forehand.
30-11.
Again, that's one of those forehands that Sinner's just not able to slide the way we see him on the grass into the forehand. Just his body comes up a little bit high. That causes the unforced error. When we look at just these little subtle differences and him trying to elevate his game to play and win here at the championships, that is one aspect that I think a player like Novak Djokovic has slightly above him.
Martinez second serve. Sinner with the off backhand return, and Martinez running forehand into the net.
30-15.
I mean, I've seen Djokovic twice now on centre court, did both of his first 2 round matches, and the first headline is that he's serving exceptionally well. I mean, absurdly well. The match against Dan Evans, I think, was the second round match. He was up at 80% plus. I mean, he dropped 9 points on serve in the entire match. And he's just hitting spots all over the place. And his pace is up at close to 130 miles per hour, which, you know, is up there as, I think, as among the fastest sort of average speeds that he will have generated at this tournament. And the movement, of course, is there. He's looked very, very good. Sinner now changing the direction with a backhand up the line. Then he goes for the power forehand. Martinez was waiting for it, defended it well, but Sinner he had the court position and he was able to help the backhand down the line for a winner.
You say, of course, Novak Djokovic is moving well. What age is he now?
Well, he's 38. And remember last year he got to the final
with a knee brace,
having had surgery not that many weeks before the championship started.
Yeah, and I think that has to give him a lot of confidence coming into the championships this year, especially on the performance at the French Open.
So it's 30-all here on the Martinez serve at 3-5, and Sinner is 2 points away from taking this second set, and he's pummeling backhands from the baseline here, and he's missed one. Driving it, trying to drive it
40-30.
past Martinez's forehand. I think he's made more errors from the ground today, Sinner, than he'll be comfortable with.
Yeah, a lot of that is to do with the unpredictability of the ball that he's receiving, and that's not just in terms of the slices, but it's the speed of the ball from Martinez. So much variety.
Game point. Backhand return here from Sinner is central and deep. And now his forehand's on the angle. And it meant that Martinez had to go for broke with a running forehand. And he missed. Who else have we got in the Royal Box today? Stars of cricket, rugby, sailing, rowing, athletics, football, cycling, as well as tennis, of course. Martinez puts a first serve into the net. Again, this first serve, if you haven't been with us since the start, he's got a shoulder problem, Martinez, and he's barely ever breaking through the 100-mile-per-hour barrier, which makes his performance here, and the fact that the second set is close, all the more remarkable. Both exchanging heavy ground strokes here again. Martinez defending, but he's so far back in the court. Sinner's gone for the drop shot, and it was perfectly executed. He knew exactly where Martinez was, and he had to make up an awful lot of ground to get onto the end of that.
3 or 4 heavy ground strokes from Jannik Sinner, changing direction with each strike of the ball. That forces his opponent back behind the baseline. And then that movement that he has, that he comes to take the ball as early as possible, that just gives him the option then to play the drop shot.
Well, having saved the break points in the previous game, here is a break point for Jannik Sinner, and of course at 3-5, it's a set point as well. This for 2 sets to love lead for the world number 1. Martinez serves a fault, going to the backhand. The second serve won't be a great deal softer from Martinez, I wouldn't expect. It's to the forehand. Sinner hits it down the center. Now goes mistimed backhand into the tram lines. He was well in front of that. And just scraping his tennis shoes at the grass down on the far side of court, as if to say that maybe he got stuck a little bit as he was trying to move towards that ball. Maybe that's the reason why he didn't time it. Set point saved by Martinez. From the Royal Box end at deuce. He misses down the centre. Too long. Ball boy captures the ball and immediately has it behind his back. Shoulders back. Sinner cracks a forehand return. That was just never coming back from Martinez. 87-mile-per-hour serve.
Advantage, Sinner.
And Sinner launched into that. So here is another set point for the world number 1. 6-1 the first set in quick time, 31 minutes. 53 minutes the second set. First set included a medical timeout as well. Second set point then. Martinez serves the backhand from Sinner down the centre of the court. Has to move to his right to go forehand cross court. Martinez is keeping him back behind the baseline. Here comes Martinez into the net, plays the forehand volley. Sinner goes back behind with a beautifully angled passing shot. That was delicately and skillfully done. And Jannik Sinner inevitably, you have to say, moves into a 2-sets-to-love lead here. 6-1, 6-3 after an hour and 25. That was a competitive set, but Sinner has taken it with 2 breaks of serve in the end.
Yeah, it was nice to see that that did become a competitive set. A lot changed, I think, for Martinez through the course of that set. I think the shoulder freed up a little bit more, and as he's just again taking off his shirt, he's got the physio working on that shoulder. But yes, he became a lot more competitive, didn't he? And he showed us the skills. He's got such a nice all-round game, Martinez. The fact that he likes to come forward and he's got the slice backhands, but it's his movement towards the net that has impressed me so much. He's so quick to close that net down. But Jannik Sinner had to work there. The last 4 games, he was challenged there, wasn't he? He had to face 4 break points. He would like to be challenged in some ways because these are moments that he knows he's got further challenges ahead. So it's nice to put a little bit of that into this match today. But again, all of those points that he was facing, break points, he played them on his terms. He was aggressive. He won them, except maybe one backhand return from Martinez off a second serve that went into the net. But I think I think Jannik Sinner will have enjoyed that set of tennis. I don't think he would have liked to have seen Martinez stopping this match halfway through that second set because the shoulder was too big a problem. I think he'll be pleased today that he's getting an opportunity to play a couple of sets at this level.
He'll be pleased too that his Italian compatriot Flavio Cobolli is through into the 4th round. Cobolli has beaten Jakub Menšík out on court 12, 6-2, 6-4, 6-2. It's a comprehensive victory, and Cobolli will play the winner of Marin Cilic and Jaume Munar in the 4th round for a place in the quarterfinals. That's that second quarter of the draw in which Novak Djokovic is lurking. Djokovic on centre court later this afternoon to play his compatriot Miomir Kecmanovic. Winner of that to play the winner of Alex de Minaur and August Holmgren, the qualifier from Denmark, who's one of the stories of the championships, really. Talking about it being a good day potentially for Italy,
Thank you, ladies
but
and
for
gentlemen.
Denmark,
Thank you.
not so bad either, really. Towson 7-6, 4-2, 40-30 over Rybakina on the number 2 court. I guess if you told the Danes at the start of the fortnight that they were going to have a lot of fun at the championships and Holger Rune would be nothing to do with it, then they'd have thought, right, okay. Clara Towson would have been the next name on their lips, but August Holmgren wouldn't have been... they wouldn't have expected to be a headline maker. Anyway, we'll hear from him later. See how he gets on. Sinner starts the 3rd set with a couple of quick points to move to 30-love. Dimitrov and Offner have started on the number 3 court. That's for the right to meet the winner of this match. Dimitrov's up a break at 4-2, the very likeable Bulgarian. Nakashima and Sonego have started on court 14. It's 3 games all. And Italy in the women's, not far off a winner as well. Cocciaretto has come from a set down to lead 3-2 in the decider with a break against Bencic on court 18. Slice beyond the baseline from Martinez.
40-11.
As Sinner moves to game points straight away. We're going to have at least a couple of semi-finalists this year, I think, who will be names that we would not have expected to be there, on maybe on the men's and the women's side. Game point, Sinner crashes a first serve down at 128 miles per hour, and then easy forehand put away into the space that first serve generated. So a comfortable hold, and maybe an indication that Sinner would like to get this 3rd set down as quickly as possible. Claire Curran has decided to stand and stretch alongside me here in the commentary box.
Yes, sometimes you need to do that, especially after a professional tennis career. The lower back and the hips can seize up a little bit more, but...
Well, from what you were telling us about your doubles matches with Sir Andrew Strauss at the All England Lawn Tennis Club. It sounds like you're still highly competitive to me. And I dare say you move around the court pretty aggressively.
I like the aggressive word. I don't know if you're a competitor. I don't know if you ever lose that. I miss it.
Martinez serves down the centre, and the return from Sinner's a good one, but the first forehand from Martinez was excellent, as was the volley as he moved forward there, trying to take time away. Just a little dink as Sinner was moving to his right. Wrong-footed him completely. Sounds like your communication with your doubles partner is still forthright.
No, I've lost a little bit of that, and that's why I quite enjoy playing with Sir Andrew.
Off forehand return here from Sinner, who's hitting a hard forehand down the middle, and an error from Martinez, who's just indicating, play with a little bit more topspin. You've got to bring that ball down a little bit more quickly. What's the best part of your game currently? Does it remain the same as it was when you were playing professionally?
No, I've lost everything that I had. It's actually absolutely appalling. Needs a lot of work.
15 all. Second game of this third set. Sinner clubs a forehand cross court. Martinez way back behind the baseline, but moving forward now, slices an approach and forces the mistake from Sinner, who couldn't quite nail the backhand pass.
The best part of my game was my movement, and I've just been told I need a new hip.
Oh, Claire.
So, sad times. No, I'm absolutely delighted, because if Andy Murray can do it, he can win titles. When you're feeling a bit of pain and it's stopping you from doing something that you love to do, but also maybe moving the way you used to, you've got to get it fixed and get yourself back out there.
No wonder you're standing up in the commentary box. I don't blame you at all. Is the operation imminent?
I've got to build a bit more strength before I go in there.
Okay. Martinez at 13-15 here. Sinner there with a short ball, which he puts away remorselessly with a forehand cross-court winner. He's been out there for an hour and a half already. His first round was an hour and 48, his second round an hour and 40, so this is looking like his longest match of the championship so far. He won't want to be detained too much longer. I want to keep progressing through with the minimum effort required. Keep his hips in good working order for the next round. Forehand return here. Back at the server from Sinner, who gets down low to thump a forehand from the baseline. Then another one crushed cross-court. He was adding more and more power as that rally went on.
Yeah, just unable, Martinez, to get Jannik Sinner off balance on any of his ground strokes there. And when Jannik Sinner has 3 shots to hit without moving on a forehand, you're going to give him 99.9% times he's going to win that point.
Break point for Sinner for a 2-love lead at the start of this third set. Second serve coming as well. He's still waiting about a metre behind the baseline for this, even though it's coming with zero pace really from Martinez, and a disappointing miss from the Spaniard there off the backhand side. I wonder if he put so much into the second set, whether he's just suffered a bit of a dip there at the start of the third. And that's 4 games in a row for Jannik Sinner in consecutive breaks. And he's done the bulk of the work now, Jannik Sinner. He's not that far away from the finish line. 6-1, 6-3, 2-love. And he serves looking towards the royal box into the net. I have to say, you looked at the centre court programme today, and I think your eye would have been caught by match number 2. Sinner serves at the body of Martinez. That was excellent. Martinez jumping out of the way of that, unable to control his forehand. Match number 2 on the centre court programme, Claire Cohen.
Ooh, a bit of popcorn there. Daniel Collins, that could get spicy. Daniel Collins versus Iga Świątek. That is an interesting match. Good contrast of styles coming out there, but also personalities. Yeah. And there has been a little bit of needle between the two in the past.
Serve at the body again from Yannick Sinner. Good deep return, though, this time from Pedro Martinez, who hits the off forehand. Now slice backhand. He was thinking about coming in, but realised the approach wasn't quite good enough. And now he's been forced miles back behind the baseline. And it's all Yannick Sinner. And he's the one coming forward to put the volley away.
That's one of those points that you know you've run out of moves. And Martinez was so far out of the court with one of the forehands that Yannick Sinner hit inside in forehand. He couldn't recover. But Sinner prolonged the point, 1 or 2 more shots before finishing it off.
30 love in Sinner's favour, and he serves and volleys, and it's a beautiful serve and volley combination. The backhand volley calmly guided into the open court.
Darren Cahill will be pleased with that point, and now he has a little bit of a lead here. He can relax and potentially work on some aspects of his game that he'll be thinking about using, maybe against an Alcaraz or a Novak Djokovic.
Serve and volley is not a tactic that any of those players use, of course, all the time, but they will throw it in on a sort of semi-regular basis. It's a staple tactic that they will go to at times. That was the first serve and volley we've seen in the match today from either player, as Martinez accelerates through the forehand, sends it long, and that's 3 love for Sinner in this third set. Martinez has got his head down a little bit as he strolls back somewhat disconsolately towards the chair. His time on centre court is coming towards an end. So yes, we've got Swiatek and Collins to come, and then Kecmanovic and Djokovic after that here on centre court. On the number 1, Barbora Krejcikova's already a break up on Emma Navarro. That's their second match of the day. Mira Andreeva having beaten Hailey Baptiste. So it's 2-1 Krejcikova. Now 7-6, 5-2 for Towson on the number 2 court. Feels like the games are taking a while there. Either the scoreboard seems to be ticking around rather slowly, so it may be a very close contest, even though Towson's clearly got more than a nose in front at the moment. Dimitrov with a break, 4-2 over Offner on the number 3 court. On court 12, Zeynep Somnez of Turkey against Katerina Alexandrova just getting underway.
And that must be, for Turkey's perspective, that must be one of the first times a Turkish player has made it to the third round.
I think it is the first, yeah. Nakashima and Sonego on court 14 are 4-all in the first. And on court 18, Cocciaretto up 4-2 in the decider against Belinda Bencic. Bencic serving 2-4, 30 love. That's the news from the singles at the championships so far. Ludmila Samsonova was also a winner earlier on today, and as mentioned, Flavio Cobolli as well. Little bit of a buzz around centre court. People are starting to plan, I think, for what they might do once this match comes to an end, and whether they're going to be back in their seats for the first ball of Swiatek and Collins later. But Yannick Sinner's not thinking about that. He's got business to attend to here, and he'll be a little bit annoyed that he crashed a forehand long there as he looks to dispatch Martinez with maximum ruthlessness in this third set. He settles to Sinner into his return position, just flexing those knees, bending forward almost at right angles and then straightening a little bit as he prepares to hit a backhand cross court, then gets low to strike another backhand, moves into the backhand corner, gets around it, strikes the forehand devastatingly, and the high ball from Martinez is long. That time he did put the point to bed, didn't he, with the having run around the backhand.
He's upgrading his tempo right now, Yannick Sinner, just trying to increase the speed on his ground strokes, but also the positioning that he takes in the court, just on top of the baseline, squeezing the court, making it look so small for his opponent.
15 all, love 3. Martinez serves right onto the tee, got Sinner stretching there, even at 101 miles per hour. But he's back in the rally now, and he's won it with a forehand cross-court winner. That was definitely a more ambitious angle from Sinner.
It certainly was. He went cross-court with the forehand, but put a little bit more on the right side of the ball with his racket and found the angle, short angle cross-court to find the winner. So Martinez down 15-30. And he
serves to the backhand. Lunging return from Sinner. He's out of court, though. Oh, and that's why that miss from Martinez is all the more disappointing. He had the whole court to aim at. A routine forehand, and he sent it long.
I had no pressure, and you never play a point against Jannik Sinner without pressure at some point. Jannik Sinner had given up on the point. He was out in the tram line just watching Martinez guide that ball out.
So 2 break points for Jannik Sinner for a 4-love lead in this third set. The forehand return deep, right back at the server. He's got a short ball here. He clobbers it. It's coming in to play the volley, and he nets it. Well, he had Martinez in his jaws there, and he let him go.
It must be such a lovely feeling to be so confident about your game as Jannik Sinner is, that type of point there, he steps up and he's even more aggressive. So he's taken his game to the next level. The expectation that he'll win that point is so high. But just knowing you've got other levels to move up must be a beautiful feeling.
Still break point for him, and he makes a backhand return on the angle. Martinez lifts the backhand deep into the backhand corner. Sinner trying to destabilize Martinez, push him back away from the baseline, and then drop shot him, and then volley lob him. And Martinez is racing back around the ball, hoists the ball, but Sinner is there to smash the attempted lob away, and there is the double break. An entertaining rally, but I have to say one in which Sinner was already in control.
Sinner
and
leads by 4 games to love.
There you go, it's 4-love Sinner in set number 3. He was toying with Martinez a little bit there. So 2 games away from a place in round 4 for Jannik Sinner for what would be the 4th straight year. He serves to the forehand of Martinez, who chips it back. Big off forehand from Sinner, who's coming in behind it. Volley down low, and the sweeping overhead from Jannik Sinner. Straight arm. The hook shot into the open court.
He's at the stage of the match that it's called experimentation now for Jannik Sinner, and just try some things out. I think we'll see him coming into the net a lot more as this match finishes, being more aggressive, if even a return and come forward.
Crashing down the first serves now. An excellent return on the angle, though, by Martinez, who's running around a backhand of his own and hitting the inside-in forehand for a clean winner. And they're keen to appreciate Pedro Martinez for what he's put today, which is an awful lot of courage.
He certainly has, and if this match was played without serve, it would have been so much tighter.
Yeah. There's an interesting tennis concept. Ban serving. Maybe that's the answer. Sinner's got Martinez on the run here and whips a little forehand cross-court, but Martinez is there. Plays with depth, now tries a short slice. Sinner's into that, though, and has subtlety on the angle for a clean winner.
It's just one step ahead all the time, Jannik Sinner.
30-15.
And that point demonstrated it. Just reading the play, and when you run up the court for a drop shot, it is very difficult to be creative because you're sprinting full speed, and then you've got to try to find something when you're in that movement that you're going to create at the end of it, and he does it nicely.
30-15. Good deep return from Martinez, and Sinner makes an error off the backhand side. Just looking at the list of names in the Royal Box, and wondering, with Sinner now trying to sprint towards the finish line, who would be most appreciative of a sprint finish amongst all of our stars of world sport who are down there? And of course the term sprint finish does apply to a number of different sports, really. The blocked return here from Martinez, the off forehand from Sinner, who is still at full pace here. Clean winner, moves to game point. Now, Kadina Cox, the Paralympian, won gold medals in both athletics and cycling, so she'd have had a sprint finish on the track and at the velodrome. She'd be impressed. Jodie Cundy, paracyclist also. Helen Glover in the rowing, well, I guess that's all about tempo, isn't it? But sometimes you need to put an extra spurt on at the end of the 2,000 meters.
I think you're
Just
absolutely
double fault from Sinner.
dying if you have to do that as a rower.
Yeah.
I was thinking, sir.
It's all about the rhythm, isn't it, really?
It is, but whenever you're coming towards the end of those races, you think back to when Sir Steve Redgrave won in Atlanta, so long ago now. I'm thinking it was Atlanta, whenever he finished the race and said, "Don't ever bleep, let me race again." He did compete in the next Olympics after that, I think in Sydney.
He did, yeah. He was. His juice for Sinner is the forehand back behind Martinez. Got a short return, but it was a skillful cross-court forehand that wrong-footed his opponent. And he's put the double fault behind him quickly here to move to game point. Yeah, he said memorably, having got out of the water, I think having won his 4th gold medal, that if he ever got back in a boat again, quote, "You have my permission to shoot me."
That was it.
And then he went and won another gold medal 4 years later. Sinner serves an ace down the middle. He is sprinting towards the finish line here. That is 5-love in this 3rd set. And there may well be another item on the shelf at Yannick's Bakery in the next few minutes. Sir Anthony McCoy, the famous jockey, national hunt jockey, would have coaxed a few sprint finishes out of many a horse down the years. Denise Lewis, heptathlete, gold medalist at the Olympics. She'd have had to sprint in the middle distance races as well. I was thinking Kelly Holmes, Dame Kelly Holmes is in the box. Double gold medalist from
2008 and
2004.
Athens, 2004.
Is that right?
And then 2008 was in Beijing.
Yes.
I think it was Athens. And yes, that wasn't a sprint finish. That 800-meter race is a sprint.
Well, the 800, thing about Kelly Holmes in the 800 meters when she won her first gold medal is that she actually ran the 2 laps at exactly the same speed. So the runners that had gone too quickly over the first lap all fell away in the second, and by it looked like she was finishing fast, but actually she was finishing at the same tempo and everybody else was losing momentum. Here we go, ready for what I think might be just one more game on centre court. Well, Pedro Martinez has played with tremendous courage here on centre court today, and he is receiving a lovely ovation at the start of what is most likely his last service game. It may be the last game of the match. He's played with an injury here on centre court, and in the second set in particular, he ran Yannick Sinner pretty close. He serves, Sinner makes the backhand return, and Martinez a tired forehand into the net. And he's potentially 3 points away from making his exit through the famous corridors of centre court. Yannick Sinner at times has shone, and in this third set has really started sprinting towards the finish line. As Martinez puts a first serve in the net, he's struggled to get a first serve over 100 miles an hour throughout the match. He's been completely hampered in that part of his game, which makes the fact that he's competed with Yannick Sinner really rather admirable. Sinner striking hard, though, from the baseline. A drive volley has given Martinez a little bit of a look at the backhand pass, and he got enough of it to mean Sinner couldn't make the volley.
He's shown in every other aspect of his game today. Take the serve away from it, but the anticipation, the movement, the ability to be able to absorb pressure and pace that Yannick Sinner puts on the ball, he's felt so comfortable in all of those areas.
Serve down the centre, the backhand down the middle too from Sinner. Short ball, he goes backhand slice. Martinez inside in with the forehand. Sinner off the tape with his forehand, gave Martinez a bit of time to recover, but Sinner found a super angle wide out to the forehand side, and Martinez was trying to play that one basically from the court covers on this near side of centre court. He had to run so far away from the usual confines of the tennis court. 2 points away from victory, Yannick Sinner. Breadstick in the first set, heading for a bagel in the third. He's been in control throughout, really. And that's, in a sense, been the biggest obstacle, the biggest difficulty for Sinner. He's been in such obvious control from the start that it's been a matter of maintaining his focus and maintaining his level all the way through. By and large, he's done that. Here's his backhand deep into the backhand corner, but then a second backhand from Sinner. The slice into the net, and he looks up to the sky.
30.
Closed roof, of course, as if to say, that just wasn't quite what I'm after. It's not been perfect from Sinner today. Of course, it's plenty good enough. He is that standard of player that he doesn't need to play his best every match. You've got to be able to win without playing your best on tour. He's doing that today. Forehand return here is hard hit onto the baseline. Another one is, oh, that's an absolute ripper from Jannik Sinner. An off forehand that skimmed the net, scorched the top of the net on the way through. And after an hour and 50 minutes, here is match point for the first time. Pedro Martinez has been brave on centre court, but Jannik Sinner's got gears, and he's moving through them here as he puts the backhand into the net with his opponent at his mercy.
He wanted to finish this match on his terms there, Jannik Sinner, with that backhand down the line, and he has hit 44 winners in this match compared to his opponent, who's on 12. That just shows just the difference in aggression.
Martinez serves at the body. Sinner made a backhand return, then hits a backhand deep to the baseline, clubs a forehand, high ball from Martinez. Sinner's underneath this. Excellent smash. And Martinez was right back with the ball kids practically beyond the grass on centre court. There's a little area of tiling beyond the grass where the ball kids do a lot of their work, and he was almost on the tiles behind centre court trying to get that smash back into play, but of course it was too much. And he'll face a second match point here. Martinez from in front of the royal box serves. Sinner hits a backhand long, and again just slaps his thigh in a modicum of frustration. He's extending his time on centre court.
And you appreciate that. Martinez has gone through so much in this match with the shoulder injury, but the fact that he wants to stay out here, force Sinner to serve for the match.
Martinez serves down the centre, serves and volleys, doesn't need to play the volley. Sinner's mistimed his return. It's funny, I had a feeling that, well, Pedro Martinez, I don't know if he's had some conversation with any of the crowd down there on the far side of centre court in the first couple of rows. But a moment ago, rather than tapping the ball back to the ball kid, he tapped the ball quite deliberately to a man in the second row of the crowd. He's put it in his pocket. Sinner with a backhand return on the angle here. Game point for Martinez. Sinner with an excellent backhand line. Defensive ball from Martinez and a mistake from Sinner. So Martinez is on the board in set number 3. There will be no bagels served at the bakery this afternoon. Jannik Sinner probably doesn't realise it, but there are only 5 balls in the rotation at the moment.
Well, yeah, see, he won't be happy about that.
The gentleman with sunglasses in the second row, who's got one.
He's not giving it back.
But he was given it by Martinez. It's like the player said you could have it. Not really the player's decision, is it? But anyway.
Well, he hit that return towards the spectators as well, so I think he's determined to give all the balls away.
Well, the ball boy's going to stay in the photography pit here. Luis Azamar Engzel said, yeah, don't bother trying to climb back out. We want to get on with things. Jannik Sinner's in a hurry here. And he wins the first point of the game with a hard-hit backhand and a Martinez forced error in the net.
He hasn't lost his serve today, Jannik Sinner, and he will be very pleased about that. He had a slight challenge in the second set, faced some break points, but other than that, it's been quite routine through these games.
Yeah, all 4 break points he's faced today were in the same game, in the 8th game. And, well, he saved a lot, then broke in the next game and took the set with 2 breaks of serve, 6-3. 6 minutes short of 2 hours. Sinner at 15 love, serves down the centre. That is an ace, and that is that number 11? Sometimes the statisticians are so quick on the draw that it's already clicked up on the scoreboard by the time you look at it, and I think that was the case there. It's number 10. 30 love.
40 love.
That was number 11 then. A wide serve from Jannik Sinner, and this is the end for Pedro Martinez. 6-1, 6-3, 5-1, and 40 love. This has been pretty clinical from Jannik Sinner. The world number 1 on centre court with 3 match points. He serves down the middle and misses. A couple of bounces of the ball, a twiddle of the racket, a look down the court. Sinner at 40 love, serves wide, and the backhand return loops long from Pedro Martinez. He's played bravely on centre court today, but Jannik Sinner has been a couple of levels too good for him. There's a nice embrace at the net. Sinner has dropped just 5 games today, and in ruthless form, he advances to round 4 for the running. The hard work is still to come for Jannik Sinner. He's barely broken sweat on centre court today. Winning 6-1, 6-3, 6-1. How impressive was he, Claire Curran?
Well, he was impressive, because I think when anybody plays against a player who's clearly suffering from an injury, it's so difficult to just maintain your focus, your composure. And he did all of those things, and you would kind of expect that from a character like Jannik Sinner, because he's so methodical in everything that he does. He looks to me like in his life in general, it's pretty flat. There's not very many kind of ups and downs. He's in control of so many things, but he'll be pleased with that. He'll be pleased with his serving, in the sense that he didn't lose any service games. He kept momentum there, he kept his focus, and he'll also be very proud of the fact that his opponent today, as he claps him off the court, Martinez, he gave it his all today. He gave him a real challenge off the ground, and I think it's just the workout that Jannik Sinner will have liked today. Perfect amount of time on the court, stressed a little bit on one of his service games, faced 4 break points, but ultimately he never lost control of that match, but he will want to build on that performance.
Pedro Martinez wasn't sure where the exit to centre court was, his first time on this grand arena, and he came with a shoulder injury. He was clearly impaired from the very first moment we saw that, but he kept going. He had some massage and a bit of extra talking therapy from the physio, and that helped him loosen up a little bit in the second set, and he gave it a real go. But the task, I think, would have been beyond him had he been fully fit regardless. Jannik Sinner has strolled up to the microphone, and we're about to hear what he makes of this 3rd round display. He's won comfortably, and he's talking to Annabelle Croft.
Well, many congratulations, Jannik. A very clinical performance out here. You just dropped the 5 games. Just give us your thoughts on the win today.
Yes, obviously very happy, but I think we all saw that he was struggling with the shoulder. Couldn't serve very well, and especially on this surface, when you don't serve well, then it's not easy to play. But you know, huge respect for him to come out here and competing. It was not easy for him, but from my side I tried to stay very solid from the back of the court. We had some very good rallies, and yeah, of course, huge honor to play in front of you. Thank you for the support. Thank you all sports people to come out. It's amazing.
Three matches already under your belt. Have you enjoyed week number 1?
Yes, of course. Every time when you enter in Grand Slam in the second week, means that it's a very special occasion, even more special here in Wimbledon. So I'm very happy to be in the second week. But we try to keep going, keep pushing. But yeah, of course, first week couldn't have gone better. So let's see what's coming.
Absolutely. Now, you mentioned the Royal Box. It's a very special day today in the Royal Box, because you had to play in front of so many great champions of sport, Olympians, gold medalists. How did it feel?
Yes. What can I say? I feel like that I haven't won anything compared to all of you. So thank you so much again. It's a huge honor to play in front of you. You know, for us athletes, especially, you know, tennis players, it's very nice when we see new faces, because we are not used to playing in front of so many special guests. So thank you so much, and I hope you will enjoy the rest of your day here. Thank you.
And just finally, talking of all other sports, I understand you're a bit of a Formula One fan.
Yes, I know the qualis is going on now, so...
I know, you are obviously in a rush to get off and watch the qualifying. Day
Yes.
off tomorrow, might you make it to Silverstone? And have you got any tips? Or might you, yeah, what do you think?
No, I have to be focused on this tournament, but I will manage my practice sessions to around the race. I know it's at 3, now is Q3 in Formula 1, so I might get off and see the last rounds, and yeah, but it's gonna be exciting. Every week, unfortunately, it's in the middle of Wimbledon, so till now I couldn't make it, which is good for me, means that I'm still here playing, so, but yeah, I will enjoy, and again, thank you so much for the support. It means a lot to me.
Well
Thank
done,
you.
Yannick Sinner.
You know, the particular problem, Claire Curran, with being a highly successful tennis player and a Formula One fan is that the races are held on Sundays. And if you're in the final all the time, then you're not really seeing as much live racing as you'd like.
I mean, that's the
tough life.
It is a tough life, and he has been world #1, I think, since last year after Wimbledon, and he's played 53 matches now, and he's only lost 5.
That's 53 wins.
53 wins,
And
sorry.
5
He's
losses,
only lost
yeah.
5, of which 3 of those have been to Carlos Alcaraz. So he has appeared on Sundays a lot, and he continues to, and he will keep going with that. So as much as he loves his Formula One, the bad news is I don't think he'll be watching much of it for the next 15 years.
Sinner against either Dimitrov or Offner in the next round. Dimitrov leads Offner by a set on the #3 court. If it was Sinner against Dimitrov in the round of 16, would you be queuing up for a ticket to that one?
Absolutely. I mean, Dimitrov playing on grass, as long as he is fit. I mean, he has had some big injury problems. I think in the last 4 Grand Slams, he's had to withdraw. But he has a game that could disrupt Yannick Sinner, because he has the slices with the backhand, and he can move the ball up and down the court. He can neutralize the serve by making a lot of returns of serve. And he's got experience on this surface, so that's a mouth-watering clash for me. But obviously, Dimitrov has to get through his match before that one would happen.
He does. Long way to go on the #3 court. Clara Towson beat Elena Rybakina 6-3 in the second set, so she won in 2. A match that we were keeping you updated with here on centre court. That's just about it from Claire and I for now. Claire, it's been a pleasure as always. Thank you very much for your analysis and for spotting right from the start that Martinez was struggling on serve, and that how Yannick Sinner managed that would be key to how well he got through the match. And the answer is very well indeed. So the next players due on court here on centre. Iga Świątek against Danielle Collins. It's a match that many of us have been looking forward to since the order of play came out. The players are due to walk at 4:05 local time. That's in 19 minutes. So the gap between matches has given everybody a chance to leave their seats and get a drink and something to eat. It gave Yannick Sinner a bit of time to sign some autographs before he left the court. So a pleasant little pause in proceedings here. The royal box has also emptied. But in a short while, Świątek and Collins will be a great listen here on the Wimbledon radio channel, so don't go anywhere. Our commentators will pick up at about 4:05. But from Claire and I here, it's goodbye.
Oh, whatever it takes to get it up and over. Intelligent chipped forehand cross court there, and Dimitrov able to come through a scrappy service game. Levels us up at 1-1 nonetheless.
And you've got to remember, you can't always play your best tennis. And in the games where you're not finding your mark, you just got to find a way to problem solve. Serve goes off, you have to find a way to be better behind the second, or rally, or be more patient. Oh, that is scandalous.
And that return won't make the highlight reel, but it was also impressive. Just absorbing another big serve, and second straight game on return. He's had love 30. Got it. Slightly fortunate. Very fortunate, in fact, with the return, but how about this guy's movement at 34 years of age?
Long 14.
It's a slicker grass court, and he made use of it here.
Nice way to bring up 3 break points. Oh. It was almost in a full split there to stay in the rally. He's got 2 more bites at the cherry.
Five first serves in a row in this game, all to the forehand.
14.
All returns made into, well, one winner to start the game, the rest awkward. You just wonder, will Offner change it up here on this third break point? Or does he go again, a 6th in a row to the forehand?
Oh, the improvisation was stunning. What a great game. Showing his soft skills magnificently. Grigor gets the break. 2-1. I mean, we could have clipped off every single returner serve there, and you would have seen phenomenal improvisation from Grigor.
Well, I don't know if you can remember the player cards that we showed at One Love in the first set. It's a little while ago now, but it flashed up a 5.6 out of 10 for Grigor Dimitrov's return quality. I think he took offense to that number. Certainly used his hand skills, his improvisational skills to make the difference on return in that game.
Career record, 17 and 11 in third round matches at the majors, 4-2 here. Often his only win at this stage came at the French Open back in 2023. That was his best major showing.
Low 15.
So third backhand he's missed in the net now when attempting the slice. Normally you can wake Grigor up at 2 a.m. and he can hit that shot no problem.
That serve is so much more effective in these conditions.
15.
Certainly, oh, just feel like the dry, hot weather we've had, that serve has been checking more. There's a moisture, a slickness in the court today, and it's just sliding away from the returner.
40-15. Out. Okay, in the middle.
Yeah, sticking with the popular pattern of play there.
The middle leads 3-1.
Serving well.
Second set.
But of course, also, importantly, returning well in this set. Oh,
15 love.
been making some good return swings.
Well, set 2 so far. Look at that return quality from Dimitrov. 8.7 out of 10. At 1-all, made 6 first serves in a row and was broken. I just love the way he's chipping and off both forehand and backhand, getting into points, knowing that those returns are awkward in these conditions.
Well, it's a blustery, gusty day here at Wimbledon. Coverage of this match is going to continue on BBC iPlayer because very shortly here on BBC One we are heading over to Switzerland for the Women's Euros and Wales making their major tournament debut. But before we go, let's just update you on the only women's champion remaining is the defending champion, Barbora Krejcikova. She took the first set 6-2 against Emma Navarro. Start of the second set, that is currently live for you on BBC Two, which is where our tennis coverage is going to continue. It has been a big day for the Italians. Yannick Sinner, the top seed, the world #1, is very happy with the way his first week has gone. He says it couldn't be going better. But actually, fair dues to his opponent, Pedro Martinez, who, despite being injured, lasted longer on court than any of Sinner's opponents so far. But still, the Italian has not dropped a set. Flavio Caboli, the other Italian to go through, and he saw off the young Czech Jakub Menšik. Big celebrations from him out there on court 12, and a lot of Italian supporters. Pretty impressive from Caboli. Mira Andreeva is now the second highest seed left in the women's tournament. Aryna Sabalenka being the highest, and she is flying. She saw off Hailey Baptiste 6-1, 6-3, and her coach Conchita Martinez said she was quite pleased with that. But in terms of upset of the day, well, Clara Tauson deserves an awful lot of credit for knocking out a former champion. Elena Rybakina was really struggling with the wind. For Tauson, she'd never won a match on grass before the start of this year, and is now winning her third here at Wimbledon. But Rybakina departs. Still to come later today, last match on centre court will feature Novak Djokovic. Look at him here with a laughing Aryna Sabalenka. Clearly Djokovic was watching the big match last night where Sabalenka knocked out Emma Raducanu. And before Djokovic takes to the court, Iga Świątek will be playing. She's been going through a really fascinating warm-up routine, both with a great big ball there, but also doing some sort of eye exercises with a tennis ball. We will be building up to that one and showing it to you live over on BBC Two. So that is where to head if you'd like to continue with the tennis. Stay here, obviously, for the Women's Euros. Not only Wales playing today, but also you can hear England's match later on BBC Sounds. But for now, from Wimbledon, in terms of BBC One coverage, we'll say goodbye.
Fabulous first serve to find.
30 love.
Krejcikova is winning 15 of 18 points on the first serve, whereas Emma is at 50% for the match, 15 of 29.
Thirty 15. All.
A bit of hesitation there from Krejcikova. First, she looked like she was going to hit a topspin, then she changed her mind. And again, too far above the ball, found the net. So Navarro's got this small opportunity here.
Those
little opportunities have been so fleeting against Krejcikova. Again, finds that power in the depth.
1-all, second set.
So level things up in the opening set. Looking at their preparation, mentioned Krejcikova as well. Navarro went to Queens and had a good run there, made the quarterfinals after a bye in the first round, beating Haddad-Maher along the way. Well executed that time.
Always nice hitting a drop shot 6 feet inside the baseline. You really can pick any spot on the court and it's a percentage shot, which is why it's so helpful to be inside the baseline when you're hitting your ball. And again, also the drop shot gets there much quicker. It doesn't have to be that good. It just doesn't take that long to get there because it's a softly hit ball. So any extra feet you can gain towards the net makes a big difference in how long it takes for the ball to get there.
And Navarro moved on to Berlin. Played the second round there before losing out to Paula Badosa, and then had a quarter-final run at Bad Homburg as well, beating Osaka and Marta Kostic along the way before losing to Jessica Pegula.
boys. That's not something she was trying to do. That was a perfect miss hit.
15-30.
Good adjustment from Krejcikova. That was a nice little slice at her feet. Couldn't have placed it better than that. That's where playing doubles pays off. You can hit those awkward shots and make them.
Indeed. Good court to be on if you're an American fan, this one. 3 matches, 3 Americans featuring today on #1 court. Ben Shelton to come after this. Oh, that was tremendous. All the pressure.
Tech has not really been able to go under the radar throughout her glittering career, but arguably she has been going about her business without too much of a spotlight on her this opening Wimbledon week. But is this the day where the focus just intensifies a bit more on the Polish superstar? She takes on Danielle Collins in what feels like a potentially spicy affair. It is fair to say these two have been, well, let's call it frosty in the past. No love lost between Swiatek and Collins. Very different characters, completely opposite personalities. And they lock horns once again on a grand old stage of our sport. Mikey Pereira in the commentary box, delighted to say that the wonderful Jill Krabus is alongside me. Jill, a day after your birthday, was it a birthday full of cake and Pims yesterday? I know the answer. You're an athlete, a professional. It was herbal tea and early to bed to prepare for this.
No, not so much the extreme one way or the other. There was a nice middle ground, but I did indulge a little bit. It was a fantastic birthday. Thank you so much,
Good.
Mikey. But very excited to be alongside you for this one. We were just saying this seems to be the match of the day for us on the women's side. Very excited.
Well, the players ready for the coin toss. Let's listen in.
The same as the first 2 rounds. Do you have any questions? Oh, here you go. Heads, tails? Heads? Tails?
I'll serve first.
Serve. Stay. So just a picture facing that way, please.
Yeah, confirmation that Danielle Collins won the toss and she has elected to serve first. Well, they are at the net and smiling with each other as they have a photo, Jill. That's a good start.
That is a good start, yes. I know we've been talking about how, you know, they've had some battles in the past. They've actually played each other numerous times, and there has been a little bit of you know, back and forth between the two. I think all of us are in agreement that it kind of brings some flair and fire to this match.
Absolutely.
So yeah, we're really excited.
Yeah, we've been billing this one as a bit of a tussle, but let's see how it unfolds over the next 1, 2, 3 hours here on centre court, with the roof wonderfully open now. That's good, because the first match of the day the roof was closed. We've had some rain about in southwest London, but right now the afternoon looks as if it should be okay heading into the evening, and I think the players will be happy to have the roof open, Jill, don't you think?
Yes, I think so. I think everyone would like it, prefer it to be an outdoor tournament if possible. That's what they've prepared for. They've been playing on the grass outside the entire week. This is really unfortunate. I thought the rain was actually going to bypass us, but we had a slight delay. Some of the players were practicing actually on the indoor courts leading up to their match outside. But yeah, and I think when the roof is closed, it does change the conditions a little bit. It tends to get more humid, I think, under the roof. And with the beautiful temperature now, 70 degrees Fahrenheit, of course. I don't know how to make that conversion. But it's a very pleasant temperature, and cloudy too, which is nice not to have. You know, sometimes the sun gets in your eyes out there down on the court. So really nice, a nice day to play.
Yeah, absolutely. It does seem like there's a real opening up of the women's draw in the bottom half of the draw. It's been blown wide open, and right at the centre of the bottom half is Iga Swiatek, who is just trying to work out how she kind of thrives on the grass, isn't she?
Yeah, I find that interesting too,
Yeah.
and it's been for many years now that she said that. Of course, she was a junior champion here a while ago, and so you would automatically think, you know, when she's translated obviously very well from the juniors to the pro tour, you would think that would be the case on the grass surface too. But she said, I think the movement is something that some players feel really comfortable from the beginning. Some players unsure of their footing sometimes as far as the movement is concerned, and that's where she comes into play, as well as she moves on the clay, one of the quickest, one of the most dynamic and balanced players on the tour. That's something that she's tried to improve over the course of the last few years. And I have to say, her previous round against McNally, I was super impressed because McNally won the first set, but Swiatek, as we know the top players do, adapted so well. And we know how heavy she can hit the forehand, which is so effective on the clay, but she actually started striking through the ball more, which is better on the grass. So it was a lot lower, a lot more penetrating, and she did that by the end of the match. So I would love Swiatek to start this match that way.
Yeah, there's real excitement around the crowd as this one is just almost set to get underway. It does feel like that the match of the day here on centre court today is the two players just going through the warm-up. They're on the serve portion now of the warm-up. And as you just heard, our chair umpire Richard Haig announcing 1 minute left of this warm-up. Danielle Collins, I mean, she has been in a hurry so far in her opening 2 rounds. She spent just 2 hours on court during the first 2 rounds. So that is very impressive from her.
Yeah, I'm just looking at who she played. She played the Colombian Osorio in the first round, won that in straights 3 and 2, and then Erdevec in the second 4 and 1. But sometimes Collins can get on these runs, right, where she just feels so good. And if she's feeling confident with the way she just swings so freely at the ball, she really can beat anyone. She's proven that on the big stage, in the big events. Of course, last year won WTA 1000 in Miami last year. Those are actually suitable conditions for her, a little quicker hard court. And I feel like she's got a great game on the grass because she hits through the ball, hits pretty flat, so it really skids through on the opponent.
Well, it is the end of the warm-up. Swiatek will sneak in one more serve as she scampers over to her chair. Danielle Collins already there making her final preparations. This should be a fascinating tussle here. These two have played many times before. Swiatek does lead Collins in the head-to-head fairly comfortably, 7-2, but a little caveat. Collins won the most recent meeting on the clay of Rome this year at the Foro Italico, and that was in straight sets. So a little bit of recent good history for Danielle Collins. Can she bring that here to the grass courts of southwest London? Both players scampering to their ends here. And we're looking forward to seeing how this one unfolds. A 3rd round match between two players who don't get on that well. Their opponents today, Danielle Collins and Iga Swiatek, and it will be Collins, the American, to get us underway with the serve. We've seen in the past she's got the ability to ruffle the feathers of Iga Swiatek. And it's Swiatek who's comfortably behind the baseline, just waiting for this first serve to come down. And it's an accurate one right away from Collins. Then the backhand from the American into the net.
Yeah, Collins is going to have to serve really well because Swiatek's return is so good, so solid, and she just reads the opponent's serve, where they're going to hit the serve. And that's what she did well against McNally as well, started getting on top of the serve a bit more, especially that second serve.
Second point of this match, that first serve into the net from Collins. Wearing a white visor. Iga Swiatek with the white cap today. Is Swiatek with a backhand return, which is penetrating and just has Collins on her heels. Then the backhand cross court from Swiatek. That's too good. And Collins into the net once more.
Swiatek taking that last ball so early, but able to spread the court. Went for more of an angle on the last backhand, really pushed Collins wide.
Andy Roddick in the front row of the royal box, watching intently. He's got his Hand on his chin, just watching the opening points of this one. Collins lands this serve safely, but then it's a little wild on the forehand from Collins, and it's break points right away, Jill.
That's what she's going to do, though. She's just going to swing freely, and sometimes it's hit or miss from Danielle Collins. Just, missed by a few feet, under pressure already in this opening game.
3 break points here for Iga Swiatek. What a start this would be for her. Collins misses with the first serve. Swiatek on her toes, just waiting patiently. Collins with a couple of bounces of the ball, and she's ready for this second serve. She's got work to do. That was a deep second serve. Good pace as well.
Oh, it's brave from Collins. Went after a big second serve there. 102 miles an hour just down the tee.
Still
risky,
2 break
but
points
it worked.
to try and fend off. She'll have to take risks, you imagine, today, Danielle Collins. That's the way she plays. 15:40, opening game here. First serve, that's to the forehand of Swiatek. Then the backhand comes in from the Polish star. That's a terrific backhand winner up the line from Collins.
Well, that is Collins' bread and butter, is that backhand side. She is so rock solid. Rarely misses that side. She hits her targets so well, especially that backhand down the line.
Still, 1 break point does remain for what would be a terrific opening game for Swiatek if she can find a break. Collins with another first serve that lands safely, and Swiatek forehand into the net.
That's a good fight back in this game, back to deuce. And that's where Collins is going to want to serve that forehand, especially on that ad side. Actually, that's the return that Swiatek really struggled with against McNally in her previous round. Made a lot of mistakes on that forehand.
We're at deuce in the opening game here, and Collins with an ace, improving all the time on serve.
That did not waver at all. Has gotten some great first serves in, hitting her spots well to get in a good position in this game.
So to wriggle through this game, Danielle Collins. Been very impressive in her opening 2 rounds here, and that is the first game in the bag for Collins, and a warm applause as Swiatek forehand into the net. And chances already slipping on by for Swiatek.
I don't think she did anything wrong, though. I
No.
think Collins just served well. It was interesting just looking at the box, everyone standing up, clapping for Collins to win that game. I think we're going to see a lot of cheering from her support group.
She's got a great chance here, Collins. She hits a big ball, we know that. She can just get Swiatek backpedaling. She can rush the forehand of Swiatek as well. And what do you make of this kind of rivalry that is opening up? I mean, they are very different people, very different characters.
Yeah, I see what you mean about the rivalry, because they've played each other so many times. And actually, it was Collins that won the last meeting. Of course, it was on the clay in Rome. Collins won that in straight sets, but Swiatek has won most of their meetings, and surprisingly never played on grass, actually. Most of the contests have come on hard, the last 2 on the clay. And so I kind of start to think about that. That's why I sort of favor Collins a little bit. I just feel like she'd be a little bit better on this surface.
Swiatek serving for the first time in this 3rd round as she goes long with the first serve. She's serving at the royal box end. See Billie Jean King in the front row as well. Watching intently, the second serve here, that's towards the backhand of Collins, and that's very impressive on the return from Collins.
I kind of see what you mean about the rivalry. I kind of directed a different way, but to answer your question, we always like this, right? The different personalities that come together, where you see a lot of feistiness on one side, but then, you know, in the case of Swiatek, just so zoned in, so intense on the other side, trying to stay on her side of the court.
First serve, accurate from Swiatek, and it's okay, isn't it, that
of course,
not everyone gets on.
Not everyone's going to have the same personality either. Yeah.
I'm sure you got on with everyone on tour.
I mean, I was polite to everybody. I was, yes. I mean, I didn't hang out with everybody,
Exactly.
but yeah.
15 all. Second game, Swiatek with a backhand cross court and Collins with a backhand slice just to keep the point alive, but then Swiatek says, I'm having that. Backhand cross-court winner.
Yeah, that's nice quick movement up to the ball from Swiatek. Just Collins' ball landing slightly shorter, so Swiatek, that's what she does so well, is she moves forward to the ball, takes time away from her opponent.
30-15, Swiatek. Very poised in her service action. That's a net cord that takes the ball long, so it will be a second serve here. Collins takes the opportunity, maybe just to move a little bit closer to the baseline. On the prowl. As she approaches the baseline now, does Collins, and steps in with a big swing of the forehand. She loves doing that. Then the backhand comes from Collins. That's too good.
I mean, that return was so good, so hard, but deep into the corner, too. I mean, Swiatek did well to actually get over there as quickly as she did to pick the ball up, but couldn't do as offensive of a shot to change that point around. Great ball striking from the American.
30-all here. Swiatek with a first serve into the net. It was strange to see her at world number 8. She is back up to world number 4 now after her efforts on the grass courts of Bad Homburg last week. As that goes wide from Collins.
Yeah, even seeing the number 8 by her name, I agree, seeing the seating, that looks strange to me too. And also like in the middle of that part of the draw. You usually see her at the top or at the bottom somewhere in the 1 or 2 position.
Yeah, she'll be determined to get back to 1 or 2, you imagine, as she is at the world number 4 as it stands. Swiatek, 40-30, misses with the first serve. Second serve to come here. So many famous faces in the Royal Box this afternoon. There's Swiatek. Second serve to the backhand of Collins, and both players up and running as Collins with a backhand return into the net. See the team of Iga Swiatek led by Wim Fissette now. Fairly new coaching and player combo the last few months.
Yeah, fairly new. It's been, well, I would say 8 or 9 months.
Yeah,
I would
since
say
the
by now.
start of the year almost.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he's coached so many great players, got a lot of experience behind him, Wim.
So 1 game all, Danielle Collins with the serve once again. Goes wide and misses. Iga Swiatek, probably about 4 feet behind at the baseline right now. There's just a little bit of a brown-ish patch where she is standing, light brown. Where the players take up residence behind the baseline as they wait to return. What a glorious stage this is, as Collins with a double fault, first point of this game. Almost 10 minutes played in this third round encounter. Swiatek with a probing backhand return. She gets another backhand, that's excellent from her, as Collins is on the defense right now. Defensive lob from Collins just to reset the point, that's clever. And then Collins with a backhand cross-court. The forehand comes now from Collins. That's the shot she likes to take on. Swiatek cross-court forehand. That had some power and venom, and it's too hot to handle.
Swiatek did well there, just to keep that backhand flatter and lower over the net, but with good depth. There was one she decided to go straight down the center of the court, and that's the one Collins had to lift up off the shot slightly, which gave Swiatek the edge.
Love 30. Collins with a little bit of work to do in this game. First serve into the net. Eager ball boy goes to fetch it. They are quick, aren't they, around here? Trained well.
I know we were talking about that earlier, how much they train.
Yeah.
They work them hard to prepare.
They certainly do. As the serve is in, and then the backhand from Collins just has Swiatek scrambling around, and Collins finishes things at the net.
It's getting that backhand down the line that creates so many opportunities for the American. She cuts it so fine, but it's not a risk for her because she just understands that backhand down the line so well, and then did a great close for the swing volley.
Just the one match on the grass Danielle Collins had in the lead up to Wimbledon. She played in the first round of Sertogenbosch and lost out in the first round there to Grit Minnen. So didn't have a huge amount of preparation before the third Grand Slam of the season.
I feel like she's not one that necessarily needs it, though.
No.
Yeah, she can come into these big events and she can rise.
Second serve from Collins, backhand return from Swiatek, and then Collins goes long, and again, she's just under the microscope on her serve.
Another great deep return from Swiatek. Just so far inside that baseline to take that second serve on the rise.
A couple of break points to try and see off as the breeze just picks up again around centre court. Collins with the first serve delivery, and that's excellent.
Well, she's proving how well she can come up with some big serves at some huge moments. Collins, we saw that in the first game, had to save a few break points, and again, right there, perfect placement on the serve. Still break point for Swiatek.
Yeah, what can Swiatek conjure up on return as she waits patiently, and the first serve into the net this time from Collins. So maybe the eye is just opening up here for Swiatek as she has a look at a second serve and a second break point of this game. Into the forehand of Swiatek. It's back into play, and Collins goes wide with her forehand. And it is the early break that Swiatek finds. Leads the way. Early stages of this third round. Swiatek 2-1.
Actually, Collins going for another big serve to the forehand. I think that's the right place to go to. But that time, Swiatek, she actually was off balance, but had good hands there to make it work, to get the return in play.
Lots of young fans in. I've just seen a young fan with 2 Polish flags in his cap.
In between the Wimbledon cap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cleverly done.
A lot of Polish fans everywhere you go.
Yeah, are you allowed the big flags at Wimbledon? I don't see too many of those.
Oh, that's a great question. You don't see them that much, do you? I think maybe not inside, but people, I don't even see them with people walking around with the big ones either.
No, I'll have to ask that question. Someone will know.
Good eye spotting that though, Mike. Yeah.
I see the small ones that fans wave with gusto.
By the way, sorry, last night I made this comment earlier and someone was so shocked, the Sabalenka-Raducanu match.
Oh.
So I'm staying about a 15-minute walk from the Southfield station, so about 25-minute walk from here. When you think 25 minutes, okay, it's not too bad, but not super close. And the people I'm staying with, some of our colleagues, said that during that match they were at the house and they could hear the cheers from the hill.
It was lively.
That's how loud it was. Were you here?
I went on the hill.
No
I was
way.
there, yeah. I
We
finished
could hear that from 25-minute walk away.
Well, I'm a bit hoarse today, yeah. It wasn't just
You got involved.
Well, I went to see a couple of friends on the hill after the Cam Norrie match, and yeah, it was jam-packed there.
Yeah.
I didn't stay for the whole thing.
But the sound, and then someone was inside the stadium, one of my friends, they said it was the loudest match they've ever, I mean, the atmosphere must have been insane.
Yeah, it was lively. I'm sure we'll have more lively evenings ahead as Swiatek serves, and Collins with a great return for a winner.
I mean, and Collins, she can make you feel so much pressure on that second serve, and Swiatek knows it. She knows she can't just guide that ball in the court. Collins makes you think about that second serve so much.
Love 15. This is the 4th game of this third round encounter. Swiatek with the early break, and that's a better serve from her, and Collins can only frame it. It's into the royal box. Who's going to go get it? Come on, somebody. There we go. Well retrieved. Is it going to be thrown back? So Steve Redgrave just sitting in front of the lady who has the ball. They're not going to throw it back for now. It's a souvenir for those in the royal box. There's the backhand from Swiatek, cross court, and then another backhand from Swiatek, but it's too heavy.
Collins even jumping forward to take the first serve early on Swiatek. Very quick reflexes and reactions, the American.
Quarter of an hour played in this third round encounter. Swiatek, 15:30 on her serve with the early break on Collins. Lands that safely, and then the backhand from Collins into the net.
It's a big pop behind that serve, 118 miles an hour.
It's been a focused start from Swiatek, as she is at 30-all, just aborts that ball toss. Maybe just a sign that the wind is picking up again. First serve into the net, tried to go down the tee. Second serve here, can Collins just pile the pressure on the former world #1? Second serve here, and Collins with a forehand that's deep that has Swiatek backpedaling a little bit. Then the cross-court forehand from Swiatek into the net, and Collins has a break-back point.
Oh, it's interesting watching Swiatek there, because as she was going out for the forehand, before she even finishes the shot, she was actually immediately looking to move back to the center of the court, almost retrieving as she was hitting, thinking about the next ball. Sometimes that causes the unforced error.
So break point here for Collins, as she looks to fire back immediately here on centre court with the roof open. And Swiatek with a forehand to win that point and fend off the break points.
That first serve jumped a little bit more with some height off the bounce on Collins. Felt like she thought it was going to come more into her strike zone, so had to make a quick adjustment and just sitting up there for Swiatek to attack.
Swiatek just waiting a moment as Collins ties her shoelaces. On to deuce we go. A little bit of work still to do for Swiatek in this game. That's a first serve that is to the forehand of Collins. Now it's a backhand from the American through the center of the court. Swiatek with a deep forehand that's penetrating once again, and the forehand winner up the line from Swiatek. Great depth from her.
Yeah, throughout that whole point, 3 or 4 shots in a row, right inside the baseline. It was tough for Collins to change that up. She actually did well defensively to get a lob back on the baseline, but not a lot of pace. Swiatek able to put that ball away.
So advantage here for Swiatek, the 8th seed. Still sounds strange saying that. First serve into the net. Great crowd in on centre court, as you would imagine here on this Super Saturday. Just pausing for a moment, Swiatek, before delivering the second serve to try and see out this game. The backhand from Collins is cross-court, then a response with the cross-court backhand from Swiatek. Forehand cross-court from Swiatek, and that is deep from Collins, and she's fired up.
Well, you can hear the effort in those last 2 points from Collins, just putting a little extra behind the ball, trying to keep up with each other's pace. They're both taking the ball so early, trying to rush each other on the baseline.
So on to deuce we go once again. It's close 4th game. Collins asking some probing questions of the Swiatek serve. That's a let. First serve to come once again, so Swiatek gets a couple more tennis balls and decides which ones she wants to keep. Decided now. At deuce here in game 4. There is a serve to the forehand of Collins, and she can only steer that wide, Collins.
Well, that's also the side you're going to want to try and serve a bit more to Collins, is on the forehand. Her backhand is the one that she consistently connects with cleanly. Doesn't make a lot of mistakes on that side. Still want to use a surprise tactic, mix it up a little bit, but the forehand side is where Swiatek wants to target as well.
Wonder if this match will take on Clara Towson in the 4th round. Towson with a terrific win earlier today over Elena Rybakina. Straight sets for the young Dane, 7-6, 6-3. 23rd seed is Towson, and she lies in wait for whoever wins this one. Swiatek with a first serve into the net. I wonder if Towson's watching this match somewhere. Little
Maybe.
Scouting mission.
Maybe, or at least her coaching team
Yeah.
probably is.
Second serve here for Swiatek. And it's to the backhand of Collins, and that's out from the American as she tries to be aggressive off return. And Swiatek can breathe a bit of a sigh of relief as she comes through that game as well. 3-1 she leads.
I always feel like it's kind of nice how you've come through earlier in the day, and then you can sit back for the rest of the day and just watch to see who you're going to play, potentially kind of look at the tactics, look at the patterns of your opponent. I mean, obviously she would know them very well, and but still, it's different, especially on this surface, because this is the first time, as we said, Swiatek and Collins have played on the grass. So different things come up, different things can show you maybe what you can do against whoever comes through.
Collins serving at 3-1 down. Misses with the first serve. Second serve here for the American. And that's to the backhand of Swiatek. And Swiatek with a backhand cross-court this time as she tries to just get on top in this rally, but long she goes, Swiatek.
That was a great example of how low Collins's ball can stay on that backhand. She hits it so flat, and Swiatek ended up having to crouch over to try and fend off that pace.
15 love. Collins leads the way in this game. And then the first serve, that's accurate from Collins, and the forehand is even better. Then the forehand from Collins into the net.
Collins just motioning that she didn't quite get up to that ball, ended up reaching for the forehand instead of taking those couple extra steps, being a little bit further inside the court.
15 all. It's the 5th game of this 3rd round. Second match of the day here on centre court. And for Collins, the first serve into the net. Reached the 4th round last year, Collins here. This was her best ever performance. Can she match it again this year? Second serve is deep, and Swiatek goes long with that return.
A little bit of a different bounce there on that serve as well. That one kicking up, Collins put an extra bounce on that serve, a little extra spin.
30-15 here for Collins. As Swiatek waits patiently. She played at an American player in the previous round, did Swiatek. Katie McNally, she's got another American in her sights here once again. First serve into the net from Collins. Second serve here, terrific crowd, and that is second serve into the net, so it's a double fault. Once again, her team are all on their feet, trying to give some advice. Another close game, though, in this opening set. 30 all. Can Collins come through this game? That's a forehand return from Swiatek. The backhand is deep from Swiatek. There's the forehand slice from the former world #1, and Collins just looked a little uncomfortable with that forehand.
Yeah, she got a little late. Actually, she almost ran up too fast to that ball because she saw on the previous shot Swiatek on the defense, so she was looking for that opportunity, like that mentality, that intention. She got up there too fast, ended up jamming herself.
So where next? It is a break point here for Swiatek to get a double break in this opening set. And the first serve is out from Collins. Swiatek, not a huge amount of emotion on her face right now. It's all been business so far from her. She's been focused from the start as the backhand return from Swiatek, and Collins goes long. And right now, Swiatek reminding everyone what she's all about. It's been a good start from her. And she does lead in this opening set, 4-1.
Yeah, it's a very clean start. Actually, this is the same score line that she had against McNally, who you just mentioned had to go through an American in that round. She was up 4-1, and then McNally fought back, ended up winning the first set against Swiatek. And Swiatek went up the court for a little bit, tried to regroup. And I do have to say, I felt like McNally had a slight, not let down, but just took her foot off the gas for a moment, and so that's all it takes to you know, let a top player back into the game. And Swiatek, from that moment on, looks so focused. It's the focus that you just said. Now that you feel like she just looks so zoned in, and we got a little sneak peek of her team as well, Wim Facet and the rest of her supporting team, and they look so calm.
Buzz around the place as we have seen a strong start from Iga Swiatek. Spectators just standing up and stretching their legs as it's a long afternoon of watching and enjoying the tennis here on centre court. Confident start this from Iga Swiatek. We've played just about 26 minutes and she's 4-1 up with the double break. Easy breezy so far from the former world #1 as Collins has just been a little bit wayward with her ground strokes. Swiatek missing with that first serve. Collins waiting to receive this second serve here. And that is a let. How do you think Collins can start to approach this now, Jill, as she tries to turn this around?
I mean, she's going to keep playing the same way that she always plays. She's just going to keep going after it. I think she's striking the ball well. It's just been exceptional movement from Swiatek off the ground. Double fault from Swiatek, just barely long. Went after it, was going for the body serve there against Collins, and can't blame her. Collins has been trying to take all these serves very early, even off the first serve. She's been trying to be so aggressive.
Iga Swiatek, 5-time Grand Slam champion, spent 125 weeks as the world #1 between early 2022 and late 2024. As she goes wide there with the ground stroke, Swiatek, love 30. This is better from Collins.
Yeah, well, I like that return option, just going straight down the center of the court, still with a lot of aggression, but good margin, good spin on that return.
Swiatek, the #8 seed here at Wimbledon. Does feel strange, that, doesn't it? But that's where she is right now. But she is the world #4 after decent grass court results last week in Germany. And lands a good serve this time. It's too hot to handle there for Danielle Collins. 15:30 as we are closing in on the half-hour mark in this opening set of this intriguing match. Does it feel like the match of the day here on centre court? Second match on this famous old stage. Let once again for Swiatek, so she'll reload and try again with this first serve. Builds up here for the first serve and sends it high into the sky. The first serve misses, goes long. Danielle Collins thinks that's a double fault. She forgot it was a let. She's moved to the other side. Now she goes back. Second serve to come, Danielle.
Just give a little smile.
Well, we know there's a bit of tension between these two, but maybe that just relieves a little bit. A little moment like that, and Swiatek just pauses before this second serve. It is the second serve, right? Yeah, Collins with a backhand return, and Swiatek backhand into the net, and it's 2 break points here for Collins.
Yeah, and Collins still giving a little bit of a smile after making just a slight mistake, but did well to refocus, get ready for that second serve. Great return to set up 2 break points.
She's still smiling,
I know.
Collins.
I like that.
She enjoyed that. Well, she might enjoy this game if she can convert one of these break points. Swiatek doesn't like that ball toss. She'll go again here. Just a little bit of pressure on Swiatek right now in this game, but remember, she has the double break in her pocket. Is she about to lose one of the breaks of serve? First serve into the net. Danielle Collins, she'll look to try and move to the baseline to return here. Swiatek just having another problem with the ball toss. This is a good serve, though, from her deep in the service box, and Collins goes long.
That was close to being just out there. What good depth, and into the body again on that serve from Swiatek.
Swiatek does dominate the head-to-head between these two. They've played 9 times in the past, and 7 times it has gone the way of Swiatek. But Collins crucially winning their match this season. That was on the clay courts of the wonderful Foro Italico in Rome. Collins winning in straight sets. That's a good serve from Swiatek, and Collins can't steer it back into play, and she fends off the 2 break points.
I mean, Swiatek does such a good job of just taking her time. I mean, I feel like she does catch her ball toss a lot, but I think you have to be very picky and particular about when you're going, especially when you're facing 2 break points. It's the only shot you have control over.
Juice now in this all-important 6th game, and Swiatek with a good first serve that Collins gets back into play with the return, and then wide with the forehand Collins, and Swiatek might just wriggle out of this game.
It was the right shot from Swiatek when she got pushed so deep in the court to go for that very high, heavy spin shot from that far back. Got the mistake. Hard to time that for Collins.
We're next with the serve for Swiatek. First serve is accurate to the forehand of Collins, who steers the ball back into play. Then the cross-court backhand from Swiatek, and Collins goes long. And for Swiatek, she is just a game away from taking this opening set. It has sort of felt business-like so far from Swiatek.
Just so consistent. I mean, right now it's Collins that's the one that's coughing up so many of these unforced errors. 13 now from the racket of the American, just 5 from Swiatek. That just gives you an indication of how solid she's been. It's only really been when she's on the run. It's more of a forced error from Swiatek.
Serving at 5-1 down, Collins. The first serve is good, and then she moves forward with intent, and that is put away on the overhead by Collins, who gets some support from centre court here.
And just throws her fist in the air after that point. Good aggressive point off a very good approach shot. Was on her back foot on the overhead, but got back to it well.
Yeah, good to see that celebration from Collins. Got to enjoy those moments. That first serve into the net. It's not really been a first set that's gone to plan perfectly for Collins so far, but there's still a lot of distance to travel in this match. Forehand through the centre of the court from Collins, and then the backhand into the net by Swiatek.
Swiatek almost looks surprised that she missed that. She's going for a very clear angle on the backhand side. Sometimes I would like her to just take maybe a little pace off, go for a more spin so she can get that angle more off the court. That one was pretty flat from Swiatek.
30 love for Danielle Collins. First serve misses, goes long. 2 ball kids go to get that ball. They decide which one will grab it. And back to their positions with pace. They are quick around the court.
They are quick.
Backhand is long from Swiatek.
Well, you have someone like Collins who actually doesn't take that much time in between points. I mean, you got to be quick and ready to go when you're at the back of the court.
Yeah, Danielle Collins keeps everyone on their toes here on centre court. Even the umpire, I guess.
Yeah.
Richard Haig. Best behaviour, Richard. There's a good serve from Collins. The backhand from the American, and then Swiatek with an even better backhand cross-court.
Yeah, very good. I think Collins for a moment thought that one was just going to drift wide. She actually stopped moving and just kind of looked to see where the ball was going to land. Perfect placement from Swiatek.
So can Collins just ask the question of Swiatek to tie a bow on this set herself? 40-15 here. That first serve is in from Collins, and she will back up and play the backhand, but she's just slipped there, Collins. She's missed, and now she's on the ground, slowly gets to her feet, and she seems okay. And
smiling again. That's good. I just playing a replay to see what happened. It was just her back right leg when she was falling backward that slipped on her when she was landing. But she looks good, so that's good news.
Yeah, quickly back up, and that is what it's all about there, the ace. And Collins with another celebration, another fist bump. And she has got her second game on the board. So this is still alive, this opening set. Swiatek does lead 5-2.
Well, despite being down 5-2, Collins does look like she's enjoying herself quite a bit, which is good to see. Was able to laugh at herself a little bit when she thought she had the point won a few points ago, but it's nice to see her, enjoying herself. It's been a high-quality ball striking match, I will say that, which I think you always get from these two in particular. They both hit the ball so cleanly off the ground. And it's funny, you mentioned earlier with Swiatek coming through in that McNally match. I keep bringing that up just because it's a completely different style of play, coming all of a sudden having to turn around and play someone like Collins, who hits flat and hard. McNally was coming into the net a lot, which was successful in the beginning, but then as soon as Swiatek started moving a bit better, she started finding the range on the passing shot in particular, started keeping McNally off. But there was a lot more variety for McNally, so a much different place to try and get your mind to when you're playing someone like Collins. Obviously, they've played many times, so she knows what to expect.
So Swiatek 5-2 up. Can she tie a bow on this opening set? Here's Swiatek. Put the cherry on the icing of the cake. That's a good first serve from the former world #1. Will she get back to world #1 before too long? That's a good backhand from Swiatek. Cross-court forehand from Swiatek is a winner.
Such good use of spreading the court there from Swiatek. As soon as she got Collins on the run, just kept hitting into the open court to keep her on the move. Well-constructed point from Swiatek.
Certainly was. She enjoyed that point. 15-love she leads. It's been a strong first set from Swiatek. And a strong first serve there from her. The backhand cross-court is replied by Collins, who sends a forehand down the center of the court. Now Collins is scrambling around. She's lost her footing again,
fell
Collins.
Again, slipped again. That time moving out to the backhand side.
And this time she sits down for a moment and smiles before getting up.
30 love.
Still smiling. A lot of smiles. Good to see. As Swiatek 2 points away from this opening set. Will she be smiling soon? That's a first serve that misses. Collins losing her footing a couple of occasions now in the last 5 minutes. Misses with the first serve, Swiatek. Here comes the second serve. Again, she doesn't like that ball toss. She's done that a number of times.
She has, yeah. She does a lot, actually. Just does, sometimes loses the rhythm when she's tossing with the left arm.
Finds the rhythm to deliver this second serve. Then the backhand into the net from Swiatek.
I think also, like I mentioned earlier, you think so much when you're serving against Collins with how aggressive she is, especially when you're about to throw in a second serve. You want to make sure you get that toss perfectly because you want to have a really good execution on that second serve.
30-15, Swiatek still 2 points away from sealing this opening set. That's a good serve, which is just long on return from Collins by a whisker.
She's in the body serve a lot, Swiatek. Smart, just recognizing where Collins' position is on the return, very close to the baseline.
The set points arrive here for Swiatek. And the first of 2 set points. That's a first serve that is accurate and strong. And Collins can only frame it away into the stands. It is Swiatek who makes the first move in this third round. And she is enjoying the latest installment of this particular rivalry. It is Swiatek who takes the opening set, 6-2.
A very clean set from Swiatek, and now just watching Collins just take a little time, has decided to leave the court, to try and regroup. But I think very impressive from Swiatek. I mean, she definitely, when she walked out on the center court, definitely had a very high level of focus, does not look to be distracted at all. In her previous couple matches, we saw a little frustration, and once she quickly let that go. She was so good in the previous round, and she's continuing this now in the first set. She's serving very well, winning 88% of her first serve when Swiatek's gotten that first serve. And Collins has been able to get a few break points, hasn't been able to convert one of those, but she did get herself opportunity. But it's unforced errors, 13 from Collins, just 6 from Swiatek in that first set, and similar number of winners, just 1 differential between the 2 players. But Swiatek's definitely been the one that's been a lot more consistent. And just the other thing that stands out too is the Collins first serve percentage, 54%. That's got to increase from the American, because once you serve better, it gives you a lot of more confidence off the ground. It gives you a lot maybe a few more free points, which can help change that momentum.
Well, it's a bit brighter now this afternoon, isn't it? As
Yeah.
we're moving towards early evening. It was a bit of a grey start to today. There's still a fair amount of cloud about, but the sun is doing its best to peek through the cloud.
At least there's no rain.
We'll take
it.
that.
It can be cloudy all day long if it wants it to be, but just no rain.
And it's actually quite nice temperature right now.
It is very nice
for the fans to be watching.
It was a little bit breezy, I would say, especially this morning. And when they first opened the roof here, because of course for the center match the roof was closed, but then they decided to open the roof, and right away I felt like it was a bit breezy, which can sometimes swirl in these big stadiums. Luckily, there's a lot of protection in this center court, where the breeze sometimes isn't a massive factor. I think it's perfect for these players.
Well, Collins still off court. She's well within her rights to have a little bit of a break after the opening set. Swiatek has waited out there patiently, and she's actually up from her chair now. She's limbering up behind the baseline. She's just going through a couple of forehands and backhands, some shadow shots, and now she's on her toes, practicing what she'd do with a return.
Smart, yeah. You got to keep the body moving. I mean, when your opponent leaves the court, it's amazing, actually. I get surprised every time how quickly you can cool down. Your body temperature can come down. You can get stiff. Yeah, pretty quickly, so smart. This happened yesterday, or the first set, and then McNally went off the court after they lost the second set, and Swiatek actually took that opportunity to take a lot of serves just to keep the body moving. I thought she was about to, but now she's gone back and sat down on her chair.
Yeah, she's having a little bit of a sit down here, Swiatek, as we do still just wait for Danielle Collins. I don't know about you, Jill, it sort of feels like bonus Danielle Collins time, because she, of course, was planning a retirement. She had a U-turn on that decision, and now we're kind of enjoying bonus years of
I know.
Collins.
I'm kind of. It's nice to see that she decided not to retire, because as soon as she made that announcement, all of a sudden she started almost winning everything. She was like, I mean, it was like she had got this freedom that maybe it was a decision that that was kind of festering in her mind, slightly going back and forth, and maybe as soon as she got that decisive mindset, all of a sudden something released. Ended up winning Miami last year, ended up winning Charleston last year. We always knew she loved the big stage. So after all that success, it's no surprise, I think, that we see her back out on the court.
It's good to see her back, and she's back now as Danielle Collins will start this second set, as a few more fans just in front of our commentary box are back in their position with full hands of refreshments, and the forehand from Collins to the backhand of Swiatek, and then the backhand into the net from Collins. She needs a good start in this set.
Yeah, she does. It's gonna, she's gonna keep swinging away. Like we said, we want that first serve percentage to rise for Collins.
Love 15, as Collins would love a solid start here, but Swiatek has other ideas, and Collins with a backhand into the net. She just looked rushed on that one.
Good return right down the center from Swiatek. Actually, I think she learned from the previous match on the forehand, that down the tee serve on the outside she was really struggling with, and I think they must have paid attention to that after the match, sharpened it up a little bit better, because well, she missed one there, but it's gotten a lot more consistent in this match so far. That's good out wide serve there from Collins, getting the quick return mistake from Swiatek, still 15-30.
Yeah, as we just approach 5 o'clock here on this Saturday early evening in southwest London, as the forehand return from Swiatek just has Collins backpedaling a little bit, and the forehand comes in from the feisty American cross court, and then Swiatek with a really deep forehand that just pushes Collins back, and the forehand is wide from the American.
That's good consistency. I felt throughout that point that Swiatek was almost fighting against that pace, but kept that good acceleration with the hand through the ball on the forehand.
2 break points right at the start of set 2 here for Swiatek, and Collins has missed that first serve as well. Early pressure on Collins. Second serve to come here as Swiatek is poised to return, and that is a double fault. And things just unraveling a little bit for Danielle Collins. Not a huge amount of reaction from her.
No, it was weird though. As soon as she was going up for that toss, I felt like it was going to be a double fault. I don't know, it was the way her motion was, or that slight, you saw a slight hesitation. I mean, she is the type of player that will go after a lot of second serves. I mean, you know, sometimes we harp on, the amount of double fault sometimes in a match, but you look at also the styles of the players that do that. And sometimes even for Collins, if she throws in a double fault, it can be rewarding to go after a second serve occasionally as well. But that time, unfortunately, got broken right away for Collins, and Swiatek keeps the momentum.
Certainly does. Just the start that Swiatek was after in this second set, as she is to serve now. Swiatek won the girls' singles title here at the All England Club in 2018. Never quite solved the riddle on the grass courts in the senior ranks, as the second serve to come here. That's a forehand that is awkward for Collins, but she does well to get good depth on it. Then Swiatek with a forehand that clips the net on the way through. Backhand from Swiatek is cross court. Then the forehand through the center of the court from the former world #1. Swiatek trying to get the backhand going. Collins on the scramble with the forehand, and that's into the net.
Wow, Swiatek is moving so well on this grass right now. There were a couple times I thought she was going to be in trouble with Collins' backhand down the line. Even I was thinking she's going to be on the stretch on the defense, but she actually got behind the ball so well from Collins's strength and got so balanced, stayed in control. Great movement.
15-love as Swiatek has her foot on the gas and wants to keep it there. Collins has to get something going. That's out from Swiatek. Second serve to come here. Remember, it's Clara Towson who lies in wait in the fourth round. The Danish player with a victory earlier today. The backhand return from Collins, and that is long from Swiatek, 15-all.
A little bit change of trajectory on that return from Collins. A lot more height over the net, just kicking up on Swiatek at the baseline.
Danielle Collins, whose best Grand Slam performance was that final at the Australian Open back in 2022. Lost out to Ash Barty on that occasion. Swiatek again doesn't like that ball toss, so she'll reset this first serve. Collins stepping in to try and take this return really early. She did take it early, and Swiatek pushes a forehand slice wide.
15-30.
Still using that body serve that time. Collins still barely getting out of the way, and the fact that she mishit it and landed so short worked to her advantage. Swiatek unable to control that low ball up at the net.
15-30, so Collins with a foothold in this Swiatek service game here. And trying to skip around at the baseline as Swiatek first serve into the net. Is she just going to open the door up and give some encouragement, some optimism here to Collins, who's not really had too much joy in this match so far? That's a good second serve from Swiatek.
It's interesting watching Collins return because she hasn't changed up her return stance at all, and that body serve is still continuing to give her some trouble. She's been stubborn on that.
She has, yeah. And she's trying to be aggressive on return, but not really bringing too much joy. Is it 30-all, and Swiatek with a brilliant serve there.
And good change, went out wide, right on the sideline, completely froze Collins at the baseline. She was already looking to move out of the way, trying to take that body serve as a forehand, so huge change up from Swiatek.
40-30, Swiatek with a first serve that goes long, as it just feels like it's getting a bit more overcast here on this Saturday evening. It's been a grey morning, grey early afternoon. Had a little bit of brighter conditions the last couple of hours, but not too bright at the moment, as Swiatek with a serve that lands safely. Collins cross-court forehand is out, and Swiatek ticks off another game, and she is going about her business very well.
Swiatek leads 2-0 second sets.
better and better for the 8th seed. Here's Swiatek, 2-love in this second set.
I just love her demeanor right now, Swiatek, because a lot of times you can see her looking up at her coach and seeing their reaction, but she is so focused. I don't think I've seen her look up once in this match.
Backhand with intensity there from Collins as she steps forward into the forecourt, and Swiatek will find a pass. Oh, that's brilliant from Swiatek.
Wow. Just guessing well, good anticipation there from Swiatek. One lob just going so high in the air. So that is a tough one to put away because of the height, but Swiatek guessing right on the swing volley.
So love 15, and Collins looking just to try and get through a service game unscathed as the forehand comes from Collins. Swiatek with real intensity and verve and vigor about her game right now.
It's just covering everything. I mean, Collins is not hitting the ball poorly. I mean, she's getting good depth, good quality. It's just the quickness, the fast first step from Swiatek that actually I feel like has gotten better since her previous matches.
Love 30. And Collins again in a spot of bother on serve. She's not finding too many first serves at the moment. We'll have to try and do it behind the second serve now. Swiatek on her toes. She's loving this so far. That was a deep second serve.
What was that sound I heard? I thought someone's racket actually hit the court. I think it was maybe just the mishit from Swiatek.
Yeah, I think that was exactly what it was. 15-30. And here comes the first serve from Collins, which is accurate this time. And then the follow-up forehand is long.
Wow.
15-40.
Yeah, right after that serve, I was like, okay, she's starting to get some first serves in the court, which is going to be very helpful. But that was a huge miss right inside, right near the service line from Collins.
2 more break points here. As Iga Swiatek is trying to really assert her authority. That's a backhand return into the net.
Great serve. Nice response, too, from Collins, just giving herself good energy with a little fist pump by her side.
Still a break point here as Swiatek. Can she find a double break to really be in the clear in set 2? That's out from Collins. Second serve to come now, as she is feeling the heat right now here on this glorious centre court. Second serve here. And that is safely in, and Swiatek with a return deep into play, and that is long from Swiatek. And on to juice we go, but still not out of the woods here is Collins. Swiatek takes a little bit of time before this point as Collins on juice. She's done well to see off a couple of break points in this game. First serve misses from Collins. And then the shot that she hits towards the ball boy is called out as well. Thank you for that confirmation. Of course, it didn't count. A few giggles around centre court. Second serve, that's a forehand return from Swiatek, and now she's just scrambling to find the backhand slice. She tries a forehand lob, and that is long from Swiatek, and Collins might get out of this game.
Yeah, better from Collins, just more calm, and didn't try and rush that short approach shot that she had on the backhand side. Just kept that body momentum forward, kept going to the net, forcing Swiatek to come up with something spectacular. But missing that lob. Good job from Collins.
Collins with the advantage in this game, misses with the first serve. And the second serve to come here as she looks to tick off this game and just get something going, Collins. This crowd would love to see her do that. Second serve is good, and Swiatek with a forehand return with good intensity. Then the backhand is terrific from Swiatek. But Collins almost steering it back into play. It was up in the air for a while.
That was very good from Swiatek, because I think Collins was expecting that backhand short angle that Swiatek uses so much. So it was the perfect time to change it up with a deep backhand down the line. Just got to look at Wim Fissette there in the box as well. He had a little smirk on his face, enjoying what he's witnessing right now.
Yeah, so he should. This has been excellent from Swiatek, and she's looking to keep it going. Collins with a first serve to the forehand of Swiatek, which is just spooned long.
Collins just adding some more slice to that serve, really curving away from Swiatek.
Swiatek has become the third player this century to reach the third round at 22 consecutive slam appearances. Only Amelie Mauresmo and Serena Williams have done that. So she has that consistency of getting to this stage at least. But she'd love to go further into week 2 here at Swiatek. Collins with a serve that's to the backhand of the former world #1. The forehand slice from Swiatek. Then the forehand cross-court from Swiatek. She's trying to get on the front foot, but Collins trying to resist. Forehand from Collins up the line, and Swiatek with a backhand on the stretch and long. And Collins with a reaction, with a celebration, and with a game.
Another tough game for Collins to get through. She hasn't been able to get through these service games that she's held that easily. Even the one she's held, it's been a fight, having to save some break points. Important that she got that game and didn't want to go down a double break against Swiatek. But still not easy to get through. You mentioned at the beginning of the match, Mikey, that Swiatek, you felt like was potentially going under the radar a little bit here. I don't know what you think, but personally, I feel like there's a part of her that might like that position potentially. I mean, we're so used to seeing her at the top and everyone trying to gun for her a little bit, but so a little bit of a different circumstance for her, but I feel like maybe helping her on the grass, especially a surface that she said she's trying to improve more.
I think she'll be enjoying it. She is quite a shy, retiring type of character. She doesn't really love the spotlight, but because of her talent, because of her achievements and success, she has had the spotlight.
You have to, yeah. It's just part of the lifestyle, Which I'm surprised about a little bit. I mean, you might not like it, but I do feel like she's handled it well. You know, even when she's in the press conferences and talking and the attention's on her a little bit, I think she's starting to open up a bit more, I would say.
Which is a good thing.
I think so too.
Swiatek, she's opened up a lead here, 2-1 in this second set. Remember, she took the opening set by 6-2, as we are just about a minute shy of the 1 hour mark in this match time so far. Will Danielle Collins, after holding serve very importantly, will she build on that? First serve into the net from Swiatek. Second serve to come, and Collins unloads on that forehand. That's more like it. That's the intensity we associate with Collins. The backhand, though, into the net.
Well, it was a ridiculous return and an even more ridiculous pickup from Swiatek. Because I think Swiatek actually thought it might have missed. The fact that she stayed so well with that ball with her eyes, it was great reaction from Swiatek.
15-love, Swiatek leads, and that is a first serve into the net. She's actually been struggling a little bit with her first serve percentage, Swiatek. 53% for the match so far. Second serve to come. That one clips the net on the way through. Will be a let. When she does land the first serve, she's been very efficient, Swiatek. She's lost just 3 points behind first serve all through this match. But it will be a second serve here, and that is to the backhand of Collins. Then Swiatek with a forehand through the center, and this time she steps in and finishes well.
Well, I was going to highlight that as well, Mikey. The first serve points won, 84% for the match for Swiatek, just 43 for Collins. And what that makes you feel like is how well Swiatek is returning. First of all, how well she's able to get that first point started.
30-love here for Swiatek. That's towards the backhand of Collins, who just about maneuvers her body to get it back into play. It's a high backhand volley for Swiatek to deal with, and another one, and then Collins tries to pass Swiatek, but it's just wide.
It's good reactions at the net from Swiatek. You don't see her up in that part of the court that often. And on the high backhand volley, 2 in a row, one of the most difficult shots to control.
40 love. Efficient game so far from Swiatek. Collins waiting to return here as Swiatek misses another first serve. And even though she's looking pretty comfortable, that might be something she'll want to work on if she does come through this match. Something for the practice court. The second serve coming here. It's a kicker and too good and too accurate. And Collins sends it long.
Swiatek leads 3 games to 1, 7 sets.
I'm not surprised that she's taking so much time and being so particular on the serve, Swiatek, especially now that she has the early break, the lead. Her main focus is going to be on her service games, just being effective and efficient.
Just seen a young fan with a cap in the shape of a strawberry. That's wonderfully done. It looked a homemade effort there.
And you might have just missed that huge return from Swiatek, that backhand deep into the corner. Love 15 on Collins.
There is no let-up at the moment for Collins as Swiatek starting this game well. And there's another accurate return from Swiatek, but Collins unleashing a ferocious forehand.
Finally got a little bit of a shorter reply on the return. Collins hasn't seen many of those and took advantage of it.
Collins with an intensity in her eyes as she looks towards Swiatek before this point. There's a backhand return from Swiatek into play. Then Collins with a forehand to the backhand of Swiatek and goes long there, does Iga.
That was one of the very few just unforced errors, loose errors from Swiatek. Lifted up off the backhand slightly.
30-15 here for Collins. As she tries to keep this second set at just the 1 break of serve. The return comes and it's long from Swiatek.
Reached for that one slightly. Swiatek got ahead of herself, trying to go forward to that ball. Good serve from Collins.
40-15. We've played just a few minutes more than 1 hour in this match. And Collins with an accurate first serve. Then Swiatek with a backhand to the backhand of Collins, who really does give that a bit extra. Then again, Collins stepping in. She'll finish this at the net, so she won't have to. It is wide from Swiatek. And as you can hear, I think the crowd getting behind Collins. They want to see a bit more of this one.
They do. Yeah.
Swiatek leads 3 games to 2.
I think also enjoying the fight of Collins throughout that game. I think really just penetrating through the shots. I mean, those last 2 backhands, she just put her whole body weight behind trying to put extra on the ball, trying to hit through Swiatek, which she hasn't really been able to do that much in this contest.
I don't know about you, Jill, but I mean, all day we've been sort of building this up as like a rumble in the jungle, Ali versus Foreman, and it hasn't quite felt like that spicy between these two. And I think you have to say well done, Iga Swiatek, because she's just dampened everything down with how efficient she's been.
Yes, and I mean, almost taking sort of that aspect away completely. I think not only with the way she's playing, and yes, how efficient she's been, but I think also she's not looking around, so she's not engaging with anything outside the court. Swiatek has had her head down the entire time. The focus has been completely on her side of the court, which is, I think, what you meant by businesslike.
Well, we've just seen someone in the Royal Box who absolutely loved to scrap. Graham Souness, the great Liverpool midfielder who was a fighter in so many successful teams for Liverpool down the years. You did very well.
That's your team, right?
That is my team.
Yes.
And Barry.
And Barry,
There's a few of us around.
Yeah. I did very well with
You did very well with your kind of quiz earlier.
Thank you very much. I studied. I failed to study in previous years, and I decided to study.
So many famous sporting faces in the Royal Box today. But perhaps one of the most famous around, Iga Swiatek, serving here at 3-2 up in this second set. first serve again misses. Tough to critique too much the way that Swiatek's played so far, but that is one stat that doesn't make that pleasant reading as the backhand comes from Collins. Swiatek with a forehand cross court, then Collins with a forehand into the net. She just seems to be enjoying these rallies when they get started.
She is, and she's ready for that pace. That quickness has increased today overall. And I think the other thing Swiatek's doing extremely well is covering that forehand side a bit better. I think that's the side that I feel like she knows players try to exploit more, and she's more ready for it today.
Swiatek with a backhand that's deep to the forehand of Collins. And she sends it long. Again, it's just a very quick start to get to 30 love here in this Swiatek service game.
Another good change-up, using the backhand down the line with much more height and spin from Swiatek. That ball flying off Collins' racket.
30 love here for Swiatek, and that is a perfect serve. What placement.
Yeah. Oh, what a game so far from Swiatek. Maybe could be one of her easiest service holds. Quick 3 points.
40 love here for Swiatek as Collins with work to do in this game and in this set. As Swiatek with the drive, forehand is long.
I like to see that she's looking to take that out of the air. You rarely see her take the swing volley off of a return. I like the play. Hit it well, just barely missed it.
40-15 here for Swiatek to tick off this game as well. That's a miss on the return from Collins, and that's exactly what Swiatek does. Has been fairly light work for her so far.
She right now looks like she trusts her serve right now so well. I mean, we talked about she would love to have that first serve percentage up, but I think the way she's moving off the ground, even if she doesn't get the first serve in, she's covering that first ball exceptionally well.
Collins running out of time here, as she is at 4-2 down in this second set. Good first serve from Collins. It had Swiatek stretching, and then Collins puts away a forehand, and again we see one of those celebrations.
Yeah, I think that's something that Collins likes to do, to show her positive energy to the opponent, show that she's still in the fight.
Yeah, trying to put on a brave face right now is Collins, as she is accurate with that serve as well, and Swiatek sends it long.
Collins already up to the line, ready to serve again, going very quickly between these points.
Yeah, she's not wasting time, is she? Collins with another first serve that's accurate, and Swiatek just about gets it back into play, and Collins with the simplest of putaways.
Another good placement on the serve, choosing a little bit more off-pace slice to get Swiatek off the court.
Lightning quick game, could be less than a minute. As Collins with a first serve, and Swiatek a forehand into the net. Rapid. That's what she needed, Collins.
Swiatek leads 4 games to 3. Second set and by 1 set to love.
But crucially, Jill, can she find a break back?
I know, it seems challenging. I would love to see her change up her court position a little bit. Again, I mean, I know she likes to be aggressive, but I think on the first serve, just give herself a little more room, because Swiatek is still using that body serve so effectively, and that's the one that Collins, I think, has really struggled on. I don't know, we'll see if she does it, but Swiatek right now, I feel like just in a good position with how well she's been holding serve. Just seeing a replay of that swing volley she missed. She did take her eye off the ball, saw it in slow motion, and caught it behind her as well. So just a couple things that reason for that miss.
Time.
It's crowded around the grounds.
It is. Yeah. We're just seeing shots around the All England Club, and lots of people milling about, as you would expect on this middle Saturday. And with the weather improving today, that's good, because it was a little bit of a damp late morning around lunchtime. Just prevented play for about an hour and a half on the outer courts. Of course, centre and court 1 were were undisturbed, and this the second match of the day here on centre court. Still a big match to come on this court. Miomir Kecmanovic taking on Novak Djokovic, who's been in fine form so far, has Djokovic. Swiatek 4-3 up and lands a good first serve.
Good body serve again. And even with how fast that serve's coming into Collins's body, she actually was still ahead of that shot, but she's desperately trying to get out of the way of that ball.
15 love here for Swiatek. Collins stepping in inside the baseline. She took that return early. Was that the right play? As the backhand is easy to put away for Swiatek. Do you think perhaps Collins should give herself a bit more time on these returns?
Well, especially on the first serve. I mean, just try it, because she hasn't been successful as far as getting out of the way. No, she's a little bit further back now, actually, as I say that, a couple steps further back behind the baseline.
30 love, and Swiatek lands a big first serve. That's been excellent in this game so far, and Collins can only spoon it back to a waiting Swiatek at the net, who smashes away with real certainty.
40 love.
She does move and take that step so aggressively forward, Collins, to return, and that's what's also maybe making her run into the ball.
40 love. This has been an excellent game from Swiatek as she approaches the finish line. The backhand cross court from Swiatek. She's barely let up in this match so far as the former world #1 who's never won Wimbledon. And Collins misses. And it is Swiatek who is a game away from a place in the 4th round.
Swiatek just showing again how well she can handle the pace, because Collins in that rally just trying to go harder and harder to try and get through Swiatek, and just hasn't been able to do that. And both going to, or Swiatek going to get a new racket.
Collins serving to stay in this match here. 5-3 down in this second set. Can Swiatek make it happen in this game? That's a forehand return from Swiatek, and Collins goes long.
Collins now serving with new balls. That's why I saw Swiatek just change rackets, get rackets that strung a little bit more tighter for some extra control off these returns.
Might be closing in on victory in this game here, Swiatek. Love 15. There's the serve that's accurate from Collins, and Swiatek just wide. There's not been too much negative body language from Swiatek at all. Turns away and gets ready for this next point. Collins, 15-all serving here, and Swiatek with a forehand that's deep, and Collins with a forehand to the backhand of Swiatek, and then the American wide.
Well, off the first, good depth on that return, the angle from Swiatek, so accurate to force Collins to have to go for an outright winner. Difficult to do from that position that she was in.
15-30. As Danielle Collins perhaps on the brink of an exit here in the 3rd round. What can she conjure up with her back against the wall? Second serve here, and Swiatek with a forehand back into play. Here comes the forehand cross court from Swiatek, and Collins goes long, and it is match points here for Iga Swiatek. What a strong showing this has been.
15-40.
An hour and 15 on the clock.
Thank you.
And it's Swiatek with 2 match points. Danielle Collins with a first serve that lands safely. Then the forehand through the centre of the court. Swiatek trying to tie a bow on proceedings here. That's a good forehand from Swiatek. Can she up the ante? She can. And Swiatek with a forehand winner. And a look towards her team and a celebration. And if it's possible for the Polish superstar to have gone under the radar in the first week of Wimbledon, here today, Swiatek says, "Don't you dare forget about me." She is here for the trophy. And that is another strong performance from Swiatek. Safely through to the 4th round.
That was an exceptional performance from Swiatek. I mean, I think overall we all thought it was going to be a little bit closer, and Collins already on her way off the court does a little wave to the fans in appreciation, but I think nothing that she should be ashamed of in that match. I think Swiatek just played outstanding, didn't even give her any room at all, didn't really give any loose errors. She played such a clean match. Swiatek served very well. I think backed her serve, you know, even when she had to throw in second serve, just was very smart about the placement, about the tactically what she needed to do against Collins, and moved incredibly well.
Well, I think we all thought it was going to be a bit closer, a bit tighter, a bit tougher, but it wasn't to be today. And Iga Swiatek, I mean, she'll be absolutely delighted to have got that done so simply. So comfortably.
Yeah, and I think a good challenge too, because it was a very different style that she was facing today compared to her previous rounds. Of course, she knows Danielle very well, knows what to expect, but I think her movement was key there with how much she was being able to cover the big ball striking of Collins, the depth of Collins, just so quick off that first step. Just obviously prepared very well to handle the pace of Collins today.
Well, Swiatek, she's packed up her bag, and we should be about to hear from her as she approaches the microphone here on centre court. And it will be a conversation with Annabelle Croft.
Well played today, Iga. You were up against a very feisty opponent today who's given you some problems in the past, but today you had all the answers. How did you get the win?
I don't know, I was just in the zone, you know. I knew what I wanted to play, and I knew I need to be brave, you know, and just let my hand, you know, do the job, play fast, you know, and proactive from the beginning, you know, because you can't let Danielle, you know, play her winners, you know. So I just, yeah, I'm really happy with the performance because there were no ups and downs. It was pretty consistent, and it was a good match.
It was a very good match. It's no secret that you have found grass a challenge in the past, but you won, or you got to the finals of an event in Germany recently. Are you learning to love it?
Yeah, honestly, it's much more fun this year. I had some practices where the ball was listening to me, which was, you know, pretty new on grass. And yeah, I'm just, you know, looking for that feeling on the match as well. And for sure today was a good day in Bad Homburg as well. You know, I played many good matches, so for sure it's giving me confidence. And honestly, it's a new experience, feeling good on grass. So.
And if the ball is listening to you, what are you telling it?
You know, just play on the lines. No, like, honestly, if it's listening, like, I don't need to do much because it's just pretty smooth, you know.
You're bossing the ball around.
Yeah, I just try to, you know, be aggressive, and I have also my defense, you know. I feel like I'm moving better this year on grass, so I can also rely on that sometimes, and yeah, it's just listening. I don't know. It's hard to describe for anybody who's not playing tennis.
It sounds like a good partnership. You're known to bring a lot of intensity to any match court. Do you bring intensity to everything you do off the court as well?
Yeah, and that's a problem sometimes. Yeah, I'm an intense person, so I really try to use every opportunity to like cool down and chill, you know, and my mind likes to be busy, so I just try to put it in the right direction to be busy with, you know, the things that I need to do, and not, you know, thinking about some, you know, what I'm gonna eat for dinner on court. So
have you decided tonight?
I don't know yet. For sure not fish and chips because it's too heavy, but my team has been eating, you know, every day like a cheat meal, you know, and I'm just looking at them and I'm like, guys, really, that's not helpful. But I have my favorite, actually. I ate it as a kid. It's pasta with strawberries.
Oh,
so
how strange.
I know, but you
Cream
should try
as
it,
well?
guys. Pasta, strawberries, a little bit of yogurt. It's just great.
That sounds absolutely fascinating. Just lastly, We know you have a lot of other interests off the court. Have you had time? Yeah, I mean, I know you like your book reading, you like visiting art galleries. Have you had time to relax away from the courts this year?
Yeah, I mean, on a Grand Slam, we have this day off, so for sure, you know, we have time. Sometimes I even want to play a match because just thinking about waiting, you know, it's not easy. So, yeah, we have a lot of time. We have amazing house, you know, nearby. So, but don't follow me, guys. So I'm spending time with my team. Yeah, reading book, going to the park here, and it's great. You know, I'm happy that I can stay here longer because I have a great time.
Absolutely. Well, you're through to the 4th round, and we're all going to go off and find some strawberries and some pasta.
Yeah.
So thank you very much. Well done. Iga Swiatek.
Thank you.
Well done, Iga Swiatek. And we know the secret recipe to success now, Jill.
I'm surprised she revealed it. What was it? Strawberries, pasta, and yogurt, right?
Is it
all together? I don't know, but I feel like we all have to try this because it sounds strange. But I'm kind of curious now. She has definitely piqued my curiosity.
Well,
but she was in the zone. That's something that definitely, I think, what she said that we would all agree with. She played outstanding, absolutely outstanding.
I mean, were you surprised it was that simple today?
I was, yes. I think we all thought it was going to be, well, I thought it was going to go 3 sets because I thought Collins was going to have a little bit longer rallies to get in and really penetrate through the ball against Swiatek. I think because how well Collins hits the ball, I thought we might have gotten a few maybe unforced errors from Swiatek, but she was so clean. She sharpened everything up today, but it was also, I would say, a sign of respect for what she knows Collins can bring. She knows she couldn't give her loose errors, and she didn't waver at all. And I think she knew if she lost a little bit of focus, you don't want to give that opening to Collins because she can capitalize in those moments. And that's why she said she was in the zone. She knew she had to stay in the zone and keep that intensity.
Well, thanks, Jill. That was
Thank you, Mikey. That was fun. Our
enjoyable.
first match together.
I know, this week. They've
this
kept
week,
us
yes,
apart,
this week.
But, yeah, we have before.
Yes.
But Iga Swiatek, she is just signing a few autographs, and she will head off for the evening. An early finish for her this evening. We thought it might be later, but it is exactly what she was after. Iga Swiatek, she has raced through to the 4th round, 6-2, 6-3 against Danielle Collins. Don't go too far away. There is another big match coming up in a few moments' time. Miomir Kecmanovic taking on Novak Djokovic here on centre court.
I feel like you can learn a lot from that match as employing it in the next round. I like that Iga was so eager after Roland Garros to talk about training in Mallorca on grass. Wants to try to figure the surface out.
15
all. She wants to be a multi-surface player, and she's talked about that for
to the left, and then the ball swung back following him, tangled up. Cilic holds 3-2. He's got a proud record at these Grand Slams, Cilic, champion, as we've been saying, in New York in 2014 when he beat Kei Nishikori in the final at Flushing Meadows. Croatia's first major winner since Goran Ivanisevic, performing all those heroics here in 2001. Then subsequently twice a Grand Slam finalist elsewhere. Wimbledon here we've talked about. And then started the following year in 2018, the Australian Open, lost on both occasions to Roger Federer. We talked about the blisters at Wimbledon. Might have been a 3 times Grand Slam champion, as it is. We'll be able able to take away that US title from him.
It's a special couple of weeks beforehand. That was always a little suspect, became a real weapon by the end of the tournament, and it was such a shame for him. He couldn't really capitalize on that success because she picked up an elbow injury shortly after. He battled that for a few months. It's a real shame for him.
Against the Spaniard today, Jaume Munar, who has been very happily swimming around in slightly shallower waters, never really threatening to win Grand Slams, but thoroughly enjoying his life on the tennis circuit. Here he is, second set, 2-3.
He's the type of player that very rarely beats himself, Munar. You have to put him away. He's a thorn on players' sides at times.
Dirty love. The 40 love.
There's a pattern developing here in this second set. Munar flying his way through these service games, and Cilic very quickly finding the balls back in his pocket. Continues to hit some absolute peaches.
It seemed an impossible angle to find from back there. I think that probably ended up better than he even hoped for. And he was way back. He was a stunning backhand deep, but that is too good. It's where you'd look to place a wide serve where that landed. Build on this.
Lock 15.
Pressure. That's a great serve. Touching the line.
It's the last game with these old balls, so if Munar could break, then he'll be serving with brand new, faster ones, but there's some work to do between here and there.
15,
Well,
30.
not as good that time from Cilic, just looked a bit close to it. Got to be thinking surely this time, Munar.
Sunshine of the day.
15, 40.
Potential moment of darkness here for Marin Cilic.
That's the first moment he looked a little tight, actually, not swinging as freely on that final forehand. Halfway up the net.
Defense. And with the old balls, he injects some new energy.
Leads 4 games to 3. Second set, first set, Cilic.
Eventually he was able to take advantage, Munar. He was knocking on the door so often. He just blasted his way through it in the end. Defensive position, but he's got a very good slice backhand. Did well to keep himself in the rally. And then he really stepped in on the backhand there, put everything behind it. Extended grunt from him. He knew he'd hit a good one. He's played so much of his tennis from back there. Fighting so hard, you can see the amount of effort he's having to use.
We talked a little earlier, Arv, about the work he's put into the movement on grass, and we've seen it to its full extent.
Did they bring the other one?
Yes. Little steps that you need in the corners. You go in too hard, you try and push out the corners too hard, then you're just going to slip over. So that was a brilliant example of that. Got to be able to decelerate correctly and then accelerate.
That Cilic will be thrilled with his return to top-level tennis. Doing things he's never done before. So with the break of serve and brand new tennis balls, Jamais Munar.
59.
Course for his best year so far on tour. 17 wins so far in 2025. Career high 50 in the live ATP rankings, never been higher.
Out 15 all.
One advantage, if you get the return back into play, it's tough for the server. The ball's just skidding through.
As we were saying earlier, into the third round of these championships of a Grand Slam for the first time. In a lengthy career, he's 28, it's taken this long to get this far.
See what happened there. Very ragged looking. Just didn't look as if he was in the correct position. Second guess himself here, what sort of shot he was going to play, but he was just a bit low on him.
Sneaking one of those shirts off.
Not sure about that. Coming back. Forehand right now is just leaking all sorts of errors. Cilic, he has gone off the boil. Munar doing well.
Leads 5 games to 3. Second set.
In the entirety of Cilic's second round win against Jack Draper, he made 34 unforced errors. We haven't reached the end of the second set here, and he's already made 30. Obvious areas to tighten up, and he's serving as a result here in the second set to stay in it.
You know, you just got to keep on testing it. Just 5 winners of that forehand. Especially in the big points, you've got to go there. Another super get. He has been good in defence. And you've always got to be careful with that inside-in approach. If you don't hit it for a virtual winner, you've got a lot of court to then have to cover. You're exposed. It's incredible racket work there. A lot of wrist from Munar.
Bounces the ball more, the greater the pressure. I think 9 is the highest so far today. $16 under a lot of pressure.
Here
come a couple of set points for a resurgent Spaniard who has been brilliant in this second set. set apiece. And by some distance, that was the poorest Marin Cilic has been at this year's Wimbledon. On the other hand, Munar, exceptional, deservedly squaring things up.
Yeah, I thought mentally that was a very good response after losing that first set. In the beginning of the second set, chances that he had, he was getting a little bit frustrated, but he's managed to keep his level nice and high. Cilic, a dramatic drop-off. It's a little bit alarming. He has to pick himself back up at the beginning of the third set here. Got to get off to a good start. It was off the forehand. Backhand error to lose the set on. First serve percentage not quite high enough for him. Second serve points, 1 for Cilic, too low. And a lot of unforced errors. 15 of those 19 unforced errors coming off the forehand wing. So yeah, needs to get a grip of that wing in the third set. Munar's numbers nice and healthy. Much better job behind his second serve. And, 3-3. Points 1 at the net. And yeah, just 4 unforced errors for him. So it's a solid set of tennis.
Yeah, it was contrasting with how untidy it was for the Croat. Folk on the left-hand side having, what time is it? 6 o'clock. So it's not an early tea. It's a perfectly reasonable time to have tea. Picnic Collection Centre away to our right has no queue at the moment, but are showing no interest in heading over there and sorting us out. Meantime, sitting by the pond on the hill, the perfect view.
Yeah, the hill is going to get a bit of a revamp the next year or so. Have some proper tiers put into it. Inland Hill, comfortable for fans.
A third set. Munar to serve.
So here's Jaume Munar, Jimbo, 28-year-old Spaniard, start of the third set. Just got all the touch at the moment.
It's worked pretty well, hasn't it, the drop shot. Surprised Cilic didn't try and dig that out. Almost looks as if he pulled up. Didn't fancy it. That's the big one. Flat, hard, 134 miles an hour. Has hit one at 137.
Just hooked it.
Shown. Close calls are shown on the screen. Yeah, half out.
Please, keep your voice down, please, ladies. Please, try to keep your voices down behind me. Thank you.
Once again, the debating society up on the balcony has started again. Is it the same bloke?
We are ready to play.
No, different ones. We got a naughty bunch in today.
It's a Saturday.
Yeah.
Heading into the evening. That's why I wanted silence. Produce a forehand like that. Needs to get that wing going once again.
30.
Evening, London time, And you're listening to our dedicated centre court commentary channel here on the Wimbledon radio channel. It's day 6 of the championships, and we're ready for our final scheduled match of the day on centre court, and it features, by most people's estimation, the greatest tennis player of all time. Novak Djokovic with 99 Wimbledon victories on his CV. I'll repeat that. Do not adjust your sets. 99 victories here at Wimbledon alone. 7 times champion. Finalist over the past 6 straight years, and hoping to break yet another record by the end of the fortnight, of course, in becoming the first player, man or woman, to win 25 Grand Slam titles. Now in his 39th year, standing in his way today, his compatriot from Serbia, Miomir Kecmanovic. They're good friends off the court. But of course that must be parked this evening as both bid for a place in the round of 16. I'm Philip Studd, alongside me Barry Cowan. We were just discussing on the main channel, weren't we, Barry, ahead of this warm-up which is just underway here, what extraordinary statistics Djokovic continues to compile.
Yeah, I think we're both in agreement, aren't we, that there is no doubt he is the greatest of all time. And obviously, you know, now he's in the era. We've moved on from the Djokovic, Nadal, Federer era into the Djokovic, Sinner, Alcaraz era. And obviously there's still room for development, and they're going to continue to evolve as players, Alcaraz and Sinner. But it also feels, Phil, that he's evolving as a player. You know, the version this year is better than the version of last year because of obviously that knee injury. He looks supremely fit, Djokovic. And he has been very confident in his opening couple of matches. And almost, I feel, this type of matchup, I'm expecting a straight sets victory. I think it's probably a good one for Djokovic because Kecmanovic is really strong from the back of the court. Djokovic will be able to get into a good rhythm. But what Djokovic has is the ability to be able to change the pace of a point, maybe bring Kecmanovic forward, and that's an area that he is not as comfortable moving forward as he is side to side.
I think there's a general sense right now, Barry, that Alcaraz and Sinner have put some clear blue water between themselves and everyone else, Djokovic included, and yet you only have to rewind to January, and Djokovic was beating Alcaraz with a dodgy hip, which was an extraordinary achievement, really, when you think of what Alcaraz has been doing on the tour in the last couple of years. So he's really not that far away, is he? And as you say, coming in this year in much better physical fettle, he must fancy his chances once again.
Yeah, and also add in what was the most important tournament for Djokovic last year.
Olympic gold.
Olympic final. And who did he beat?
Carlos Alcaraz.
So, you know, for me, it's not that I think we can totally disregard Indian Wells and Miami and Monte Carlo and Rome, because I think they are important tournaments. You can't just throw them away if you're Djokovic and say, well, it doesn't matter because you need matches. But I saw enough at Roland Garros. I thought he played great there. Maybe what he lacked in that semi-final is that ruthless streak that he has, or he had. And we talked about that, didn't we, before the players walked onto court, that, you know, he hasn't been as strong this year in the important moments. His tiebreak record, which has been unbelievable, isn't as good in 2025. The break points, which was questionable against Sinner and Roland Garros, was questionable, I think, the match you did, wasn't it, against Muller? What was it, 6 of 27? Only once before has he had more break points in a match.
Yeah, he had 11 in the set that he lost against Muller, and as you say, referring to what is a negative tie-break record for Djokovic, which is unheard of, actually. He is right up at the top in terms of his conversion rate in breakers for his career. He actually had a 5-2 lead on his serve with a couple of serves to come and lost that tie-break against Muller, and did seem to actually tighten up a bit, but he regrouped very well. Of course, he had some sort of stomach bug, didn't he?
1 minute.
He took a pill from the doctor, and that seemed to do the trick. But yeah, you're right, that there has been just that little ruthless edge which Djokovic is synonymous with missing in more recent times, and that's something he's clearly going to have to recapture if he is to go on and match Federer's tally of 8 Wimbledon titles. As for Kecmanovic, well, he has won a title himself this year. That was in Delray Beach at ATP World Tour 250 level. For those of you who aren't familiar with the structure of the tour, you've got the Grand Slams, of course, right at the top. Then you've got the Masters Series, the thousands, the 500s below that, and then the 250s. That, of course, was on a hard court. He's never beaten Djokovic. They had played here before, Barry. That was a comfortable straight sets win. And the other thing that Kecmanovic has got to get over is the fact that he holds this guy in such high esteem. And that's, you know, arguably worth a few games before they strike a ball for Djokovic, because when you've got that sort of respect for your opponent and you admire them and you've looked up to them and you've tried to aspire to them, that can actually be a bit of a negative in terms of being as competitive as you want to be.
Yeah, and let's throw in as well that Djokovic, yes, is world number 6 right now, but we still feel that he's third best player in the world. Kecmanovic's record against top 5 players, he's played 11, he's won none.
Yeah, that's a telling stat, isn't it? Against the very, very best, he's been found a little wanting, and there's no shame in that. That's why the top players are where they are, their ability to raise their level when required, as Djokovic has done time and time again. The roar is for the end of the warm-up and the beginning of our final scheduled match here on centre. The first weekend of the championships well underway, and it's Novak Djokovic with that shock of dark, short hair who will start us off. Kecmanovic receiving under the royal box. And a perfect start from Djokovic, who nails an ace. And you could not have picked the ball up and placed it any more accurately than he was able to swat it onto the line there.
Well, that's what Dan Evans talked about, the accuracy of the serve and also the accuracy of his ground shots. I mean, I almost feel he's getting to the level of Federer in terms of how accurate that first serve in. He's yet to be broken here at Wimbledon, Djokovic.
15 love, bright sunshine bathing centre court in the early evening here. And needless to say, a packed crowd to watch the GOAT. Crumples the racket of Kecmanovic as he goes up the tee. We've spoken, and I think most observers agree, that he is the best. So what is the measure that is most significant when deciding that? Is it the fact that he's got a winning record against Federer and Nadal? Is it the number of titles he's won?
It's the Grand Slams for me, 24. I mean, that, for me, edged him ahead of Federer and obviously Nadal. I mean, I think in terms of beauty, I don't think you can argue Federer. But the actual greatest tennis player, Djokovic.
And of course he won all of those Grand Slams when Federer and Nadal were playing at their peak, which is not necessarily the case for the aforementioned Swiss and Spaniard in the earlier stages of their career when they were dominant. And as mentioned, winning records against both. So by any measure, really, you have to say Djokovic is the man. Big forehand inside in from him, and then got to move on the baseline by his opponent, Kecmanovic, who's well in this rally. Forehand up the line from him. Djokovic hits the sideline. Nice exchange this, then up the line on the backhand from Djokovic. He moves so brilliantly, of course, on the grass. Cross-court forehand. Drop shot from Kecmanovic is beautifully played, and Djokovic nods his head and then taps his strings as if to say, too good. And what a high-quality rally that was.
My goodness me. 16 shots of real quality. How about the finish from Kecmanovic? It's not necessarily a shot you would expect coming from the younger Serb, the drop shot. Well, unfortunately, he's probably going to have to play 4 of those if he is to break.
It's going to be that good for Kecmanovic if he is to threaten a major upset here. He's going to have to produce something akin to that level all the time. And that's another reason why Djokovic is the best, because his consistency has been relentless. But a wrong-footing forehand winner, just tucking the ball in behind his opponent from Kecmanovic for 40-30 on the Djokovic serve. So this is a confident start.
Yeah, stinging return from Kecmanovic. But he's going to have to continue to be ultra-aggressive. First serve return, second serve return.
Currently ranked at 49 in the world, Kecmanovic. He has been as high as 27 as Djokovic moves in and plays the forehand volley, but that's just drifted long. So from 40 love to deuce.
A little clumsy there from Djokovic. I was actually surprised on the forehand volley that he looked to go deep. It felt all for the world. You can just sort of dump it into the service box.
He's looking to do something that no one's ever done before, and that is win a Grand Slam at the age of 38. Ken Rosewall is the oldest player in the Open era to achieve that at the Australian Open when he was 37. Neither Nadal nor Federer won one past their 36th birthday. As Djokovic gets lucky off the net cord, it drops on Kecmanovic's side, and he's helpless, stranded at the baseline to retrieve it.
Yeah, that was a touch fortunate from Novak Djokovic. He's got his family in the players' box. Stefan, his son, have you noticed the cap he's wearing? He's got a number of autographs. I wonder if he's got Sinner and Alcaraz.
Probably. He's a real character, actually, isn't he? Lovely lad. Big serve down the tee from Djokovic. So he gets himself out of a bit of difficulty, and Kecmanovic played really well there from 40 love to ask the question. Djokovic answers it with an ace.
Yeah, I'd love to ask him right now, does that give you confidence or does that make you dispirited when you play a game like that, Kecmanovic?
And you got nothing to show for it.
Yeah, because he couldn't have played any better.
Exactly, and that's the thing. All of these players are capable of producing incredible tennis, but what the very, very best do is produce a level that is relentlessly excellent, and they very rarely dip below that. And Djokovic is the ultimate example of someone who will just apply unrelenting pressure on their opponent until they wilt. Love one, first set. Kecmanovic's turn to serve. After the change of ends, into the net he goes with his first. 25 years of age. Forehand return from Djokovic, forehand from Kecmanovic as he steps back to hit that behind the baseline, and now a backhand cross-court to the backhand cross-court of Djokovic. They're trading on the diagonal, not for long. Forehand up the line from Djokovic, and Kecmanovic overcooks his.
Yeah, he's got the rhythm, Djokovic. The reason my big worry for Kecmanovic coming into this, for me, his serve is in the average category. And that makes it really difficult when you're playing the greatest returner we've seen.
Lands the first serve, and that's good enough. Djokovic, arguably the greatest returner of all time, although Alcaraz is pretty special in that department. His heir apparent. And the challenge for Alcaraz, and indeed for Sinner, is to match Djokovic's longevity. Good luck with that, as the Serb strikes a big inside-out forehand winner onto the sideline.
Yeah, the ridiculous accuracy that he gets off that return. How many times have we said, or have you said, Phil, over the years in commentary, a great return down the middle, deep from Djokovic?
And it is that depth, isn't it? It is remarkable. I heard you talking about Yannick Sinner's ability to almost metronomically find, if not the baseline, then a couple of inches inside it time and time and time again. And that's the kind of thing Djokovic has been doing for the last 15 or so years on tour.
And that's why I feel when you're playing Djokovic, it's important to serve and volley just every now and again to break the rhythm, but it's not something Kecmanovic will be doing.
30 all here. That was a good serve, and Djokovic's return up the line on the move to his right was long, as he wipes a bit of sweat from his brow.
By the way, return games won this year. As you mentioned, Alcaraz, Philip, he does lead the tour.
And he's a very different sort of player. We were discussing this, weren't we, Barry, ahead of this match? Alcaraz capable of untouchable heights when he's absolutely on it and when he needs it most, as he proved against Sinner at Roland Garros in the title match, as Djokovic again hits the sideline on the angle, then the inside-in forehand. What a beautiful grass court point that was, using the full width of the court to scupper his opponent.
Yeah, and for me, the greatest athletes that we see on a tennis court are the ones that are also as equally as quick moving forward as they are side to side, and he is dynamite in that particular area. Djokovic taking that ball so early off the forehand.
To take his compatriot to deuce. second game of the opening set. Forehand return from Djokovic, and then a bit of slice on that ball, just taking the pace off it, and then hitting the deck, Djokovic. He's okay, which is good news.
Well, when he wins, he likes to take a bite out of the grass court, doesn't he? I think he did there.
Unintentionally on this occasion. Yeah, he has been wont to do that when the title has been claimed. He absolutely loves playing here at Wimbledon. This was a childhood dream of his to become a champion at this tournament above any other. And of course, he's won it 7 times. Just one below Federer's all-time record of 8. Backhand return, cross court, and then a big forehand, a bit too big from Djokovic this time. And Kecmanovic holds. Djokovic producing some of the old magic during that game, but ultimately to no avail, one game more. We were saying, Barry, weren't we, that Alcaraz is the kind of player who can touch maybe untouchable heights, but he's also capable of throwing in a duff set or a duff period of play where he gives his opponent some encouragement. Djokovic, Federer and Nadal, much more even-keeled, and I guess Sinner is cut from similar cloth in that regard.
Yeah, that's certainly how I see it. When he reaches Superman status, no one can stop him.
But that just goes to show that everyone's an individual on the court, and there are more than one way of being a champion player, as Djokovic wins the first point.
Yeah, forced Kecmanovic there to take a very difficult shot down the line, changing direction.
I can tell you the winner of this will play Alex de Minaur of Australia, who's seen off the qualifier from Denmark, August Holmgren, in straight sets, 6-4, 7-6, 6-3 on court number 2. Djokovic, who could potentially play Jannik Sinner in the semis. That's a long way ahead, of course, as he serves an ace up the tee. He could face Jack Draper's conqueror Marin Cilic in the quarterfinals, but Cilic was not having things all his own way, and indeed he's lost the second set to Jaume Munar of Spain, who's playing in his first ever third round at a Grand Slam of any kind. Oh, that's a return winner from Kecmanovic up the line as Djokovic moved in.
Yeah, looking to serve and volley there, Djokovic. That's good. He'll often do that just to change the rhythm of the point, but that was a great return from Kecmanovic, shortened that backswing on the forehand.
He started well, Kecmanovic. He looks up for the daunting task that's facing him as Djokovic misses the first serve at 30-15. I was watching that Cilic match a little earlier, watched him win the first set against Munar, and he did enough, but he certainly wasn't at the level he was against Draper when he was close to unplayable at times. Backhand here from Djokovic, good deep return from his opponent. Now Kecmanovic winds up for a forehand inside in. Djokovic returning that with some extra vim and vigour. Then the off forehand from Djokovic, the forehand inside in again from him. Excellent hitting from Kecmanovic, but what an angle Djokovic generated there. Now he's at the net and plays a wonderful angle winner. What movement. He slid into that ball, but had the presence of mind to control the short one for a clean winner. Brilliant tennis.
Well, now it's the hardest job of all to try and highlight in commentary how good a point that was. The backhand was unbelievable from Djokovic. The two-hander, the drop shot from Kecmanovic was brilliant. And then Djokovic, little touch cross-court, was out of this world as he slid forward like he was playing on the clay at Roland Garros.
Almost balletic as he slid into that. And sliding on grass was never a thing, was it, back in the day? But Djokovic has certainly mastered the art as he finishes the point with a big serve, and with it the game to move 2-1 up. And already some sparkling exchanges between this pair.
Yeah, I was very good at sliding on the grass, but only when it was wet.
Only when you were on the floor already.
Exactly.
Well, I mean, it is such an incredible skill, because as we've seen already, it's very easy to lose your footing on this surface. Djokovic found himself on the seat of his pants earlier in this set, but finishing that game with aplomb.
So question, Philip, the opening 3 games, how does it compare with the start against Muller?
Well, actually, I wasn't commentating that match.
Okay.
I was watching it, but he started exceptionally well. He won the first set with lots to spare. And the surprise was that in the second, he just seemed to lose that normal ruthless edge, and to have 11 break points and not convert one was very surprising. Just as surprising was his losing his grip on the tie break, having been 5-2 up, and with a couple of serves in hand. But he did what great champions do. He bounced back immediately from that surprise and controlled the remaining 2 sets of the match to win in 4, and of course he dismantled Dan Evans' game, barely breaking sweat in the process. He was brilliant against Evans, who's showing a bit of the old form in the build-up to Wimbledon this year, but outclassed on the day. And Miomir Kecmanovic, who started very well, is serving at 1-2 in the opening set. That was a high defensive lob from Djokovic, just testing out his compatriot, but Kecmanovic equal to it as he swats away the smash with plenty of belief.
He means business here, Kecmanovic. This has been a really good start, only a couple of unforced errors. Good attacking tennis that he is playing.
Yeah, the tennis has been of a very high caliber already. Just now we saw a wonderful point which was ended by Djokovic sliding into the net and producing the most acute winner on the angle. It was quite superb movement and execution from the great man as Kecmanovic goes long.
Yeah, I mean, in simple terms, if Kecmanovic is to win, he's not going to win in 3 sets. Unlikely 4, possibly 5. So that's 4.5 hours of hard work. He's on the 15 minutes mark so far.
And he might already be feeling the pace because we've had some lengthy exchanges. He's played exceptionally well thus far. Never beaten Djokovic. They've only played 3 times.
That's the hardest part, Philip, isn't it? You've got to do it. And you talked about that earlier. Just sort of time and time again.
And if you drop your level just a couple of %, that is when someone of Djokovic's caliber will smell the blood and move in for the kill. 15 all. 1-2. Early stages of set 1 here. The last scheduled match here on centre on the 6th day of the championships, live on the Wimbledon radio channel. Off forehand from Kecmanovic. Djokovic floating that one onto his baseline, and then a clean hit on the angle. That's just long.
Yeah, interesting there. I don't know if that was intentional. That was very close from Djokovic, but that last forehand he missed, he actually moved a little further back, Djokovic, almost to just give himself a bit of time.
Well, the reaction from the crowd that you can hear is for the fact that, as Barry has indicated there, it was missing by the proverbial whisker. It really was as close as it could be to the line without actually hitting it. 30-15, 1-2. Djokovic with the miss-hit return. That's landing wide. Remember, he's going for his 100th win today, Djokovic, at Wimbledon.
Yeah.
Just at Wimbledon. He's already won his 100th tour title this season in Geneva on the clay. Beat Hubert Hurkacz in the final. Drop shot from Djokovic, beautifully played. Just dropped his wrist, cut under the ball. Delicate touch.
Well, that was 126 miles per hour first serve, and Djokovic stepped in the return, and it came back with interest. He is in great form early doors here, Djokovic.
He looks very much dialed in, doesn't he? Kecmanovic has a game point, however, as he rattles the net with his first serve. Only Connors and Federer, by the way, have won 100 titles apart from Djokovic. Connors leading overall in that very exclusive club with 109, as Djokovic flings his head to the heavens, missing up the line, and Kecmanovic holds, so 2 games all.
Yeah, bearing in mind what happened here 3 years ago.
2 games all, first set.
Djokovic played Kecmanovic in the 3rd round. That opening set was 6-love. This is a very, very positive start for Kecmanovic.
Yeah, good point. In the end, Djokovic coming through love 3 and 4. About as routine as it gets on grass against a very capable player in Miomir Kecmanovic. He's won 2 titles. He tries to just push that big serve up the tee back into play, but the racket almost knocked out of his hand there by the pace from Djokovic.
12 of 14 first serves that Djokovic has made so far.
Kecmanovic is best in slams, a couple of fourth-round appearances. This is Djokovic again with that beautiful rhythm that he's striking up on serve again. And as Barry mentioned earlier, he hasn't dropped his serve yet. Fires another ace for 30 love. And if that serve is working as Djokovic wants it to, then the rest is likely to follow.
And he gets a little bit more, doesn't he, off the grass with the serve than he certainly did at Roland Garros.
Well, he said himself ahead of this championship that he feels this is his best chance of getting to that magical 25. What a beautiful backhand. That was up the line for a clean winner, just the short backswing, perfectly timed.
Well, that's his 11th winner in the 17 points he's won. This is such clean ball striking from Djokovic.
He's looking good. Now in his 39th year, remember. So, were he to claim the famous gold trophy once again, he'd become the oldest ever winner of a Grand Slam in singles, man or woman, and, of course, would have won more than anyone else, man or woman, in the history of the sport. He's at the net, but that's a forehand volley from Kecmanovic, who moved very effectively to his right to deliver the goods.
15. He's shown some nice touches, hasn't he, Kecmanovic? Sort of extra layers to his game, which, when I first saw him at the Next Gen Finals close up, he was a really good ball striker, but I would say he was, at times, quite predictable.
Yeah, I think he has added extra strings to his bow, and Djokovic, who is probably better at analysing players than anyone else, given how much tennis he's played and having duelled with the greatest of all time throughout his career, acknowledging his opponent today, has taken his game up a notch in recent times. That's a forehand approach from Djokovic. He's under the high ball and he smashed it away. And if there's one Achilles heel for Djokovic throughout his career, it's that smash, which he hasn't always looked secure in hitting, but he certainly was there. And he leads 3-2 on serve in the first set here on centre.
Well, he's definitely not the goat at the smash.
No. So who is?
Oh!
I want to say Sampras.
Yeah, Federer.
Federer, very good, obviously.
Nadal was incredible with the overhead. But, yeah, definitely not Djokovic. And I think Murray as well. Definitely not Murray.
Well, you can't be absolutely brilliant at everything.
No.
That wouldn't be fair, would it? He is human after all, although at times on a tennis court he has appeared otherwise.
In fact, it was a couple of overheads against Sinner at Roland Garros that he missed at, you know, big moments for Djokovic. This has been a really enjoyable opening 5 games, and when you have a match that we've had where they have shared only 7 unforced errors, and then on the other side of you've got 19 winners, that just really showcases what quality we've seen. I know it's still early stages, but it's been very good opening 20 minutes.
It really has. Tennis of the highest caliber from both players, actually, and we remain on serve. Kecmanovic about to serve from the far end of this iconic centre court. Djokovic standing upright, hitting the forehand return. Little short backhand approach from Kecmanovic. Djokovic into the net. Just to bring you up to date with the score on court 18, Marin Cilic, who played quite magnificently, back to his very, very best to beat Jack Draper of Great Britain, the world number 4. Well, he dropped the second set to Jaume Munar of Spain, but he's a break up in the third. 3-2 he leads at the moment. And he could potentially play Djokovic in the quarterfinals. A lot of tennis to be played before then, of course, as Kecmanovic drills a backhand winner from mid-court.
In terms of quality, this might be one of the best openings to a match I've seen all week. Serving well is Kecmanovic, playing very well.
Ben Shelton of the United States, very exciting young talent. In charge at the moment against the lucky loser, Marton Fucsovics, 5-2 in the first set on number 1 court right now. There's a forehand from Djokovic, likewise from Kecmanovic into the net this time from the underdog. Fucsovics has had quite a ride, hasn't he, at this year's championships? Didn't come through at Roehampton, but got the call as a lucky loser. And then that extraordinary battle with Gael Monfils, who was on the brink of victory, 2 points away at one stage before Kecmanovic, beg your pardon, Fucsovics turned it around when they came back the following day after the fading light on day one, as Djokovic steps in and puts away the forehand into the corner.
Yeah, and you're looking for small little signals, and for me, we had one there. He's been averaging 118 miles per hour off the first serve, Kecmanovic. That one, he just rolled in at 106. So no surprise, Djokovic made him pay.
Eyeing a possible break point opportunity here. 30-all. Backhand return, right back at the server, who hits a forehand up the line. Backhand from Djokovic, and now a forehand that, again, peppering the baseline of Kecmanovic, who's having to work very hard to defend at the moment in this exchange. Off forehand from Djokovic, and then a massive backhand up the line from Kecmanovic. That completely turned the balance of power on its head in that exchange. What a hit that was from the underdog.
Unbelievable point. His build is probably not dissimilar to sort of a Wawrinka.
Yeah.
And Wawrinka known for the single-hander down the line. He, of course, Kecmanovic is a two-handed backhand, but that was outstanding.
Djokovic doing the near splits to try and retrieve that. The extra power, and Kecmanovic follows it up with an ace to hold to 30. So what a way to get out of a potential predicament at 30-all. Two outstanding points from Miomir Kecmanovic.
Be pretty good, wouldn't he, as a sort of a front row forward in rugby?
He is solidly built, but he's a wonderful competitor. He's a very hard worker, just like the man he idolises on the other side of the net. And he's got a very good temperament as well. So he's certainly going to provide, on the evidence we've seen so far at least, a stern challenge for Djokovic this evening in his bid to move through to the round of 16. Short return, easy as you like for Djokovic to step in and put that away. He's a former junior #1, Kecmanovic, and he won the prestigious Orange Bowl title, one of the most revered at junior level, beating a certain Stefanos Tsitsipas in a third set tiebreak. That was back in 2015, a decade ago. And here he is on the biggest stage of all in this sport, playing the greatest of all time. Deep slice from Kecmanovic, and now forehand up the line. Backhand from Djokovic. He really leathered that one. Kecmanovic just going long with his response on the forehand side.
Yeah, really surprised there from Kecmanovic. Djokovic took his backhand down the line into the Kecmanovic forehand, and Kecmanovic went back down the line. The thought that maybe he would take it cross-court. That's an easier shot to take on. It's high-octane tennis, this.
It really is. Extremely high quality thus far. As Djokovic fires another ace. And it's an area of his game that has improved a lot as his career has gone on, isn't it?
I mean, to think that 1 year, I mean, I know he ended the year #3, which is also extraordinary, but he had the yips. That was before he turned into the real Novak Djokovic.
And another ace, this time out wide. So Djokovic showing his full arsenal of skills, but he hasn't been able to subdue his opponent yet. We remain on serve in this opening set. We've been playing 27 minutes. Djokovic leading by 4 games to 3. As mentioned, the winner to play Alex de Minaur, who's beaten August Holmgren of Denmark in straight sets today.
Yeah, they were meant to play last year, weren't they? De Minaur and Djokovic.
That's
and
right.
Unfortunately, he had that terrible injury. It was on match point.
That's right. Yeah, it was very sad for the Aussie, who has really stepped up his own career, hasn't he, in the last couple of years. He's always been known as a wonderful athlete and tremendous counterpuncher, but just feels as though he's added a few extra strings to his bow, which has got him into the world's top 10.
Time.
Anytime you break that top 10 barrier, you've achieved something truly special, and that's evidenced by what we've been seeing over these 6 days, Barry, with the seeded players under so much pressure. So many have fallen by the wayside, which just illustrates the depth in the game. So if you can get to that elite level, the 10 best players in the world. And okay, de Minaur has slipped out, but that is an extraordinary achievement in this day and age. Always has been, but harder than ever to achieve, given how many great players there are further down the draw. 15 love, Kecmanovic, 3-4.
Another really strong start to the game for Kecmanovic. Got to continue to serve as well as he's doing.
The +1 is a forehand, deep to the backhand corner of Djokovic, who hits one down the centre of the court, and then a backhand from Kecmanovic just misses the sideline.
Yeah, that was, again, difficult shot to take on. Yes, you have to be aggressive, but Djokovic is the master, as we know, at playing the percentages. It's missing the sideline, Kecmanovic.
15. That point with a big ace to move to 30-15. He's not, as I mentioned, the kind of player to panic or become ruffled in any way. He'll stay in his own little mental bubble down there, the underdog. He's going to have to play out of his skin today, and at the moment he's doing a good job of that. Another big serve that Djokovic can't deal with. Such was the power on it and the placement.
Yeah, I was really impressed actually with the win he had in the opening round against Alex Mikkelsen, and a tough one against Jesper de Jong, winning in 4, so he's confident.
And that was after losing both of his matches on this surface in the build-up to Wimbledon, as he misses the off forehand. Lost to the aforementioned Dan Evans at Eastbourne the week before the championships, and prior to that bowed out early at Halle, where of course Alexander Bublik claimed the title before he was beaten by Munart. One of the many fancied players to do damage here to fall early. Record number of seeds falling in the men's draw after a couple of rounds, as Kecmanovic just floats that backhand beyond the baseline of Djokovic, and we're at deuce.
And this is the issue we've talked about already. As well as he's playing, and Djokovic is also playing at a very high level, he cannot afford to drop. And in terms of percentages, almost 2%. Because if he does, he's in trouble here, Kecmanovic.
Djokovic spying an opportunity here, and he's in the rally. Not for long, though. The wrong footing forehand off the return is good from Kecmanovic.
Got the width on the serve, which meant that Djokovic just couldn't get a clean enough return. That was in the centre of the court, and I really like the way he just snapped that forehand back into that forehand corner.
He's striking the ball very cleanly. Enjoyed a personal best 38 wins 3 years ago when he made the Australian Open 4th round. His best performance at a Grand Slam, the round of 16. Forehand here from Djokovic, and another to the forehand of Kecmanovic, who's certainly been able to trade with Djokovic in these extended rallies, but for how much longer, that's the question. And outmaneuvered on the court there as Djokovic delivers the killing thrust with a forehand.
And you know who was meant to play in the first round there in Australia? It was Djokovic. Of course, that was the year, and we all know when he was, well, I don't think we need to go into too much detail. But
unable to play.
Unable to play, yeah, well said.
At deuce again. Can Djokovic make the breakthrough at the sharp end of the set here? Drop shot from Kecmanovic. Djokovic is onto it, does his best to scoop it up, but can't quite achieve it. The short drop shot from his opponent was good enough.
Yeah, he was on his heels, Djokovic, and that's because I think he was expecting a big shot from Kecmanovic, but Kecmanovic, who's been going toe-to-toe with Djokovic.
Comes from a highly academic family, Kecmanovic. Both of his parents are doctors. But he showed real ambition in his formative years, moving out to Florida to train at the IMG Academy when he was just 13 years of age. A big step for him, and indeed for his aforementioned parents, as Djokovic gets lucky, not for the first time off the net cord.
It's 2-0. I say they even themselves out, so when will Kecmanovic get to his 2 net cords?
Yeah, it would have been tough for his mum and dad to have their young son so far away, but they are the kind of sacrifices you have to make if you're to really steel yourself, build that iron mentality that it takes to get to the top of the sport. Djokovic knows all about that, of course, having come from very humble beginnings himself. Big forehand up the line from Kecmanovic. Brilliant defense from Djokovic. How did he retrieve that? Oh, and having set the point up, which would have been a brilliant one for him, he's missed the easiest part of it. The forehand cross-court with the court gaping.
I cannot believe it. And Djokovic cannot believe it. I mean, the backhand pass was amazing. I mean, he practically did the splits. And then the forehand, the only reason he missed it surely was he just lost his focus.
His balance is incredible, and his ability to retrieve his poise there, having, as Barry said, virtually been on the ground, but then missed the forehand. However, Kecmanovic finds the net, and so we're back at deuce. But the signs are very good, I think, for Djokovic going forward here at Wimbledon this year. If he can get through this test, he looks in very, very good shape.
Yeah, I totally agree.
3-4. Kecmanovic from the Royal Box end lands the serve. That's a brilliant return again from Djokovic, who's now playing the drop shot on the backhand side, bunted up the net, and Djokovic found the volley. So did Kecmanovic. Djokovic with the lob. Kecmanovic throws up another lob. Djokovic under it, can't put it away. Forehand from Kecmanovic. Backhand volley from Djokovic. Another backhand volley from Djokovic. You've got to be joking. You have got to be joking. Crowd on their feet. That is the point of the tournament. It might be the point of any tournament. Where to begin with that one? And Djokovic has won it. Breathtaking.
Unbelievable. It takes me back 40 years with Boris Becker diving on the grass court.
Djokovic.
Amazing. And we will be seeing that point over and over and over again.
And listen to the crowd. You would have thought we had a match point here, but they are still showing their appreciation for a quite breathtaking exchange to bring break point up for the GOAT. And Kecmanovic doesn't get the luck that Djokovic did earlier. Off the let cord, dribbles wide off the top of the tape. Second serve, forehand return from Djokovic. Can he make the breakthrough here? Forehand from him, forehand from Kecmanovic. Deep slice from Djokovic. Off forehand from Kecmanovic, who needs to win this point, otherwise he's a break behind. Forehand from Djokovic, he's on the back foot in this rally, but how often have we said that? And then he ends up being on top of the point. But this time, the sheer pressure that his opponent was able to apply under the most extreme pressure, knowing he had to win that point, did the trick.
Well, hats off to Kecmanovic. First break point of the match. Following on from a 14-shot rally. He had to dig in there. That was a 15-shot rally. What a punishing couple of points physically and mentally.
Deuce, 3-4. The crowd just catching their breath after that remarkable exchange just now, which is going to be right at the top of any show reel come the end of this season. Whatever happens for the rest of this tournament or any other. Backhand up the line from Djokovic, deep slice on that, then a forehand into the opposite corner. Backhand up the line from Kecmanovic, who's playing so well, but it's just the unrelenting pressure that we've already been discussing that will eventually take its toll.
Yeah, and that told me a lot. Kecmanovic looks to his box almost to say, what do I do? And for me, if Djokovic picked up on that, that is the first vulnerability we've seen from Kecmanovic. Right now, he's clinging on, and he's playing great.
He really is. But he's break point down again. And he's missed with the first serve. Into the net it goes. 36 minutes on the clock. Backhand return from Djokovic. Is this the moment he makes the first breakthrough in this stunning first set? That was a slight mishit from Kecmanovic. It landed in, but that one doesn't. The backhand on the angle is long. And finally, the pressure has told. Djokovic just grinding his opponent down. And eventually, making it pay with a 5-3 lead.
Unbelievable passage of play. And it's almost like two heavyweights in Las Vegas, and he's thrown his heaviest punches, Kecmanovic.
What a set of tennis we've seen. Some of the best exchanges of the championships thus far. Most notably, a quite remarkable point which Djokovic somehow managed to win after both players had conjured magic, and the crowd responded by getting to their feet and applauding for a couple of minutes as though the match was over. It was just 1 point, but Djokovic has got the break he's been looking for. Kecmanovic has played at an exceptionally high level, and yet he's got nothing at the moment to show for it, bar those 3 service holds. And now he's got to break Djokovic to get back into this set. But for fans of Novak, there is a lot to be excited about, given the level he's producing at the championships thus far, and perhaps most notably, Barry, just the quality of his serving.
Yeah, Kecmanovic right now, he's just feeling the heat. And you feel what he's contributed for practically all of the 8 games right now. It feels like he can't do anything more. And that's a bad sign for Kecmanovic.
Yeah, I would say he's playing above himself here, and it's still not enough at the moment. That's how good Djokovic has been. 15 love. And having talked him up to the heavens, he shows that he is human after all by throwing in a double fault.
Yeah, but it's a good double fault. You know, often we say that was 114 miles per hour. He hit that second serve. How many big points over his career has he won with that second serve going down the middle? Djokovic.
3 points away from bagging the opener here on centre. Serves out wide, and then the big forehand up the line.
Well, I know he made final last year, but I think it's a different stratosphere, the way he's hitting the ball right now to 12 months ago, Philip.
I agree with you. Certainly coming into this tournament in much better physical shape after the problems he had 12 months ago. Of course, he had problems at the start of this season with his hip, which effectively ended his hopes of winning the Australian Open once again, having somehow managed to beat Alcaraz with a dodgy hip. Ran out of puff against Zverev in the semis, who of course was then beaten by Sinner in the title match.
He made the final here a year ago on one leg.
I mean, that's not really exaggerating all that much. It's true, isn't it? And he was comprehensively outplayed in that final by Alcaraz, of course, who's going for a hat-trick this year. Set points for Djokovic. Only needs one, an ace out wide, and that was a set that this crowd have thoroughly enjoyed. There were moments of pure magic. And Kecmanovic has played superbly, and yet he has nothing to show for his blood, sweat and tears. Djokovic with the first after 41 minutes by 6 games to 3.
It's tennis from a different planet.
Who was it that said in golf about Jack Nicklaus? He's playing a game I'm not familiar with.
Yeah.
One of his fellow professionals, a very good player. I forget who it was, but the point was that yes, it's the same sport in theory, but maybe not in practice.
Yeah, we're getting a replay, actually, of that amazing point. It started with an unbelievable return from Djokovic. The 9th shot was a smash. Unbelievable drop volley.
Well, if there's a better point than that in the championship, I cannot wait to see it. That was absolutely incredible. Incredible. And the noise inside this stadium was deafening. What a get by Djokovic, as you say, Becker-esque.
Yeah, I mean, it was an amazing point. However, was the dive a little bit for the cameras? Or am I being a bit unfair with that?
You're being a bit unfair.
Okay,
yeah.
I'm being unfair.
And
take
even
that
if
back.
even if it was, he's a showman, right?
Yeah.
And the crowd absolutely loved it. And we talked, didn't we, ahead of this match? I think we're in agreement, Barry, that more than ever right now, people are beginning to really appreciate what Djokovic has brought to this sport, what he's achieved in this sport. We know that he never enjoyed the popularity of Federer and Nadal when they were still playing, but I think the fans are belatedly coming to realise that you've got to enjoy him while you can, because we don't know how much longer he'll play. And he has been a phenomenon.
Yeah, and ultimately, he doesn't know how long he's going to play. And what might be the first thing to go is the will to be able to compete day in, day out. Well, it's not just a case of turning up, is it, at these majors? It's the work you've got to put in.
The work that the fans don't see behind the scenes, which is brutal. Set 2 then. Djokovic with the first 6-3. Kecmanovic must be scratching his head thinking, well, I've played probably one of the best sets of my professional career there. And I've only won 3 games, as he nets with the forehand volley.
That's a very poor forehand volley. It was a lazy forehand volley. The last thing he wants here is to get broken in the first game.
It was a forehand volley of a guy who is still feeling a bit punch drunk after that first set. Love 15. Djokovic spying an early breakthrough here. Plays the pass, which is missing on the angle.
I mean, come on, Novak. That's terrible, that pass, to miss that. But you sort of expect him to make them, and it was a good approach from Kecmanovic, but such is his high stand, he's actually disappointed he missed it.
We've already seen a couple of miracles from him. And we're expecting more. 15-all. First game of the second set. Round of 16 place at the championships at stake. Let cord this time. So Kecmanovic gets another go. Ben Shelton has taken that first set 6-3 against Fucsovic. Forehand return up the line from Djokovic, and now backhand to the forehand of Kecmanovic. Djokovic moving into a forehand beautifully. And now a backhand cross-court. He's got Kecmanovic on the stretch there. Then the drop shot from Djokovic on the angle, and he's going to get to this one and puts it away.
Well, the first set was special. And he's turning the screw here. Kecmanovic. Well, you can totally understand him, Philip, if he's thinking, what can I do here?
He and dozens of other competitors that have gone before him facing the great man. But he's played so well, and that's an ace, just to illustrate the point. He's been striking the ball very cleanly, showing just how good he can be, but against the cream of the crop, that's still not quite enough.
He's hit 23 winners, Djokovic.
Bonkers.
23!
It's bonkers.
39 points won.
Backhand return on the stretch from Djokovic. Forehand cross-court from him. Forehand cross-court from Kecmanovic, who plays the slice on the defensive from way behind the baseline, but that's into the net, and he's looking exasperated now, Kecmanovic, holding his arms out.
Yeah, I mean, you could say, well, come on, you've got to be positive, but I can totally see where he's coming from, can't you?
Yeah. What do you do?
Exactly.
Break point, backhand return, forehand from Kecmanovic is long, and there is the breakthrough early. Novak Djokovic taking a grip on proceedings here after a stunning first set from him. And now the break to go with it at the start of the second.
You ever cycled? You ever been on a bike?
Well, I have.
Yeah. Have you ever cycled with someone who is quicker than you?
Yes, often.
And then you're trying so hard to stay with them.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you get to about half an hour, and you go up the hill, and then within the next 5 minutes they're gone, because you just can't stay with them any longer. They're just better. They're stronger. They're quicker. They've got a better bike. And right now,
Djokovic has got a better bike.
This is it.
It's a good analogy. It's that ability, isn't it, to live with someone of Djokovic's caliber, point in, point out, game in, game out. Kecmanovic was able to go wheel to wheel with him early on, but tried doing that for 3 hours plus in a Grand Slam at Wimbledon. Good luck. Forehand here from Djokovic as another rally gets underway, and then a bit of extra pace into that forehand up the line, and the slice from Djokovic, and another one floating that cross court. Kecmanovic bringing him in. The forehand. I mean, he made what was a tricky shot from mid-court looked like a walk in the park.
I think he's in the zone.
15 love.
Enjoying himself out of here. And that was a sort of a throwback 50 years ago, this forehand from Djokovic, the chopper grip. Beautifully played.
Such great hands. He's looked very good coming into this match. For my money, he's stepped it up another couple of notches so far today, Djokovic.
It's outrageous tennis. I mean, usually Djokovic gets better.
Yeah, that's a sobering thought for the rest of the field. The level he's producing right now against a player who, as we've been discussing, has played very well. It's not as though Kecmanovic has had a nightmare by any stretch of the imagination, as Djokovic wins with the inside-in forehand for 30 love. On the contrary, he'll probably feel he's played as well as he can.
Yeah. And now the belief level is crumbling by the point.
30 love behind the break, close to an ace from the 24 times Grand Slam champion. 7 of those here at Wimbledon. He's been in the title match for the last 6 years in a row. And there's an ace. Kecmanovic just standing statuesque there for a moment, as if to say, oh, I thought we were friends.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, they were.
He's coming off the Christmas card list.
Exactly.
Very shortly at this rate. But I guess it's a compliment, actually, to Kecmanovic that Djokovic has come out playing this well.
Well, we saw it early on, didn't we? That he was on his A-game, Djokovic.
Moves serenely to 3-game points as he looks to move 2 love up in this second set. You're listening to the Wimbledon radio channel's dedicated centre court commentary. Backhand return from Kecmanovic. Forehand from him up the line. That was well struck. But Djokovic, again, doing the semi-splits. Hits the backhand. This time he's just overdone it.
15.
Well, I think if he'd made that, was time to shake hands and all of us go home. Very much a 40 love shot there from Djokovic, trying to end this service game in style with the open stance backhand going down the line.
Multiple bounces of the ball, as we're used to from Djokovic, as Kecmanovic comes up with a great forehand return up the line, and yet Djokovic has stayed in the point. He then misses the backhand, but for a lot of players, that return would have been good enough to win the point. He had to play an extra ball.
Just wondering, actually, whether he missed it because he was thinking, could he actually play that backhand round the net post? He just didn't have the angle to hit it. So actually, probably the first time, 51 minutes, that a little indecision on his shots, Djokovic.
And from 40 love to 40-30.
It's like the opening game, isn't it, of the match?
Yeah, all back to deuce by Kecmanovic, who started so well. Backhand driven up the line by Djokovic. That's long, and it is going to be a hold for the 6 times, make it 7 times champion, 6 times in a row in the final, Novak Djokovic, and he backs up the break for 2 love.
Well, I don't speak Serbian, and I'm not great at lip reading, but I'm just guessing what he's saying, Kecmanovic. I don't know what I'm doing here. What can I do, boss? Is there any way through? And I guess the answer from his coach would probably be, no, sir.
I think you've offered up a PG translation there. I suspect the reality might have been slightly fruitier and not for broadcast, but yes. He is looking just a little bemused, Kecmanovic, down there. A little punch drunk.
And guess what? Djokovic has hit another good return.
He just keeps on coming. Keeps on moving forward. Like Jaws in the Spielberg classic from the 70s. Backhand up the line from Djokovic. Now a forehand from him. It's a big hit from Kecmanovic, who's standing right on the baseline. He's trying to be aggressive. He's trying to fight fire with fire here. He's not taking a defensive stance by any means. But Djokovic, of course, is even better at doing that, although he's on the run at the baseline here. But then, after such great defense, Kecmanovic looks to pull the trigger and overdoes it.
Just enjoy what we're seeing here. Hopefully, we're describing the action as well as we can, but this is jaw-dropping stuff from Djokovic. I mean, how was that defensive play on the chip forehand, on the slide?
Just a reminder, he's now in his 39th year. Playing like a 29-year-old out there. I mean, he has tremendous flexibility, doesn't he? We know that he looks after his body so well. He is a stickler for detail, Djokovic, as he misses the backhand return.
Few unforced errors. In fact, the first of the set, just the 7th overall for Djokovic.
.15.30 on the Kecmanovic serve. Needless to say, he has to hold on here if he's to have any chance of getting back into this set. Forehand return from Djokovic. Forehand cross court from him. Up the line goes Kecmanovic, but that's into the net.
That's poor from Kecmanovic. I felt, actually, as well as he played in the first set, the volley, the first point of this set, I think told us a lot. Right now, he just doesn't believe. You can understand that in a way.
And misses with his
You feel the
serve.
energy's been sapped out, don't you?
Yeah, understandably. Forehand return from Djokovic, backhand from Kecmanovic, the slice from Djokovic, and another one chipped up the line from him. Kecmanovic hits the baseline, but he's dragged out of court, opening up a space for Djokovic, who goes right back at him with the cross-court backhand and the forehand. Now a backhand up the line! That is quite ridiculous, but for Djokovic, it's almost becoming mundane. What a way to score a double break for 3-love in the second.
Djokovic leads by 3 games to love.
Barry looks nonplussed by what he's seeing.
Well, Kecmanovic has just picked up his white towel and thrown it on the court. I mean, the backhand, actually, the last point, the miss hit, turned out to be an unbelievable shot. Cross court. And then the break came with a unbelievable backhand down the line, where he actually didn't really need much of a backswing and a follow through. He just used the pace of Kecmanovic's shot. I mean, out of 10 this match, it's 10.
Maybe even 20.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been the complete performance from Djokovic so far, stepping up from anything he's produced in his first couple of rounds, and he wasn't bad there. Yes, that blip against Muller in the second set, quickly overcome, and then a nigh-on immaculate performance against Dan Evans. But given how well Kecmanovic has played, this has been even more impressive from Djokovic, who's won 9 of the 12 games and has played some quite scintillating tennis in the process as he goes for victory number 100 here at Wimbledon. He's won more Grand Slams than anyone else, more Masters Series than anyone else. In fact, he's won, in terms of the Masters, which of course is the level below the Slams, he's won all of them at least twice. No one else has done that. And a double break to the good, serving under the royal box, which is filling up again. I think word has got round. You've got to see this because it's something special.
And I've been fortunate to see a lot of great performances from Djokovic, Nadal and Federer. Even this feels a little special tonight.
And coming at this stage of his career as well, when many people are feeling as though maybe the ship has sailed in terms of that record-breaking 25th Slam. Well, I think he may have other ideas. Still early days, of course. It's only round 3, but he's looking good. 15-love, 3-love. Backhand from Djokovic. Backhand from Kecmanovic. Up the line goes Djokovic, pushing his opponent back again with that metronomic accuracy of his, being able to find that space just inside the baseline so often as Kecmanovic tries to unload on a forehand on the angle, but can only find the net. So Ian Botham, one of the distinguished guests in the Royal Box today. An absolute plethora of sporting greats, Olympic champions. Botham, of course, famous for being one of England's greatest ever cricketing all-rounders. Who could forget Headingley in '81 against the Aussies, among many other great performances from him. Forehand return, that's a good one from Kecmanovic, right down at the shoelaces of Djokovic, who just dinked it into the open court.
Yeah, it produces a sort of a John McEnroe-esque first volley there, Djokovic. He's got to be really enjoying himself here. And the pressure's off. Yeah, he knows he's better than Kecmanovic. And he is certainly strutting his stuff.
He looks like he's enjoying himself, doesn't he? And he's enjoying entertaining this crowd. And that is another deft touch at the net, the angle drop shot, which opens up the court for the easy-peasy backhand volley. And it's 4-love in no time in set 2. We've not even been playing an hour.
Djokovic leads by 4 games to love, second set.
I can just imagine Viktor Troicki, who coaches Kecmanovic, of course the Serbian Davis Cup captain, in the locker room after this going, that's ridiculous, Novak. It is quite frankly ridiculous.
It's unfair.
Yeah.
Love for Kecmanovic. Djokovic here at Wimbledon in round 3 for the 19th time. That's another record, by the way. Backhand winner, an off backhand winner on the return onto the sideline.
We're up to 31 winners and just 7 unforced errors.
It's the 74th time that he's made round 3 in all Grand Slams. On the stretch, he finds the baseline. He just can't do anything wrong here, Djokovic. The off forehand. He's walking on water right now, drives it up the line on the backhand and the backhand cross court, and Kecmanovic just looking a little dumbfounded, really, by what he's facing here. It's just an avalanche of brilliance, really.
I think that might just be the best hour I've ever seen from him here.
Well, that is some statement, but it's hard to argue. Wonderful stuff from Djokovic. Kecmanovic into the net.
Love 40.
And this set is running away from him at a rate of knots, but the damage was really done in that first set because he played so well. But Djokovic just played even better. Backhand cross court as he goes for a 5-love lead. Entertaining thoughts maybe of a bagel here, and that's about the first real misstep that Djokovic has made. He tried the drop shot from behind the baseline and it actually didn't get close to reaching the net.
Yeah, even the greats can get a little too cocky, and actually Troicki is laughing in the box. Oh, dear.
That's one for the archives. Djokovic making a mess of a shot in what has otherwise been some display, even by his standards. And he's missing on the angle again to give Kecmanovic hope of at least avoiding the bagel. He's still break point down here at love 4, 30-40 now.
Yeah, he's still competing, Kecmanovic. Djokovic will want to secure the break here.
Big serve down the tee, forehand return on the angle from Djokovic. Now the backhand, cross court, forehand inside out from him. Drives the backhand, another forehand. Kecmanovic living with him in this exchange at the moment. Now the drop shot from Djokovic, it's brilliant, it's absolutely brilliant. Cut under the ball, which dropped like a brick. Kecmanovic was never going to reach it, and there is a 5-love scoreline for the 24 times Grand Slam champion, reigning Olympic champion, Novak Djokovic. What a display.
Well, I always say, if you've got a ticket to watch the very best, probably you want to see an unbelievable match where it ebbs and flows. But I also think as well, it's great to be able to witness perfection from someone as great as Djokovic, and that's what we're doing this evening. We've got that luxury, and he's well on his way. And just actually interesting that he's, in his career here at Wimbledon, he's had 8 occasions a 6-love set, but never has he been able to have 2 in a year. And he beat Evans in the opening round, 6-love in the 3rd set, so there's a real chance for that to happen.
Going for his 42nd win out of 44 here at Wimbledon. Even by Novak Djokovic's stratospheric standards, or even stratospheric standards,
We're
This
allowed,
has been
we're allowed to
remarkable.
invent new words for Djokovic tonight.
Yeah, hard to find the vocabulary to accurately describe how good he has been against a player who has played exceptionally well, certainly in the first set, Miomir Kecmanovic, but he hasn't really recovered from what Djokovic was producing in that opening set, and this one has got away from him very, very quickly. 5-love, 15-love on the Djokovic serve. He really has looked as good as ever. Lest we forget, in his 39th year. 15-love, looking for a 2-sets-to-love lead as he seeks a place in the round of 16 in a meeting with Australia's Alex de Minaur.
Well, I think it's important for de Minaur to not go anywhere near this one.
Yeah. It's a bit like Muhammad Ali deliberately not watching
40-love.
George Foreman hitting the heavy bag before their iconic fight back in the day. Of course, Ali upsetting the odds that night to become world heavyweight champion once again, and Novak Djokovic delivers the knockout blow here with a backhand at the net for a bagel set. He's 2/3 of the way to the second week of the championships, and he is playing lights-out tennis. Miomir Kecmanovic rendered helpless, 6-3, 6-love to the 7-times Wimbledon champion.
Well, he's on a run of 9 games in a row, Djokovic. And just to put in context how he's been able to have that run of 9 games in a row in the match, 35 winners, just 8 unforced errors. That's tennis from the gods, really. Amazing. 2 sets. It was actually, as we talked about, and I'm glad we were praising Kecmanovic at the start, because we kind of were saying he's playing well, he's playing great, but how long can he keep it going? I'm not really sure he's particularly dropped that much, has he? Kecmanovic, certainly when he got broken, it was that jaw-dropping period of play, wasn't it, when he hit that dive volley? It was, what, a rally of 14 shots, then a rally of 15 shots.
Yeah, it's been the Novak Djokovic show. Kecmanovic has played with his usual determination. He's got a terrific work ethic, excellent temperament, but it doesn't matter what he's been able to conjure this evening. Djokovic has had the answers. And we've just seen Djokovic at the end of that set standing upright, just twisting his frame left and right, just to keep those muscles in good shape. And again, Kecmanovic looking in the direction of his support staff as if to say, I'm not quite sure what I should do. Well, he's 2-sets-to-love down, 6-3, 6-love in barely an hour's play here on centre. Serving once again from the Royal Box end. Djokovic nets with the return.
15-love.
Their previous meeting here, of the 3 they've contested, Djokovic has won them all. Well, there was a bagel set there as well, as Barry mentioned. That was the very first set. Kecmanovic managed 7 games on that occasion back in 2022. So far, just the 3 to show for his efforts, which have been considerable. Forehand from Djokovic, just inside the baseline once again from him. Not perhaps his cleanest hit tonight, but even when he's miss-hitting them, they're proving to be a challenge for Kecmanovic, who hits the sideline himself, which once again looked like a very respectable shot, and Djokovic from a defensive position has just rifled a cross-court winner onto the sideline.
Well, England are chasing a world record 600. Can you switch allegiances to England for tomorrow? He could probably pull it off the way he's playing.
He can do anything right now, doesn't it? Yeah, he really is turning it on for this capacity centre court crowd on the 6th evening of the championships. Kecmanovic just long with his serve. With all due respect to Miomir Kecmanovic, if Djokovic is to win this title, clearly there are going to be tougher challenges ahead. Not least Messrs Sinner and Alcaraz, but if he can produce this level against them, then he's certainly
30-15.
got a fair shake at going on to make more history. Nets that one.
Well, this level would win him the Wimbledon title, but of course he'd be under a lot more pressure against Alcaraz and Sinner.
And he's going to have to beat both in all probability, although, of course, you can count nothing out at Wimbledon this year, given how many of the big hitters, the leading lights, have fallen early. 30-15, I should say. Forehand return from Djokovic, and now a backhand up the line. A little bit short from Kecmanovic. And Djokovic takes the opportunity to move in again serenely and play the angled drop shot winner. I mean, everything that he's doing is turning to gold right now.
Yeah, whether it be his movement, whether it be his serving, whether it be his ground stroke play, or also at the net where he's been near perfect. 13 of 17 points won in the forecourt.
30 all, spying an early break here. He wants this done and dusted as quickly and as efficiently as possible. He's missed that return, and you can see from the expression on Djokovic's face, he's furious with himself, demanding so much.
Yeah, tapping his left hand with his racket, Djokovic, as if to say, what happened there?
Game point, Kecmanovic. Is he about to win his 4th game of this match? Some respite. He has. Djokovic misses up the line, and listen to that roar. And Kecmanovic fist pumps the air as if to say, thanks very much. I've worked very hard for that game. An ironic celebration from the underdog as he moves in front in set 3.
Finally, he's won a game, 9 games in a row for Djokovic. Sort of didn't feel fair, did it, that Djokovic gave him a bagel there. It's return quality in that second set, 9.6. Probably be very similar numbers in terms of the forehand, the backhand, the serve as well.
Yep, you name it, he's been doing it.
Thank
to
you.
the very highest
Players
level so far. Love one in this 3rd set. From the royal box end, he serves up the tee and hits the service box line, and then disguises the drop shot winner with Kecmanovic waiting to see where he was going to put that ball.
Yeah, one of the best performances statistically the last couple of years was Sinner's win against Casper Ruud in Rome. I think it was 1 game. That's all that Ruud won. This is very similar from Djokovic.
When you consider how good Ruud is on clay.
Yeah. I mean, it was one of those evenings for Sinner. Sometimes where everything just happens, flows from your racket. You move great.
30 love. 40 love. With an ace.
Yeah, 13 now.
His family watching on. Maybe even they're surprised by the level that he's producing so far tonight. Into the net goes Djokovic with 3 game points to level at 1-1 in set number 3. Second set between Shelton and Fucsovics has gone to a tie-break. We'll keep you posted on developments elsewhere on this 6th evening as Kecmanovic goes long and Djokovic holds with great comfort. Yeah, Shelton won the 1st set against Fucsovics, who remembers a lucky loser, the Hungarian, former quarter-finalist here, who played quite brilliantly to get the better of Gael Monfils from the brink of defeat. And early stages of the tie-break in the 2nd.
It's 9 service games, Djokovic. He's only dropped 8 points.
Well, that's a winner from Kecmanovic, just wrong footing his opponent. And listen to that roar again. The crowd, of course, want to see a contest here. They want much more of this tennis. We've only been on court for 72 minutes. Again, excellent serving from Kecmanovic, right on the sideline. The titanium pigment flew into the air.
That's good serving. He's won all 4 points on his first serve in the set so far.
Oh.
Best result for Kecmanovic on the grass in Antalya back in 2019 when he made the final. He's won 2 titles on tour, including, as mentioned, Delray Beach this season when he beat Alejandro Davidovich Fokina, who was involved in that cracking match
40 love.
a couple of days ago with Taylor Fritz, or was it yesterday? I lose track of time.
Yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think you're right. 40 love, Kecmanovic just catching the top of the tape. Hearing from his longtime coach and friend Mike Russell on the Wimbledon radio channel earlier. Great to hear his insights into what makes Taylor tick, in conversation with Marcus Buckland. Off forehand here from Kecmanovic. That's just overdone, but at least he's got a bit of wiggle room here at 40-15.
Yeah, he's done a great job, Mike Russell. One of the really good guys. Not too many that were fitter than Mike when he played.
And still is, by all accounts. Spends 2 hours in the gym every day. Backhand from Kecmanovic, who's on top in this game at least, or for the time being anyway. But he's missed that backhand, 40-30.
I did hear that you were challenging him to an arm wrestle.
No, you heard wrong. I'm not that foolish. We also learnt that he played doubles with Jill Krabus. Just the once. That was enough for Mike. Inside in forehand from Kecmanovic, but he's out of court here, and Djokovic exploits the space with a winner.
Cheers. It's copy and paste. Glorious, effortless backhand from Novak Djokovic.
So deuce. Kecmanovic into the net. Forehand up the line from Djokovic on the sideline. Short ball, and again, just waiting for his opponent to move across the baseline and picking his spot into the other corner.
Djokovic. Utterly devastating return from Djokovic. And just getting on the attack with the first strike.
And yet another chance to break for Djokovic as he looks to close this out in straight in not much more than 90 minutes. And that looks a possibility right now as Kecmanovic finds the net with his first serve. The second is a double fault, and that's the pressure that Djokovic applies, that knowledge that you've got to go for a little bit extra on the second serve, because otherwise it's likely to come back with plenty of interest, and he's overdone it. And this match feels like it's running away from the underdog in a blur.
Yeah, it's 13 games. That's all he's lost in his last 7.5 sets. Djokovic. And really, the only blip was that second set against Muller, because he won the first set 6-1.
Marin Cilic, by the way, looks to be on the cusp of victory right now over Jaume Munar, having dropped the second set, won the third, and I think he's serving for the match right now on court 18. The man who played quite brilliantly to hark back to his glory days against Jack Draper, British #1, world #4. Yes, he is serving. In fact, he's got match points as I speak against the Spaniard, who's appearing in his first ever third round at a slam. Cilic, of course, was runner-up here to Roger Federer in 2017, and it was such a shame that he couldn't do himself justice that day. He had terrible foot blisters, and he knew from very early in the final that he wasn't going to be able to produce the level required to have a chance of toppling the great Federer. And I can still picture him, Barry, sitting in his chair, burying his head in his towel. The emotion just a little too much for him. But of course, he does have a slam on his CV, having won the US Open so brilliantly 3 years prior to that. And, well, the performance against Draper really was special, as this has been from Djokovic. He's got the break in set 3. 2-1, took the first 6-3, the second 6-love. And don't be fooled into thinking that Kecmanovic has folded tonight. He played a really excellent first set, but it's a measure of how good his opponent has been. Since then, he's just been out of ideas as to how to really compete. But that's a rare winner for Kecmanovic in recent times, and again the crowd up the decibel levels to give him plenty of encouragement.
He'll take any encouragement right now. That was a really good start to the game from Kecmanovic.
Point against the serve, love 15. He'll be hoping for a blip from Djokovic along the lines of what we saw against Muller when he won the first set easily and then failed to convert any of the 11 points on the Muller serve to break, and then lost the tie break from well in front, and he's missed that one, and it's love 30.
Yeah, the first time in the match he's been able to win the first point returning Djokovic's serve. He's halfway there, potentially, for Djokovic to lose his serve for the first time this week.
Giant roar from Ben Shelton on number 1 because he's just won that second set tiebreak against Fucsovics 7-4 as Djokovic fires an ace. Yet another one. That's number 14 for the match.
Yeah, no stress. 15th might follow very soon. His record actually aces here at Wimbledon, 25. That was against Jack Draper 4 years ago.
Kecmanovic has yet to see a break point himself, but is there a window of opportunity here at 15:30 second serve? Leading. Can he produce something on this return? Backhand from Djokovic. Backhand from Kecmanovic on the angle. Up the line goes Djokovic. Kecmanovic throws up the defensive lob, but that's not troubling the court.
I mean, just great clarity of thought. And we've talked this evening about him going big with some second serves there. That was only 87 miles per hour, that second serve, but it was kicking. He had no pace to play with at Kecmanovic. Then Djokovic gets you with the next shot. His decision-making, unbelievable.
Danger averted for the moment, 30 all. Djokovic looking to remain a break in front in the set he needs to carry him through to the round of 16. And a beautiful backhand cross-court once again made it look simple, just inside the sideline for game point.
Got to be so confident, so even at love 30, just the ability to just stay in the present.
Off the top of the tape and long from Djokovic as he looks to sew this game up. Kecmanovic stepping up to just outside the baseline. Now steps in, hits the forehand return, and into the net goes Djokovic. So deuce.
That's probably the loosest shot he's played, Djokovic.
We've only been on court an hour and 21 minutes. It's flown by. It's been wonderful entertainment for this crowd, just appreciating the quality of the Djokovic game. But Kecmanovic is still fighting, as we would fully expect him to do. But he's dragging that one wide. So Djokovic will get a further opportunity to move 3-1 in front. Another upset today in the women's draw with the demise of Elena Rybakina, who'd looked great in her previous round, but lost out to Clara Towson. Iga Swiatek, very impressive on this court against Danielle Collins, as Djokovic wallops a forehand on the angle for a winner for that 3-1 advantage. It would be ironic, wouldn't it, Barry, given Swiatek's recent difficulties, having not won a title since she won her 4th French last year, to prevail at Wimbledon.
Yeah, it would be extraordinary. And, you know, right now, if it was to be a Swiatek-Sabalenka final, I would probably take Swiatek to win it, personally.
That would be some occasion, wouldn't it? How good was Sabalenka in repelling an excellent performance from Emma Raducanu last night, and I think a feature of her performance, which augurs very well for the Belarusian, was that we saw the silk to go with the steel, the touch at the net, the drop shots, which she played at key moments, having been behind in both sets, Having faced a set point in the first, nearly 5-1 down in the second. It was a brilliant performance from Sabalenka and a wonderful atmosphere under the roof here on centre. Here on centre right now, Djokovic is playing the angle drop shot, and for once he gets it wrong.
Yeah, just a little too complacent, Djokovic. And obviously, the standards he's been keeping tonight have been brilliant.
So many great names in the Royal Box, including Sir Steve Redgrave, watching on and admiring the skills on show down below them. Forehand return from Novak Djokovic. Big forehand from Kecmanovic. He struck that cleanly. That wasn't coming back. And again, you would think he was on the cusp of winning a set. As it is, he's 30-15, 1-3 in the third, having lost the first two with only 3 games to show.
Yeah, they absolutely want more entertainment, the crowd. You can understand that.
Forehand return, missed time from Djokovic, who shows his annoyance of that. And Kecmanovic has gained points.
Yeah, something he wasn't able to do in that second set when he dropped serve right at the beginning, was just stay competitive.
Oh, that is a rocket of a return. Drawing gasps from the centre court audience. Up the line from Novak Djokovic, coming back with interest.
Yeah, that almost reminded me of that incredible forehand return he hit against Federer at the US Open when Federer had the first of the 2 match points.
Which turned the match his way. Backhand up the line from Djokovic, and a forehand on the other side of the court. Kecmanovic defending with the squash shot, but out of position, and Djokovic again moving up the court to hit the forehand winner.
Yeah, beware when Djokovic gets cross. And I think he was cross that he played 2 relatively poor points. The slump didn't last for long, did it? Brilliant from Novak.
The way he held that on his racket as well. Waiting for his opponent to change direction, but to his credit, Kecmanovic comes back with a meaty serve, which Djokovic missed time, so another game point.
Yeah, the reason he mistimed it was because that first serve into the body hit the line.
Kecmanovic getting on with it, eager to get his second game of this set on the board. Djokovic is at the net, though, and plays up the line, then the smash into the open court with his opponent once again moving in the other direction.
Yeah, casual brilliance from Djokovic. And he's actually hit in the match 65% first serves, Kecmanovic, but the accuracy on that first serve is nowhere near the quality of Djokovic.
And so we're at deuce. And if Djokovic wins this game, the game is surely up for Kecmanovic, who goes up the line with his forehand, and then heavy topspin cross court, but Djokovic is waiting for it and just pummels it into that corner on the diagonal for yet another winner.
Advantage, Djokovic. Do you remember Mario Baratelli that had that T-shirt, "Why Always Me"? Could you imagine if Kecmanovic, he plays Djokovic?
Yeah, he's drawn the short straw this evening, hasn't he? He might have thought, well, maybe he's not quite the player he was. Maybe if I can play at my absolute best, I've got half a chance today. Well, he has played close to his best at times tonight, Kecmanovic, but Djokovic looking close to his best. And that is saying something, given the career he's had. But on the run, he misses the forehand, so Kecmanovic saves the break point and keeps his ultra-slim hopes alive.
Yes. Yeah, good tennis. And Djokovic is not always actually the very best at the longer points, but it's one of the few successes tonight that Kecmanovic has had. The long rallies, over 9 shots. Djokovic has won 12 of the 17.
Miss serve from Kecmanovic. Forehand return from Djokovic is another winner. Just swayed out of the way of that serve and crunched it onto the sideline once again.
That might actually be one of my favourite returns, because that was a really good serve from Kecmanovic.
Yeah, the show reel will be lengthy at the end of this match. There have been many, many highlights from Djokovic in particular. Off forehand winner, there's the break. And there, surely, bar the shouting, is the match. 4-1 a double break advantage for Djokovic, who I think will be extremely satisfied with the level he's brought to the court tonight. And the challenge for him will be to replicate this level, which he's probably going to have to do if he is to go all the way to a record equaling 8th Wimbledon title alongside Roger Federer in the men's game.
Yeah, hour and 28 minutes this match. Unfortunately, would be the longest highlights ever of an hour and 28 minutes.
I mean, you could have an hour and 27 just to cover
the 2 unforced errors or something that he's hit.
I mean, sometimes I guess we're guilty of hyperbole when we watch these greats, but it really has been a special display from Djokovic as he bids to bridge that gap between himself and the Alcaraz and the Sinner game. And Novak Djokovic having just broken the Kecmanovic serve for a second time in set 3, may be close to breaking his good friend's spirit. And Kecmanovic,
thank you, ladies and gentlemen,
who played such an excellent first set with only 3 games to show, since then has been effectively blown away by the magnificence of Djokovic's game. 2 service holds away from the round of 16 and a meeting with Australia's Alex de Minaur from the Royal Box End. The 38-year-old Djokovic bidding to become just the 4th man in the Open era to reach the round of 16 at Wimbledon, age 38 or older. Wins the first point.
Oh, nice little good stat for you here, Phil. Who coaches Kecmanovic? Viktor Troitsky. He lasted an hour and a half against Djokovic here at Wimbledon.
Maybe that's why we've seen a few rueful smiles from Viktor up in the stands.
So at least Kecmanovic can say, I lasted longer than you, mate.
He's having flashbacks.
Yeah. It's just touched an hour and a half, so yeah, he will be officially on the court longer than his coach.
Just a reminder that the oldest player, man or woman, to win a Grand Slam singles title was the great Ken Rosewall at the Australian Open back in 1972 when he was 37. Neither Nadal nor Federer won one past the age of 36, so Djokovic looking for yet more history. But that's another error, if you can call it that, from Kecmanovic. It was just another very good deep serve from his opponent.
So many forced errors, along with the incredible amount of winners. 53. 53! And this is not 53 winners with the ability to hit 35 aces like a sort of a John Isner. It's been just pure ball striking from Djokovic.
40 love for a 5-1 lead. Yes, 14 of those winners have been through aces, and Djokovic's serving has been outstanding. Every aspect of his game has. Kecmanovic trying to step in to attack the second serve. Deep slice from him to the slice of Djokovic, bringing his opponent in and then playing the lob volley. Perfect. There's the game. Djokovic. And very nearly the match. We've only been on court 91 minutes, and already Novak Djokovic is within firm sight of the second week of the championships.
Well, he's toying with Junior. It's cruel, but it's absolutely brilliant to watch if you're the neutral.
Mir serving to save the match, and that's a good serve out wide, and increasingly the crowd have been showing their appreciation for Djokovic's opponent this evening, who's given it everything as always, but has just been outclassed, and there's no shame in that when Djokovic is redlining his level as he has this evening. Backhand return from Djokovic up the line. Kecmanovic yet again on the move at the baseline and just watches the ball fly past his left ear, albeit just caressing the top of the net cord on its way, but another clean hit.
Well, let's take us back to the end of the 6th game. It was 3-all.
And Kecmanovic was playing exceptional tennis. It was a really high level from both, but Djokovic just has not let up. There's another drop shot from him, and that opens up the court, and Kecmanovic trying to catch him out with the angle. Short ball, but no such luck.
Well, you could forgive, couldn't you, Kecmanovic, when Djokovic wins, whether it be this game or the next game, whether he just bows to Djokovic as he walks to the net.
15-30. Djokovic closing in now.
I just hope he kind of wins it in style. Djokovic, this performance deserves it.
Backhand return. Slice from Kecmanovic right onto the baseline, then a forehand, and that wrong foot's Djokovic.
That's nicely done. Good forehand.
That's all.
And if he can continue to play like this for the rest of the year, Kecmanovic, there's no doubt he will improve his ranking. Currently at 49.
Has been as high as 27 in the world. That was at the start of the 2023 season. First serve into the net, 30-all. Second serve, backhand return from Djokovic as he went for the inside-in backhand winner, but that lands the wrong side of the line. So Kecmanovic has a point for just his 5th game of this match. Block return off a good wide serve. Inside in goes Kecmanovic. Djokovic has that covered, then leathers a forehand up the line. Now a chip from him to the baseline of Kecmanovic, who hits the off forehand. Backhand into the net from Djokovic. Kecmanovic wins the game. Listen to the crowd, many of them on their feet, appreciating the effort that he has brought to the court. And in the first set, he played, I reckon, as well as he can.
Djokovic leads by
but it's testament to what Djokovic has been doing, that it was nevertheless a 6-3 set in the great man's favour.
I absolutely am with you there, Philip. I mean, we described the action after the 6th game and leading up to the end of the 6th game of, that he was playing great. I've seen a lot of Kecmanovic, but, he was causing Djokovic some problems with how well he was playing. It's just so difficult, the form that Djokovic has been in tonight, to just continue to do it point after point. There's been just no respite here.
Time.
So as the players return to their positions at the baselines, Djokovic looking to finish with a flourish here. It's just gone 19 minutes to 8 local time. What a display it's been from the 7 times Wimbledon champion, who's been in the last 6 finals here. Serving for the match and a place in the second week at 5-2. Misses with the serve out wide. A picture of concentration as always. Backhand return from Kecmanovic, backhand up the line from Djokovic, and then a forehand to the forehand of Kecmanovic, who laces one up the line and then hits the baseline of Djokovic, and that was well enough struck to rush Djokovic into an error.
Yeah, I would imagine, I'm just kind of second-guessing what Djokovic is thinking. He won't want to lose serve here. He'll want a clean match. He'll want to get through the first week, having not dropped serve. Dropped the opening point for the 2nd successive service game.
Love 15. You'll get another first serve. Kecmanovic still hasn't had a break point in this match, and he may well not get to see one as his racket is crumpled by the velocity of that serve from Djokovic up the tee as he moves to 15-all.
Yeah, excuse me, it was that 2-1 when Djokovic lost the opening point. That was only the 2nd time in the match. Recovers it with another fine first serve.
Blocked return up the line from Kecmanovic on the forehand, then the backhand from him. big forehand from Djokovic, but it came back with interest, and for once Djokovic looking troubled well behind the baseline, and that's good hitting from his opponent to make it 15-30.
It's Djokovic like there with the backhand.
Well, is he finally going to get some traction on the Djokovic serve very late in the day in this match? To say it's a long road back would be an understatement of pretty gargantuan proportions for Miomir Kecmanovic, but he wants to go down all guns blazing if he is to be going out here. 15-30. He's in the point. Blocked return on the forehand. Now a backhand to Djokovic, who hits the off forehand, and then up the line goes Kecmanovic. But just dragged to his right. He can't control the forehand up the line, and it's 30 all.
Yeah, Djokovic's cross-court forehand is immense, and what he's able to do is get so much width on it. And again, forcing the error because of the quality and the accuracy of his forehand cross-court.
2 points away from round 4. Out wide. And Djokovic is going to be all over this. No! The drive volley, he could have picked his spot, and it landed beyond the baseline. That is very uncharacteristic of Djokovic this evening. Big drive volley. He's overdone it, and here at last is a chance for Kecmanovic to get a break.
Thank you. Please, ladies and gentlemen, players are ready.
Djokovic just stepping away from the baseline after all the noise, the hullabaloo. Break back point for Kecmanovic, but remember he's 2 breaks behind, so he'd have to do it again. But he'll take anything right now. As Djokovic finds the let chord with his first
break point of the match.
It's taken the best part of 100 minutes for Kecmanovic to get any joy on the Djokovic serve. Can he finish the job here? He's in the rally, is he? Yes, it lands in on the angle. Djokovic hits the backhand. Now the forehand cross-court, forehand up the line from Kecmanovic. Djokovic driving the backhand into the opposite corner. And again, that's long. Incredible. Who saw that coming? Kecmanovic again raises his fist with more than a hint of irony because he's still in the mire here. But finally, he can lay a glove on the Djokovic serve and at least delay what still feels like the inevitable here on centre. But one of the 2 breaks retrieved, Barry.
Yeah, and one of the 2 players at the start of the day who hadn't lost serve all tournament has just been broken for the first time. Unbelievable, really. That miss on the drive volley, the penultimate point there.
Yeah, I didn't see that coming, and Djokovic, you can be sure, will be irked at having had his serve breached there, because up until then it was immaculate stuff from him. So Kecmanovic now looking to get to within a game at 4-5 behind. Backhand return from his opponent. Now a forehand from Djokovic into the net. He's on a bit of a roll here, is Miomir. Denise Lewis, Olympic champion, one of the many A-listers in the Royal Box, watching on and appreciating the skills on show. Forehand right onto the baseline of Djokovic. Kecmanovic did well to pick it up and then plays a nice drop shot. That opens up the court for him for the backhand volley. Well played.
Oh, stunning stuff from Kecmanovic. And in many ways, Philip, he's kind of deserved this because even though he got pummeled in that second set, he hasn't stopped trying, has he? Always just trying to find a way.
And I think he's appreciating the support he's getting, and he's trying his best to put on a show for his fans here, and he's won the game to love. Well played. And again, he's celebrating. It's still a very, very, very long road back, but as Barry says, deserving of the appreciation he's getting now for the effort he's put in. He's run into peak Djokovic this evening for the lion's share of this match, but a late rally, just reminding everyone of how good a tennis player he is. And Djokovic's lead reduced to 5-4. He'll get another crack at serving this out.
And He's equalled the amount of games he won when he last played Djokovic here. 7. It's also the same amount of games that Troitsky got when he played Djokovic here.
Yeah, that previous meeting between this pair was in 2022 when Djokovic started with a bagel and ended up winning 6-love, 6-3, 6-4. This time it was in the second set, of course. Some of the exchanges in this match have been off the scale brilliant. One in particular will live long in the memory of anyone lucky enough to have the golden ticket here on centre court on this first Saturday of the championships, but Kecmanovic showing his steel to make a set of this from 5-2 behind and delay what still feels like being a safe passage to round 4 for the 7-times champion and runner-up in the last 2 years to Carlos Alcaraz. Novak Djokovic now from the Royal Box End with a second chance to close this out on his serve at 5-4. Starts with an ace, and I'm sure he will be doubly motivated after the irritation of dropping serve just now to get it done this time.
It's just a question now for Djokovic, just keep that intensity, get the job done in this game.
15 aces.
That'd be a minor miracle if the same mistake happens.
Kecmanovic right up on the baseline once again. He's tried to be aggressive and was living with Djokovic in the lengthier exchanges in the first half of the first set. It's a double fault from Novak Djokovic.
Well, he gives someone the stare. I don't know who it was, but he's not happy. I don't know if he was distracted by some movement in the crowd.
Only the second double of the evening from him. 15-love, 5-4, serving for the match for a second time. Surely Kecmanovic can't break him again, can he? Get himself back into this set. It's never over till it's over in this sport. Never done until the final point is won. 15-all. Out wide. It's a fault. He's got another serve to come. The initial serve was a let. He's just thrown in a double fault, though. You can hear a pin drop on centre court right now. Oh, that is a wild second serve from Djokovic, who suddenly is making mistakes.
Yeah, he's lost something here, Djokovic. Just saying, for most of the evening he was in the zone, but 2 big double faults.
Well, that one in particular must have been a good metre and a half beyond the service line. Maybe just getting a bit angry with himself here, Djokovic, that he didn't finish the job previously in his usual clinical way, certainly when he was in his absolute pomp, and at times he's looked that good again tonight, but just faltering a little inside of victory here. 15-30, that's a better serve, but it's a good return from Kecmanovic. The off forehand from Djokovic at the net, and plays the volley for a winner for 30-all.
You know, when he just the extra couple of ball bounces, he steadies himself.
That's all.
Normal service has been resumed there for Djokovic. That was a confident volley. We've seen those missed in the past.
Thank you.
2 points away from progression here at the championships. Meeting with Dimonor in the round of 16. Ace. His 16th of the night.
And the 59th winner of the match.
30 minutes shy of 2 hours. Novak Djokovic has a first match point. Backhand return, Djokovic nails a backhand up the line. What a performance. It's 100 wins at Wimbledon for the greatest of all time. And it was a performance right out of the top drawer. He embraces his good friend Miomir Kecmanovic, who smiles and shakes his head simultaneously as if to say, wow, that was just way, way too good. He was sensational for the lion's share of that match. Djokovic sending a message to the rest of the draw that he means business in his bid to equal Roger Federer's record of 8 Wimbledon titles in the men's sport. And he has got the job done with aplomb this evening. Straight set, 6-3, 6-love, 6-4. That was super special.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the interest of security, if you leave your seat, please make sure you take all your belongings with you. Please do not leave property unattended.
Niamir Kecmanovic leaving the scene pretty quickly to a warm hand from the crowd who appreciated his efforts, and he did play so well, didn't he, Barry, in that first set, but how good was Djokovic?
Yeah, he played really well. In fact, he played great for 6 games. Djokovic was off the chart. Kind of a bit of a shame there was a blip at the end where he lost serve for the first time this week. But for Novak Djokovic, well, the first week really couldn't have gone any better for him. Absolutely magnificent performance this evening. Was it 9 games in a row he won? I mean, the level during that period was absolutely ridiculous at times.
And he grabs his equipment and he steps forward to the microphone where he will speak very shortly and give his assessment of a performance that I think most people believe was among the very best he's ever produced here, and that's saying something. Annabelle Croft with the questions.
Well, Novak, that was quite a masterclass you just put out here. Did you enjoy yourself, and can you sum up the performance?
Yes, I have. I have enjoyed myself very much, except maybe the last couple of games. But yeah, good to close it out in the end. Obviously, a bit of tension in the end. You know, if I was 5-1 up and 15-30, and then 5-4, 15-30, things got a bit complicated. But you know, it's never easy playing a friend and compatriot. Miomir is a super nice guy, someone that I have known for many years, and we faced each other on different surfaces, different courts, but more than rivals and competitors, we're friends, you know, and teammates, and I wish him all the very best. His coach, Viktor Turitsky, is here. He's our Davis Cup captain. This was the first time in my life that I was playing an official match with Viktor sitting in an opposite box. So it was a strange feeling, but hopefully it never happens again.
Are you buying dinner tonight?
Sorry?
Are you buying dinner tonight?
Whatever he wants.
Well, of course, today, I know you love your history, but today was your 100th match win at Wimbledon. And you join Martina Navratilova and Roger Federer in that department. How does that sound?
Very historic, sounds very nice. Very grateful, obviously, privileged to be in the position that I am. You know, I've said it many times, tennis made me who I am, has given me incredible things in life that I can experience, and so, yeah, I try not to take anything for granted, particularly, you know, this age, still going strong, still trying to compete with the young players, and do some slides and some splits on the court and push myself to the limit. Well, look, you know, Wimbledon is a favorite tournament and a dream tournament of not just myself, but so many, probably majority of the tennis players. You know, growing up, most of the kids, you know, dream of playing here and winning here, and I've I've been blessed to do it multiple times, and any history that I make in my favorite tournament, I'm blessed.
Well, absolutely. Now, we can't let you go before asking you, because over the years, we've enjoyed watching your celebrations after matches. We've seen the hearts. Last year, we saw you playing the violin for your daughter.
Yeah.
You're going to have to explain what the new one is.
It's called Pumpa in our language and Pump It Up in English. It's basically, there's a song with my kids, and well, look, my daughter is doing it right now. We have, you want to show it, darling? You want to show you how it goes? I mean, she's the...
Very good.
She's the master. We have, you know, it's a little tradition we have right now, so hopefully we can keep going so we can keep pumping more in Wimbledon.
Well, I think you did keep pumping, and you pumped it up to 100 wins today, and we're looking forward to you out here again. Novak Djokovic, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, his young family are very proud of him, and he put on a show for them and for this capacity crowd here at centre court tonight. And bar that minor blip inside of the winning line, Barry, that was one of the most memorable displays, one of the most complete displays of grass court tennis we have seen.
Yeah, it's a real privilege to be able to watch a brilliant performance. And, we've seen Djokovic obviously excel here on centre court over the years. You know, as he said, it's 38 years of age, but you wouldn't believe it, would you? The way he's, as he said, he's sort of sliding around the court, the splits. But also, you know, when he's doing the splits, he's also got incredible racket head control. He knows where he wants to put the ball, and tonight he was almost able to put it on the line most of the time. It was an absolutely outstanding performance. 60 winners, 19 unforced errors. Amazing. And you know, if he continues to play like this, along with Sinner and along with Alcaraz, we're going to have a special final 3 days.
And the favourite moment for me right at the end of the match was the expression on Miomir Kecmanovic's face. A little shake of the head as if to say, well, how do you play against that? I mean, how on earth do you begin to compete against that level? And that kind of illustrated what we saw this evening.
Well, in simple terms, you can't. And that's why he is the GOAT.
Yeah, it really was, even by Djokovic's standards, a remarkable display as he signs T-shirts and the autograph balls and various other paraphernalia before he prepares to leave the court. As we wrap up our coverage here on centre court on the 6th day of the championships, many thanks to Barry Cowan. We have been privileged to watch one of the great performances from the great Novak Djokovic, 7 times champion, through to the round of 16 where he'll play Alex de Minaur. He has won against Miomir Kecmanovic in straight sets. So that concludes our coverage for this 6th day. Of course, we'll be back tomorrow from 1:30 for the first Sunday of this year's Wimbledon Championships. It's been another day to savour. We hope you'll join us tomorrow. But for now, from all of us from the All England Club, it's good night.
You can join us tomorrow for all games live on Centre Court and others, with the blog to the side of us as well. Well, Novak Djokovic won his 100th game here at Wimbledon, and hopefully you will be able to join us tomorrow across all of JB Motorsports, JB Motorsports 2 and JB Sports Extra. But on JB Motorsports we will have all of the IndyCar and NASCAR live this evening, so make sure to join us there. See you then.